Magical lineage. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Luminous Moss. Why is it you again? So you're not going to the Whitestone Wasteland? After a brief exchange, the middle-aged magician who came to pick him up shook his head in disappointment when he learned that Ronan was waiting for the secret airship to the wet jungle. Forget it then. Before leaving, he couldn't help but kindly remind Ronan, the wet jungle is a public mission for the seventh ring. If you go there alone without a team, you will most likely get nothing. Even if you are lucky enough to get something, it will most likely be snatched away by people from other magic circles. It's better to go to the Whitestone Wasteland with us. Whether from the perspective of risk or gain, it is much better than going to the wet jungle by yourself. Ronan shook his head. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Ronan, the middle-aged wizard's attitude immediately became cold. At this time, a small magic airship landed, and he hurried back to his original group, boarded the airship with the others and left. After the episode, Ronan waited for a while, and a rather gorgeous and larger magic airship slowly appeared in the sky outside the door of the mission hall, and finally hovered over the small square. The streamlined metal hull was covered with light blue rune array patterns. Behind the thick energy shield, people could be seen on the edge of the ship. Ronan activated his flying ring and flew towards the airship. He took out the rune stone as a mission certificate in advance, and a mental force emanated from the airship. After detecting the certificate in his hand, a hole slowly opened on the shield of the magic airship. Just as Ronan was about to enter the airship, whoosh, an indescribable and terrifying mental force suddenly fell on Ronan like a void storm. It was dark, cold, and had a sharp feeling unique to metal wizards. Ronan suddenly looked back, but the mental force quickly retracted and disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if it had never appeared. Are you going to get on or not? A wizard on the airship shouted at Ronan impatiently. Ronan looked calm, and his robe fluttered and landed lightly on the deck of the airship. The hole on the magic airship's energy shield closed, and then it quickly took off. Who is it? Travis. On the airship deck, Ronan stood on the edge of the ship, looking at the seventh ring city below, which was getting farther and farther away from him, his eyes flickering. In fact, not many of Binigo's former opponents would transfer their resentment towards Binigo to him. Most people are three-ringed, and they have a lot of things to deal with. Who would spare some energy to pay attention to him, a small first-level wizard? Even Lanny, who has a gloomy mind and the deepest resentment towards Binigo, would not show such obvious hostility to him due to his status as a fourth-ringed wizard. Ronan couldn't think of a second person who would be so eager to kill him, except Travis, who wanted to get the nightmare tungsten steel on him. Will he attack me directly in this mission? Ronan thought, but quickly rejected this idea. I am not even a first-level wizard now. The wet jungle is a trial site mainly open to first-level wizards. Travis would not be so stupid as to leave such an obvious point that people would criticize him. Most likely, he is using someone else's hand to achieve his desired goal. Travis is a third-level wizard. The power of the people he can mobilize is at most the level of a second-level wizard, an ordinary second-level wizard. For a first-level wizard, how can a second-level wizard be ordinary or not? Ronan shook his head. A second-level wizard's mental power condenses into a crystal. The mental power of a wizard who has just entered the second level is at least 10 times that of a late-level wizard. What does this mean? It means that a second-level wizard can cast a spell at least 10 times more powerful than a late-level wizard. This does not include the bonus of second-level spells and the strengthening of soul talismans. The gap in hard power is a natural chasm between first and second-level wizards. But Ronan, who had been practicing ascetic bodybuilding for 2 months, now had a desire to try and challenge and break this natural barrier. 2 months ago, I was able to kill a second-level Greenthorn Hurricane Queen Bee. Although the combat power of wizards of the same level is generally stronger than that of Warcraft, I have also become much stronger. Ronan looked down at his palms. His slender and well-proportioned 10 fingers were so white and beautiful that they hardly looked like a man's hand, the hand holding the sword. But no one knew what kind of terrible and turbulent power was flowing underneath. Ronan didn't know either. He really wanted to verify this power. After 2 months of hard training, the pain of being baptized by spells countless times accumulated in his body, and he urgently needed a gap to vent. If I can't even pass this level, I don't even have the qualifications to challenge one of them within half a year. Ronan whispered softly, gently clenching his hands. Hello. Suddenly, a pleasant voice woke Ronan up from his meditation. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the voice, and saw that a young and beautiful female wizard had appeared beside him without knowing when. Black hair, green eyes, and a rare wheat-colored skin, but it gives people a healthy and energetic feeling. She is wearing a silver robe representing the core of the first ring, and exudes the spiritual power fluctuations of a late-stage wizard. Hello. The female wizard in front of him was obviously not from the seventh ring. Not knowing what the other party wanted to do, Ronan still responded politely. My name is Beyonce, from the second ring. The beautiful female wizard introduced herself to Ronan, and then asked, Are you participating in this trial mission alone? Seeing Ronan nod, she quickly got to the point, Then do you want to team up with us? We already have quite a few people here, from all the rings. Beyonce. Before the beautiful female wizard finished speaking, someone on the deck shouted her name. A handsome blonde young man strode towards them. The spiritual power fluctuations emanating from the blonde young man almost condensed the air around him into blocks. His eyes swept over Ronan with a strong indifference, and then spoke to the beautiful female wizard with a slightly dissatisfied tone. What are you doing? I've told you many times not to invite other magic circle wizards to join casually, especially this kind of thing. The beautiful female wizard named Beyonce wanted to say something to Ronan, but she was forcibly pulled away by the blonde young man. She could only leave Ronan with an apologetic look. Ronan calmly withdrew his gaze and continued to look at the scenery that was passing by quickly. It can be seen that most magic circle wizards go out to play dungeons in a team. Lone wolves like him are rare. The magic airship finally stopped in a beautiful forest. The entrance to the wet jungle secret space was a huge tree hole. Ronan followed a group of magic circle wizards through the tree hole, and it was a completely different world after entering. It was dark and humid, with a lingering stench in the air. After walking a few steps, there was a huge black mud swamp, and in the distance was a dark jungle. Before getting off the airship, Ronan got a crude map of the wet jungle distributed by the Circle of Magic. When he grabbed the rune stone to check the map, the wizards of the Circle of Magic who were traveling with him had already left in groups of 2 or 3. When he finished checking the entire map and looked up, he was the only one left here. Binigo didn't know where the brain-eating flower grew specifically, but he told him that the brain-eating flower usually grew in places where there were many monsters or animals, because the brain-eating flower used the brains of living things as nutrients for growth, and where the brain-eating flower grew, there would usually be large areas of luminous moss nearby. I can only look for it slowly. Ronan put away the runestone map, shook his head, and randomly found a direction to start the flying ring and fly away. In the black and twisted forest, violent energy particle fluctuations continued to be transmitted. Ice blade. Frost howl. Ronan's body was suspended in the air, his robe drooped naturally, and he kept summoning ice spells, throwing them at a huge purple spider lying on a black strange tree covered with dead vines in front of him. He was surrounded by silver threads, and tens of thousands of small round-bellied spiders were swarming towards him along the silver threads that were everywhere. But before they could get close, they were frozen into small lumps of ice by the extreme cold air emanating from Ronan's body. They fell down with a crackling sound, and a thick layer of icy spider corpses had accumulated under Ronan's feet. Frost spear. Ronan casually summoned a spell spear that was as cold as ice crystals. After the spear appeared, silver metal liquid flowed from under his robe on his right arm, quickly covering the ice spear. The ice spear blessed by the silver metal shot out like lightning, almost instantly piercing the body of the giant spider. The latter let out a painful and angry hiss, and fear appeared in its purple compound eyes, but before it could turn around and run away, the silver spear inserted into its belly suddenly exploded. High energy crucible. Boom. The huge power of the spell directly blew the purple spider of the first stage mid-stage warcraft into pieces, and countless limbs and body fragments were sprayed out, and the sticky juice splashed everywhere, making the small area smelly. Ronan patted his robe, walked up in the air, and casually searched behind the remains of the warcraft spider. Finally, in a hidden and inconspicuous corner, he picked a bunch of strange grapes that looked like dozens of eyeballs squeezed together. He glanced at it casually and put the precious potion into his storage waste bag. Ronan continued to walk deeper into the jungle. There are quite a lot of valuable potions in the humid jungle. Ronan has obtained 5 of them along the way. If he sells them to wizards or potion shops in need, he will probably earn more than 100 high-level magic stones. After all, his proficiency in first-level ice spells reached mastery, combined with his proficiency in metal spells and a silvered, demonic tungsten steel, even if he did not use frozen soil and deployed a despair domain, his combat power was much stronger than that of an average first-level mid-level wizard. The silvered, demonic tungsten steel has a huge bonus to metal spells, and this is without any linkage with ice spells. If I were to learn dark spells as a secondary skill, I guess my combat power would be even more abnormal. Ronan sighed in his heart. After this series of battles, he understood that even if he did not use the power of the extraordinary domain, he was not an ordinary first-level wizard. With Inigo's demonic tungsten steel, he was like holding a high-level powerful artifact. As long as he was willing to work hard on metal spells, he would sooner or later be able to walk sideways among first-level wizards. Unfortunately, Ronan's goal was far from being invincible at the same level. Did I go in the wrong direction? There is no clue of the brain-eating flower at all. Ronan walked through the dim forest, but he was a little anxious in his heart. He was not the first person to enter the wet jungle, and he was certainly not the only one who knew about the existence of the brain-eating flower. If he continued to run around like a headless fly, he might not even be qualified to participate in the competition for the brain-eating flower. Catcha! Suddenly at this moment, Ronan's expression moved, and his eyes suddenly turned in one direction. The super five senses brought by the immortal body made him seem to hear the sound of someone fighting in the distance. Without much hesitation, Ronan rushed straight to the direction where the sound came from. Soon, his mental power captured the fluctuations of energy particles, which were indeed traces of someone casting a spell. But as Ronan approached, the traces of the spell fluctuations became weaker and weaker. It seemed that the battle had already come to an end. Shoo! Ronan's flying figure suddenly hovered between the shadows of the trees. He stood quietly in midair, his eyes passing through the gaps between the countless twisted and entangled tree branches, and accurately fell on the figure of a silver-robed wizard in the distance. Even the spiritual power of a first-level wizard could not sense this distance, but under the azure sky, he could see it clearly. The wizard, who was also a magic circle, had a corpse of the magic beast lying at his feet. It seemed that he had just killed a magic beast and was sorting out the harvest. Ronan shook his head and was about to turn around and leave. But just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly turned back. His eyes were firmly fixed on the wizard's feet. The edge of the animal leather boots seemed to be stained with a little fluorescent color. Looking in the direction behind him, several footprints that also emitted a faint fluorescence came into Ronan's eyes. He passed by a place where luminous moss grew. In the damp and rotten place, the air was filled with the smell of rotting corpses, and broken bones half buried in this oil could be seen from time to time under the twisted and growing black strange trees. 6 or 7 men and women in silver robes gathered in this small, dirty open space, each with a serious look, as if they were discussing something. "I have heard of Babers from the first ring," a brown-haired wizard with narrow eyes whispered. "His metal puppetry is quite famous in the circles of first-level wizards in several rings. Individual strength is nothing. Velen is also on the threshold of a second-level wizard. It is not a problem to deal with Babers. The key is that the guy has more people under his command than us." Someone spoke up. "Can we discuss an alliance with the guy who leads the third ring, kick Babers and his gang out first, and then decide on the ownership of the brain-eating flower? Velen, what do you think?" In the center of the crowd, a blond young man with a strong mental power fluctuation that almost condensed the air heard his companion's call, and the light in his eyes flickered quickly, as if he was thinking about the pros and cons. Suddenly, he glanced around and frowned tightly. "Where's Beyoncé? Has anyone seen Beyoncé?" After he said this, the other silver-robed wizards noticed that their small team had lost a person without knowing when. Just as they were getting ready to get up and look for their missing companions, shoo! There was a rustling sound of footsteps from the bushes next to the clearing, followed by a petite figure quickly jumping out of the bushes. "Don't look. I'm here," the beautiful wheat-skinned female wizard responded loudly while panting. However, behind her, there was a figure following. White hair, blue eyes, silver-gray robes. He was a young man with a cold temperament and extremely handsome appearance. Chapter 102, Duel, Second-Level Magical Tool, Mirror. "Why are you here again?" The blond young man Velen recognized the boy who appeared with Beyoncé at a glance. He was the wizard of the seventh ring that Beyoncé had tried to recruit on the airship when she came here. Have you been with us all the way? Velen frowned, and his tone naturally revealed a bit of coldness. I happened to meet him nearby, so I brought him in. The beautiful female wizard Beyoncé saw the unkindness in Velen's words, and hurriedly stood in front of the boy, whispering hurriedly and anxiously, "We are not strong enough." At this time, a silver-robed wizard also quickly stepped forward and whispered a few words to Velen's ear. Velen's eyes kept flashing, and after a few breaths, his expression calmed down. "Then let you follow for the time being." He turned around, and Beyoncé saw his attitude change, and started to introduce the boy. "His name is Ronan." From the seventh ring. Ronan simply examined the group of magic circle wizards in front of him. All of them had the symbol of a core ring on their robes, and their strengths were all at the level of a late-stage first-level wizard. Even the weakest one had a mental power fluctuation that was more than twice that of Ronan. According to the female wizard named Beyoncé who let him in, they were all from the second ring. Binigo was right. The ranking of the 7 ring cities of the ring was based on strength. The overall quality of these second ring wizards was obviously higher than that of the 7th ring. Each of them was not only strong, but also had the tough temperament of years of magic battles. From the conversation they just discussed, it seemed that they were going to the humid jungle together for the brain-eating flower. And it seemed that there were more than just them who had the same purpose. Well-informed, goal-oriented and planned, elites acted collectively. Ronan sighed inexplicably. Compared with these people, ordinary ring wizards really had nothing to fight for. He might as well go to bed early. No wonder the middle-aged wizard of the 7th ring looked at him with such eyes when he learned that he was coming to the wet jungle while waiting for the airship, and advised him not to make a wasted trip. Velen, the blonde young man who led this group of wizards, turned around and stopped looking at him after agreeing to Ronan's joining. Half of the remaining people withdrew their eyes after realizing his strength of the middle stage of the first level, and the remaining half also completely lost interest in him after Beyoncé introduced him as coming from the 7th ring. Ronan didn't mind. He followed the information given by the magic circle wizard with a luminous moss on his feet to find this place. So far, the specific location of the brain-eating flower has not been determined, but the aura of the late first-level wizards he sensed has been no less than 10. Although he has the ambition to sweep the same level, it is too stupid for him to rush out alone when the goal is unclear and the situation is unclear, and become the target of public criticism. He did not forget that his opponents are not only the first-level wizards who can be sensed in the open, but there may also be attacks from Travis hiding in the dark. It is better to follow the group of second circle wizards in front of us and blend in first, and make the next decision after we have a thorough understanding of the situation. Let's go, find Barbers and the others. After a brief discussion, the blonde young man Velen made a decision and led everyone in one direction with a calm expression. Ronan followed closely behind them. The beautiful witch Beyoncé was the only female among the second circle wizards. Judging from her temperament and dress, she seemed to be born in an extraordinary family. She had a sense of being uninvolved in worldly affairs and was well protected by others. Perhaps for this reason, she invited Ronan to join twice and was quite friendly to Ronan. She was even worried that Ronan would fall behind, and from time to time she would turn back and whisper to Ronan about the places where he could easily fall into traps. As the group went forward, Ronan smelled a stronger and stronger stench in the air, and the number of animal carcasses scattered in the corrupt forest below him gradually increased. Some of them even looked like they had just died, and their bodies were intact on the ground, except for a missing head. Shoo! At a certain moment, Ronan suddenly felt the soil under his feet vibrate slightly, and there was a violent fluctuation of energy particles in front of him. All the wizards who were traveling with him stopped. He heard Beyoncé remind him in a low voice, "We're here." Buzz, snap. Ronan looked up, and the outline of a huge rune array was reflected in his eyes. In the thick array light shield, countless dark purple vines were frantically attacking the inner wall of the array. They tore through the air with sharp and piercing sounds, and only left a vague afterimage when waving in the air. Then, large groups of ripples appeared on the crystal wall of the rune array. Ronan thought of Laura at the first time. Unlike the magic vines that Laura had controlled at the beginning, these vines were covered with tentacles similar to suction cups, which were thinner and more flexible than Laura's magic vines. In the center of the countless vines, there is a body that looks particularly petite. It looks like a sunflower as a whole, with silver stems and leaves, but the round flower disc is dark purple, and the flower disc is full of tiny spikes. The stamen in the middle looks very much like a human brain, and has a ferocious mouth parts. It's a brain-eating flower, that's for sure. Ronan compared the characteristics of the brain-eating flower that Benigo had described to him, confirmed it, and took a deep breath. Although the brain-eating flower is a precious potion material, it also belongs to the category of magic beasts, a plant-based magic beast. And it is also a relatively powerful existence among the first-level magic beasts, otherwise it would not feed on the brains of other magic beasts. This brain-eating flower has entered its maturity. The fruit at the stamen that looks like a human brain is constantly emitting a certain extremely tempting smell, and its temperament is also extremely ferocious. However, under the suppression of a group of elite wizards in the magic circle, it is just helpless and furious. Next to the rune array, there were roughly 2 groups of magic circle wizards gathered. These wizards didn't pay much attention to the crazy brain-eating flower in the middle, and most of their attention was on the other side. The arrival of Ronan and his party attracted the attention of the 2 groups of magic circle wizards. After entering the scene, the blonde young man Velen, who was the leader of their side, took the initiative to walk in the direction of the 2 groups of people. 2 leaders also walked out of the 2 groups of wizards. The 3 of them gathered together and casually set up a soundproof magic circle, as if they were discussing something secretly. If I take action now, what is the probability of success? Ronan stood in the crowd, staring at the brain-eating flower in the middle of the magic circle, his eyes moving, silently calculating the success rate of his actions in his mind. If you want to get the brain-eating flower, the first step is to break the magic circle. Seeing that this rune magic circle remained motionless under the crazy attack of the first stage late-stage brain-eating flower, its defense is estimated to be close to or even reach the second-level range. The second step is to pick the brain-eating flower, and there is a high probability that it will be attacked by the brain-eating flower during the process. The third step is to leave the scene quickly. Of these 3 steps, the first 2 were not difficult for Ronan. The difficult part was how to escape unscathed from the joint attack of the elite wizards of the magic circle after obtaining the brain-eating flower. Ronan counted and found that there were about 30 wizards of the late first level in the 3 forces on the field. Even if he was fast, the first 2 steps would take at least a few seconds, and this time was enough for a wizard of the late first level to release a first-level spell. In other words, if he decided to fight for it at this moment, he had to be prepared to bathe in more than 30 first-level spells. Wait a little longer and see how these guys deal with it. Ronan exhaled and suppressed his eager heart for the time being. After waiting for a while, the soundproof magic circle in the middle of the crowd was removed, and the blonde young man Velen who had gone up to participate in the negotiation walked back expressionlessly. The wizards on the second magic circle immediately went forward. Ronan wanted to follow him, but felt a strong sense of repulsion, so he stood still and did not move. What do you think, Velen? What's their attitude? As soon as the blonde young man Velen stood still, a wizard asked him. Velen replied calmly, they plan to decide the ownership of the brain-eating flower by dueling. Each side will send 8 people, 2 by 2, and the side with the most wins can take the brain-eating flower. 8 people. The wizards subconsciously began to count the number of people on their side. Including the kid from the 7th ring that Beyoncé brought back, there are exactly 8 of us. Yes. Velen nodded and said lightly, it is out of consideration for us that the number of people participating in the duel is set at 8. Is this considered consideration? Someone's face turned ugly, and his eyes were cast on a young man in the distance who was excluded from the group by them. This kid's strength is only in the middle stage of level 1. If he is with him, won't we lose the game? Someone frowned. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let him join. That way we would have a better chance of winning. Beyoncé in the crowd felt that these voices more or less contained some blame for herself, and she couldn't help but stand up to defend. No one knew it would be like this in advance. No matter what the form is, he is. Enough. Velen shouted in a low voice to stop the condemnation of the crowd. Velen gave Beyoncé a comforting look and said, Beyoncé's original intention was also for everyone's good. Velen paused, glanced at the boy in the distance, and slowly said, I'll see if I can arrange this kid from the 7th ring to fight against barbers or the leader of the 3rd ring. They will definitely use the same method to target you. Do you have any other better ideas? The person who refuted stopped talking, and everyone else fell silent. Velen glanced at everyone and announced lightly, okay, everyone prepare for each other. Every battle to come is very important to us. Everyone nodded silently. How is it, Have you discussed how to act? Seeing that the wizards of the second ring have returned one after another, Ronan casually asked Beyonce, who had a good relationship with him. Beyonce forced a smile at him. They planned to decide the ownership of the brain-eating flower in the form of a duel. At that time, you will also represent us on the field. If we win in the end, we will definitely give you a share. Duel? Ronan was slightly startled, a little unexpected. But thinking about it carefully, as a member of the same circle, this seems to be the most acceptable way to maintain competition without hurting the relationship. Beyonce looked at him and thought he was worried about the fight later, so she whispered to comfort him, "It's okay, when it's your turn later, if you feel you can't win, just admit defeat, it's not shameful." Ronan nodded and said nothing. Soon, a large open space was cleared next to the rune array where the brain-eating flower was trapped. Ronan has learned that the other two groups of magic circle wizards, competing with Velen and others, are from the first and third circles. The number of people in these two groups is larger than theirs, and if they compete in the form of a duel, they will be more relaxed in the arrangement and selection of personnel. Ronan now knows why Velen and others have become more indifferent to him after the discussion, probably because they dislike him for dragging them down. Thinking that the wizards in the first duel have already gone on stage, it has nothing to do with them. The two wizards who participated in the duel were from the first and third rings. Both were male wizards, with the strength of the late first level. One was a metal wizard who also practiced fire magic, and the other was a metal wizard who also practiced ice magic. The two were incompatible, and they activated the talisman effect as soon as they came on the field. The metal blade surrounded by silver flames and the metal sphere steaming with cold air kept colliding in the field, releasing waves of scorching heat and cold aftermath. Ronan stared at the wizard who came on the field from the third ring. As an ice wizard, the latter was obviously more orthodox than him. Not only was the metal medium used of ice attribute, but in addition to the silverization talisman, the other two talismans also corresponded to the ice system. One of them should be elemental ring, and Ronan couldn't recognize the other one. The effect seemed to be that it brought a small blizzard when it was used, and blizzard was a second-level spell, so the effect of this talisman was quite powerful. The battle lasted for a short time, and ended with the victory of the wizard from the third ring. The difference in strength between the two sides was not that big. As soon as the wizards on both sides came out of the arena, they quickly took out the recovery potion and poured it into their mouths, looking like they had consumed a lot of energy. The second match was still the first ring, but this time it was Ronan and his team. A tall girl with white skin and ponytail walked out of the first ring. She was very young and looked a little nervous. "Horgan, you go," Velen whispered, and a bald man with tough features walked out slowly. The bald wizard named Horgan had strong mental fluctuations, and his aura was mysterious and obscure. In the entire group of 8 people, he was almost the only one second to Velen. Obviously, Velen was ready to win this match. Hand of Black Light. As soon as the bald Horgan came on the stage, he directly activated the silverization talisman effect. The metal medium under the robe penetrated his body, and gathered a large number of energy particles in the air to condense into a silver hand between illusion and reality. With 5 fingers spread out, he crushed layers of air and hit the ponytailed female wizard on the opposite side. Hand of Black Light is a relatively powerful offensive spell among the first-level metal spells. Its effect is to summon a semi-illusory black energy hand to attack the opponent. Bald Horgan has obviously practiced this spell to a very high level. The Hand of Black Light he summoned is not only extremely huge, but also has energy fluctuations far exceeding those of ordinary first-level spells. Boom. Zizzy, the ponytailed female wizard soared into the air, chanting a spell while constantly pulling the distance, raising her hand and throwing out a dazzling electric light. With her unique metal medium, she just resisted the fierce silver energy hand. Unexpectedly, Bald Horgan immediately followed with several hands of black light. Although without the blessing of the metal medium, it was far inferior to the first Hand of Black Light in size and power, but the overlapping siege of several powerful hands and the overwhelming power of the energy particles still made the ponytailed female wizard's expression change slightly. The people on Velen's side were all confident when they saw this scene. They knew Hoddam's strength best. As a pure metal wizard whose 3 soul talismans were all used to strengthen metal spells, when Hoddam formed this spell momentum, the outcome of the battle was basically determined. Hoddam had already mastered the first level spell, Hand of Black Light, to perfection. Even if the ponytailed female wizard on the opposite side could take this combined attack, Hoddam would have more, Hand of Blacklight, to top it up. However, seeing that the ponytailed female wizard was about to lose, the latter gritted her teeth and took out a bright mirror magic tool in her hand. Seeing that the ponytailed female wizard's face turned pale in an instant, her breath also sagged in an instant. However, an unprecedented wave of energy particles surged around her, and a dazzling strong light suddenly burst out from the mirror magic tool, followed by an indescribable red fire wave falling from the sky out of thin air, even with a hint of the breath of the magic domain. The terrifying waves of fire burned all of Hoddam's magic energy hands at the first sight, and the rolling red poured down, causing the wizards in the second and third rings to change color. Second level magic tool. Someone blurted out in disbelief. Ronan's eyes also shrank, and his hands under his robe clenched suddenly. However, he was not shocked because the ponytailed female wizard could take out a second level magic tool. Instead, the pattern on one corner of the mirror-like magic tool in the ponytailed female wizard's hand was so similar to the broken mirror magic tool in his hand that could replicate the aura of other people. Almost exactly the same. Chapter 103 Silver Mist Twin Swords, Agile Ice Dragon, Battle Level 2. Boom. The fire wave fell to the ground, directly burning a large area of the ground to black, and even the rune array that trapped a brain-eating flower not far away was affected to a certain extent. Previously, the brain-eating flower had been attacking frantically for so long, but there was no reaction from the array. Now, it was shaken by just a little impact from the aftermath of the spell fire wave. Ahem, bald-headed Hoddam rushed out of the aftermath of the flames with a dusty face, and even the silver robe on his body was dim and charred. He looked fine, but he still chose to admit defeat with an ugly face. It is estimated that the ponytailed female wizard of the first ring held back on him during the battle just now, otherwise Hoddam would not only be in a mess, but would have to lie down if he was hit directly by the terrifying spell fire wave. The first battle of the second ring failed, and everyone, including Velen, looked unhappy. But there was nothing that could be done about it. No one had expected that the ordinary-looking ponytailed female wizard in the first ring actually had a second-level magic tool that could be successfully activated by a first-level wizard, and it was so powerful. Even if Velen played, he would probably have to admit defeat, and at most he would have lost in a more spectacular way. The third match was the second ring versus the third ring, and Velen and his group gathered together to discuss countermeasures in a low voice. No one paid attention to Ronan, and Ronan's attention at this time was almost entirely attracted by the ponytailed female wizard who had just left the court. Under the robe, Ronan's hand appeared the fragment of the mirror magic tool he had obtained during his apprenticeship, and he gently stroked the texture on it. He was very sure that the fragment of the magic tool in his hand should be the same style and function as the mirror magic tool of the ponytailed female wizard. It was just that he had only a fragment in his hand, while the other party had a complete magic tool in his hand. Similar tools should come from the same place. Mirror, is it the mirror court? Ronan flipped the broken mirror quickly between his 5 fingers, and Ronan felt a strong curiosity and desire to explore. He has always been interested in the runes in the broken mirror tool. Although it is broken, it can still work. Among the many runes he has seen, this is the only one. Ronan took a deep look at the ponytailed witch, memorized her appearance and aura, and the fragments in his hand disappeared, and the whole person regained his calm. I'll go. At this time, Velen had also made a decision, and Velen was ready to go on the field himself. Their group had the fewest people and was the weakest among the 3 forces on the field. They had little chance of winning. If their morale was hit again, they might have no chance of winning the brain-eating flower. Velen was ready to take down the first city first. The third magic ring soon sent people over, but judging from the aura, they were not at the same level as Velen, and it was unknown whether they were using the same low-class horse strategy. Just as Velen and the wizards from the third ring appeared on the scene and were about to start fighting, suddenly, whoosh! A strong wind arose in the open space, and a huge spiritual force far exceeding that of everyone present suddenly descended on the scene. The air on the scene seemed to become sticky all of a sudden, and even many wizards who were at the late stage of the first level per capita felt a sense of difficulty breathing. A figure slowly appeared in the air. It was a man in his early 40s, with dark skin, wearing a dark blue robe with exquisite silver patterns embroidered on the lapels, and holding an exquisitely carved metal wand. From the outside, this was an extremely ordinary-looking middle-aged man. He was even a little bald, with sparse gray hair on his head. However, the aura he exuded was not ordinary at all. The huge and pure spiritual power made the air around him solidify and freeze, as if invisible stones were slowly pressing down from the air. He was like a miniature sun in the sky, radiating light all around, and the heat wave scorched everyone below. Level 2 Wizard. The Level 2 Wizard, who suddenly appeared in the field, did not look at anyone in the field. After he appeared, his eyes were completely focused on the brain-eating flower that was surrounded by the magic circle of the crowd. He stared at the brain-eating flower below, his eyes flashed slightly, and he did not see him cast any spells, and the rune magic circle that was as solid as a crystal wall was shattered. This brain-eating flower belongs to me. I just happen to have a potion that needs to be prepared with brain-eating flower juice. The Level 2 Wizard spoke in a very casual tone, but his words revealed that he did not mean to discuss with the Level 1 wizards below at all. It was just a simple notice. The faces of the wizards of the three forces below all became extremely ugly. The three groups of them were here, and they had been fighting for a long time for the ownership of the brain-eating flower. Now suddenly they were told that they were all out, and no one would be willing. But the other party was a Level 2 wizard. The huge gap in strength was in front of them, and no matter how unwilling they were, they could only swallow this breath. Didn't you hear what I said? The tone of the second-level wizard in the sky suddenly became cold, and the terrifying mental power fluctuations were like waves rolling down from the sky. Everyone felt a huge sense of suffocation, even the brain-eating flower that had already escaped from the constraints of the rune array. Under this powerful pressure, it retracted all its vines and leaves, curled up like a frightened little beast and trembled. Let's go. On the first ring side, the young wizard with thick eyebrows and cold temperament raised his hand with an ugly face and led his wizards to slowly retreat. Velen and another third-ring wizard who were originally preparing for a duel on the field also walked back quickly with gloomy faces. But just when the three parties were about to withdraw from the competition, the second mental force field that far exceeded the scope of the first-level wizard came down. Who? A black-robed figure rushed into the field like a meteorite, and the terrible aura emanating from his body was no less than that of the first second-level wizard who arrived. This was a strong man with a wild temperament, a very thick gray beard, and green eyes, just like a majestic and ferocious wolf. To Level 2 wizards? Exclamation mark. Since when has brain-eating flower become so popular among Level 2 wizards? Someone cursed in a low voice. The mental force field of the two Level 2 wizards divided the open space in two, with a clear distinction. The air at the junction of the force field was distorted and the light was blurred. It seemed that there were two suns in the sky at the same time, fighting each other and not giving in. Under this situation, the leaders of the three Level 1 wizards who were originally retreating all stopped at the same time, their eyes flickered, and they were not in a hurry to retreat immediately. The fourth magic ring, Colin Toby the middle-aged bald Level 2 wizard was also surprised by the sudden arrival of a powerful person of the same level. He frowned, and after a simple salute, he took the initiative to report his name. The latter returned the salute, glanced at the brain-eating flower below, shook his head and said, "Don't worry, I'm not here to steal from you. I'll come over." He turned and looked at the first-level wizards below, narrowed his eyes, and whispered, "I just want to find someone." Huh? Exclamation mark. All the wizards present were stunned when they heard this. Before they could figure out what was going on, they heard the green-eyed wizard who came later suddenly lock his eyes on a place, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose up, saying, "Well, now I have found it." In an instant, everyone's eyes were all cast towards the position locked by the green-eyed wizard. That was the position of the people in the second magic circle. The blond young man Velen, who was in the lead, avoided the side with an ugly face, and the wizards behind him also avoided the eyes of the green-eyed wizard one by one, until the figure at the end of the crowd appeared. It was a tall boy with white hair, blue eyes, and a handsome appearance. The boy's figure was firmly locked by the green-eyed wizard's mental power, but the expression on his face was always calm. "Ronan, go away." The girl beside the boy hurriedly reminded him to move away, but the boy shook his head gently. "I can't go away, he was here to find me." The girl was stunned, and the first-level wizards around him were also stunned. Everyone could clearly sense the mental fluctuations emanating from the boy, which was almost the lowest in the field, only at the level of the middle stage of the first level. The middle stage of the first level, provoking a powerful second level to come and seek revenge in person. Many people's expressions began to become strange, especially the group of people in the second magic circle. Should I praise this guy for his superb ability to cause trouble, or sigh at his ignorance and fearlessness? You are quite self-aware. The second-level green-eyed wizard pulled the corner of his mouth, looked down at him, and said, "Then you should also know why I am looking for you." The boy did not answer, but just made a move to move forward. Boom! With a huge explosion, a huge earth pit exploded at the place where the boy was standing for no reason. Countless mud splashed, and the boy's figure disappeared out of thin air. "Still want to run?" The green-eyed wizard sneered, and mobilized the huge mental power of the second level, and countless energy particles swarmed in the air. But the one who moved faster than him was the middle-aged bald second-level wizard, who had already waved his staff and summoned a dense and flashing silver light spot. "You still want to steal things? Stupid and ignorant guy." The middle-aged wizard laughed coldly. The first-level magic circle wizards below were a little confused by the sudden change on the field. It was shocking enough that a second-level wizard came to seek revenge on a mid-level first-level wizard, but the latter not only did not beg for mercy or run away, but also took the initiative to provoke another second-level wizard, and even tried to steal another wave of things from the other party. This guy, just when everyone was still thinking about how to evaluate the behavior of the first-level wizard boy, an extremely turbulent icy air burst out from the location where the two second-level wizard spells landed. In just a moment, this corrupt and dark forest was completely transformed into a field of ice and snow. The deep blue cold current swept across the sky like the light of the sky, and despair and mystery intertwined into an invisible domain, which suddenly expanded and included almost everyone. Then, amidst the wind and snow, the aurora of the frozen land of the far north swayed. Under the shocked and unbelievable gaze of everyone, including the two second-level wizards, a slender and upright figure stepped on the frost and slowly walked out of the rolling cold air. The white-haired and blue-eyed boy had taken off his robes at some point. Under the simple silk shorts, his almost perfect body seemed like a masterpiece carefully crafted by God. His whole body, including every white hair, was dancing with a half-foot-long layer of white blazing flames. An invisible, unknown and indescribable terrible domain field emanated from his body, distorting and collapsing the air. He slowly held up a piece of ice that froze the whole brain-eating flower in his hand and smashed it hard at his feet. Boom! After the boy did this, the armband wrapped around his right arm flowed into his left and right hands like mercury, turning into two swords more than 1 meter long with silver mist steaming. Then, he raised his head slightly, squinted his eyes and looked at the green-eyed wizard and the middle-aged bald wizard in the sky, and said calmly, "Just right, let me see what the second level is like." After that, everyone watched with suffocation as the boy holding two swords suddenly soared into the air, and the two swords in his hands ignited a blazing blue flame. The whole person was like a nimble ice dragon that had just escaped from the extremely cold frozen soil and rushed straight towards the two second-level wizards. Every time Ronan exhaled, he felt the fighting spirit burning in his chest become more and more intense. Ascetic body forging, when the stainless body, with a master-level proficiency of 157 points was activated, the calmness and power that could completely dominate one's own destiny was more than 10 times stronger than before. It was as if a white volcano was gestating in his body, and every breath he took was spitting out boiling magma. Before he activated the stainless body, the mental force field released by the two second-level wizards was like a solidified stone that made him uncomfortable. Now it was as soft and fragile as tofu. Empty Realm was activated, and the master-level, basic swordsmanship, was running. Under the azure blue, Ronan locked onto the middle-aged bald second-level wizard, and his figure pulled out a long phantom in the air, shooting towards him like lightning. The middle-aged wizard felt Ronan's rapid breath, his face changed slightly, and the metal staff in his hand danced quickly. Countless silver-white metals shot out from under his robe like water droplets, and quickly condensed into a huge metal sphere. A series of golden rune patterns lit up on the surface of the metal sphere, emitting waves of terrifying energy particle fluctuations. This was the power of a second-level spell. Before it completely erupted, it had already caused the void to vibrate like ripples of water. Ronan narrowed his eyes, crossed his two magic swords in his hands, and the flames of breaking the law attached to the swords danced like two entwined blue snakes. He rushed directly towards the magic fluctuations of the metal sphere. With the activation of the field of despair, countless frosts condensed around his body into layers of transparent armor. With a short syllable from the middle-aged wizard, the rune metal sphere exploded, and the dazzling light made Ronan almost unable to see anything. The energy particles that surged out in an instant were like a tsunami, roaring and rolling towards him. Crack, crack, crack. Ronan could almost hear the sound of the ice armor defense. He condensed under the field of despair being destroyed and broken layer by layer. The power of the range-type supernatural domain of the despair domain, in a second-level battle, whether it is the impact of the despair on the spirit or the damage of the icy power on the body, is too small. Without the blessing of the second type of ice supernatural domain, the power is a bit behind the rhythm. Ronan thought silently in his heart, but his consciousness was as calm as an ice lake, and he waved his two swords in his hands. With the blessing of the master-level combat consciousness of Empty Realm, he seemed to be able to feel the trajectory and veins of every energy flow in front of him, and capture every weak point. The master-level, basic swordsmanship, gave Ronan the ultimate control power. The flame of breaking the law burned and cleared the way. He was like a silver fish looking for a gap in the torrent, going upstream all the way. It was just a matter of a moment. Crackle. Ronan held the two swords and broke the waves from the center of the spell explosion. The flying metal fragments hit him like raindrops, making a series of dense sounds, but almost no trace of injury was left. After Immaculate Body was activated, his body's defense and spell resistance soared. It was impossible for these residual spell metals to harm him. The middle-aged bald second-level wizard saw this scene, but his eyes almost popped out of his eye sockets, and his face showed extreme shock and disbelief. Is this impossible? However, the only answer he got was the silver swords wrapped in dark blue flames. Shining robe. The middle-aged wizard roared, and the silver metal liquid that was scattered and splashed gathered again to form a huge metal barrier. However, almost at the same time as the barrier was condensed, a terrifying force was suddenly applied to it. Boom! The newly formed metal barrier suddenly sank in the middle, followed by a sharp and piercing sound of metal tearing. The silver metal barrier was quickly torn apart, and Ronan walked in slowly with two swords in hand. With a 177-point master-level proficiency of spell-breaking power, and the bonus effect of the second-level precious metal demon tungsten steel plus silverization talisman, even the second-level defensive spells were as fragile as thin paper under Ronan's sword. The brain-eating flower is so precious? You want to get it even if you are seriously injured, right? Ronan looked at the middle-aged bald wizard in front of him and spoke lightly. The latter's face changed rapidly, and half a second later, he suddenly flew into the air and quickly swept away. Shoo! Watching the middle-aged bald wizard leave, Ronan suddenly turned around with a calm face and slashed with his backhand. With the terrifying physical power brought by the master-level 157-point proficiency of stainless body, and the blessing of the domain of spell-breaking power, Ronan directly slashed out a huge half-moon-shaped dark blue light blade. The dark blue light blade that tore through a large area of air collided with a ball of shining light, exploding a terrible energy aftermath. The raging wind made Ronan's white hair flutter. He was bathed in the rolling cold air. The two swords in his hands struck casually, making a crisp sound like a bell. His eyes fell on a strong figure with gray beard and green eyes in the distance. Ronan said in a calm tone, "Now, there are only two of us left." When the second-level green-eyed wizard heard this, his face gradually became ugly. Chapter 104 How can Cahoon have such a person? You should know who asked me to find you, right? The green-eyed wizard suddenly calmed down and spoke to Ronan, as if he wanted to reconfirm something. Ronan smiled and did not answer. Instead, he raised the two swords in his hands and crossed them. It was like the most elegant and calm opening move of court swordsmanship. Ronan slowly slashed the two swords in the direction of the green-eyed wizard in an oblique cross, and said lightly, "Torrent." In an instant, countless mysterious and powerful auras gushed out from his body and the two swords. More than 200 pure black particles like ultra-micro black holes were generated out of thin air. The two swords that Ronan slowly slashed out were like the gates of the dam of the sky, and an indescribable, majestic and terrifying black torrent rushed forward. The green-eyed wizard's pupils shrank instantly, and his expression was as ugly as if he had eaten 100 flies. His figure flew backwards in an instant. At the same time, the second-level mental power surged at a high frequency, and countless metal fragments flew out from under his robe, turning into silver. Then they combined to form a huge luminous umbrella-shaped structure, releasing strong spell fluctuations, layer by layer. Boom boom boom. The surging black torrent rushed straight into the silver umbrella group, and the energy particles collided. The huge luminous silver umbrella shield suddenly extinguished its light and was washed away layer by layer. However, The broken luminous metals quickly condensed in the last layer to form a new umbrella body defense. Seeing that the momentum of the black torrent was gradually weakening, the green-eyed wizard had not had time to breathe a sigh of relief, but he had already caught a glimpse of a vague figure breaking through the heavy energy aftermath and quickly approaching him on the black torrent. Heavy lead feather. The green-eyed wizard almost roared and recited a few short spells, and his cheek suddenly lit up with dazzling rune patterns. The terrifying mental power penetrated his body, attracting countless free energy particles. Large areas of lead gray in the air gathered together, forming countless dense gray feathers floating in the air, and then suddenly scattered. The figure wrapped in the blazing white flame rushed straight into the range of the lead gray feathers. The first feather fell on him, and his figure paused slightly. He raised the two swords in his hands, and the dark blue flame of breaking the law was scattered with the swords. One by one, the lead gray feathers withered and dissipated, but more feathers fell on him. With each additional lead gray feather, the white figure seemed heavier and the speed slowed down significantly. As a large number of feathers fell, the white figure was completely wrapped in the surging lead gray, and the figure completely stopped. The green-eyed wizard breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately guided the next spell without stopping. Damn it! What kind of monster is this? How many kinds of supernatural powers does he have? Travis, that bastard. I offended a genius of this level without knowing it, and that little reward can't make up for it. The green-eyed wizard roared in anger in his heart, but his hands did not stop. Under the guidance of the spell, the silver metal fragments that he had scattered in the air before condensed again, and each drop was shining and releasing terrible energy fluctuations. Soon, a huge and dazzling arrow was about to take shape. However, at this moment, the green-eyed wizard felt a strong palpitation for no reason. It was as if a pair of big hands suddenly grabbed his heart. He looked up suddenly with panic in his eyes, and his shrinking pupils only reflected a figure completely covered by blazing flames. Boom! A terrible spirit that was not sure whether it was a cold current or a heat wave spread out, as if a steel furnace was burning fiercely, and the invisible wind blew away all the lead gray. Under the surging energy wind, the green-eyed wizard couldn't help but squint his eyes. In the blur, he saw a tall and slender figure walking towards him, but then it flashed and disappeared. Before he could catch that figure again, the powerful mental power of the second-level wizard had already begun to send him a warning. Pop! A silver flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and the energy shield that the second-level wizard activated spontaneously suddenly appeared. It was easily punctured like a bubble under the silver mist sword, intertwined with the power of the mysterious domain. The close and imposing sharp edge made the green-eyed wizard's eyelids jump wildly. The rune pattern on his neck lit up again, and a piece of liquid metal with a silver-white luster quickly spread on the skin surface of his cheek. Pop! Just as the silver-white metal covered the green-eyed wizard's cheek, his left face was hit hard by the sword spine of a long sword. The whole person was whipped out like a sandbag without even a sound, and fell headfirst into the mud below with a bang. The instigator of this brutal act, however, was looking down at his sword-holding hands with shining eyes, muttering to himself, "It turns out that, unsullied body, can be immune to negative spells and curses." Unsullied actually has this meaning. Just after he finished muttering to himself, his figure had already disappeared again. Then he appeared in front of the green-eyed wizard, who had just pulled himself out of the mud with great effort. He raised his hand casually and swung the long sword like a whip. Bang! The green-eyed wizard, who had just stood firm, flew out like a cannonball again, but this time, before he landed, another silver sword whip came and attacked again. Bang! 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 The green-eyed wizard was like a ball being kicked around, and his figure kept changing direction in the air. It's not like he didn't try to resist, but the long sword was attached with a terrifying force that almost made people despair, and a mysterious power of the domain that could easily break all his magic defenses. All his resistance was in vain. The so-called level 2, when the strength of mental power can no longer be an advantage and the spell can't be summoned, can only become a punching bag. After who knows how many times of beating, finally stop it. The silver long sword that tore through the air suddenly stopped a few inches away from the green-eyed wizard's cheek. The long sword tip was so close, the silver mist was steaming, and it was slightly vibrating, which made the green-eyed wizard's eyelids jump wildly, and dense beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. At this time, the green-eyed wizard's whole body was wrapped in a layer of silver metal medium, but it looked bumpy and uneven, like a human-shaped metal puppet that had been crushed and smashed. especially his cheeks, which were swollen like two huge silver breads just out of the oven. The green-eyed wizard looked at the cold and handsome white-haired boy in front of him with fear. Before he could think of what to say, the latter had already thrown something to him. "Open it." The green-eyed wizard subconsciously caught it, looked down, and found that it was a storage waste bag, and it looked familiar. His face twitched, gritted his teeth and erased a mental mark on the storage waste bag, and then slowly returned it. The white-haired boy seemed very satisfied with his cooperation. The silver mist swords in his hands naturally dropped, and he said to him calmly, "Tell Travis when you go back. I will find him soon." The green-eyed wizard took a deep breath, took a last look at the white-haired boy, and then turned around. The mental fluctuations emanating from his body were still as strong as the sun, but the sun had been hit and fell more than once. Now it staggered and flew away without looking back. When the figure of the green-eyed wizard completely disappeared in the air, the invisible and suppressed aura of the white-haired boy gradually faded away, the blazing white flames extinguished, and the coldness dissipated. The mental fluctuations belonging to the middle stage of the first level reappeared. The silver mist double swords melted in his hands and turned into black armbands again. He put on his robes again elegantly and calmly, and his sharp edge was completely restrained, and he turned back into the ordinary first-level wizard again. However, he simply turned around, and his blue eyes lightly swept over the people around him. But it still made, the whole audience was silent. There was only the rustling sound of the breeze blowing through the rotten leaves on the ground. Ronan put away the brain-eating flower that was sealed by the cold air, and then walked straight to the first ring wizard group. Under the gaze of the ring wizards who had completely fallen into a dazed state, he carefully brewed his tone to a ponytail female wizard with a dazed expression. "Can I find a place to talk to you briefly?" The ponytail female wizard was stunned for a full few seconds, as if she really heard what Ronan said to her. Shoo! Her fair face, which was still pretty, quickly turned red. The sudden great surprise and embarrassment made her seem a little at a loss. "All right. Where are you going?" "Follow me." Ronan's expression eased, and he greeted softly, and his figure flew into the air. The ponytailed female wizard left the team and followed him obediently. In a blink of an eye, the figures of the two disappeared into the horizon one after another. And until the two left completely, the battlefield remained dead silent. It seemed that there was a silent and huge emotion rolling slowly in the air, crushing the hearts of every magic circle wizard on the field one by one. I don't know how long it took. When this inexplicable emotion began to fade, a murmur finally broke the tranquility here. Is this guy really just a first-level wizard? How many kinds of extraordinary powers has he mastered? How can a first-level wizard beat two second-level wizards? The muttering voice came from the small group of the second ring, from a dazed blonde young man. Velen. At this moment, Velen's pride as a peak genius wizard in the late first level seemed to be completely shattered, and he fell into a kind of panic and anxiety. Beyoncé. Beyoncé. He suddenly grabbed the beautiful wheat-colored female wizard beside him, shook her shoulders nervously, and said hurriedly, "Is he really from the seventh ring? Help me, Beyoncé. I think he may have a grudge against me. I really shouldn't have treated him like that before. I need a chance to apologize to him in person." Velen's excited and incoherent voice kept echoing in the quiet field, and was heard by everyone present. I don't know who said it softly. 7 rings. How can 7 rings have such a demon-like person? There was a bit of amazement and doubt in this sentence, as well as a bit of inexplicable envy and bitterness. Huh? A figure covered in silver rushed out of a secret space exit. As soon as he came out, he quickly turned a seemingly inconspicuous ring on his right little finger. A faint spatial energy fluctuation spread out, and the figure had several bottles of light red potions in his hands. He quickly unscrewed the lids and poured them into his mouth in one breath. As the potion took effect, a series of slight and dense bone-cracking sounds came from the figure. This sound lasted for a long time, and the panic and fear in the figure slowly calmed down. The silver layer on the surface of his skin that exuded a metallic texture gradually faded, revealing a rough face covered with red marks. The green-eyed wizard took out a small mirror to look at himself. His face became very ugly, and he subconsciously reached out to touch the red sword marks on his face, but immediately grimaced in pain. Damn it! He cursed fiercely, his green eyes emitting a glowing light, like a fierce and furious wolf. However, this fierceness was quickly suppressed by a strong fear and shock, leaving only a lingering fear on his face. Where is the thing? Suddenly, A plain voice sounded in the ears of the green-eyed wizard. The silver metal that had just faded away climbed up the green-eyed wizard's cheek again at a lightning speed. He turned around suddenly and saw a thin figure gradually appearing in the air like an ink stain on white paper. A young black-haired man appeared in front of him. His face was thin and his skin was pale. He was wearing a silver robe with a 3-ring logo. He wore black diamond earrings on both earlobes. His temperament was cold and deep. It was like a shadow that was expanding and spreading at any time, swallowing up the light around him. When the green-eyed wizard saw the person in front of him, light flashed rapidly in his eyes. He was silent for a while, then said, "I didn't get it. He's just a kid of the first level, whose mental power hasn't even reached the late stage. Even if he has some talent and comprehended a kind of extraordinary power, he shouldn't let you, a second-level wizard, fail, right? Reason." The young man's eyes were cold. "I need a reasonable explanation." The light in the green-eyed wizard's eyes was still flickering, and he said in a low voice, "Unlucky, I happened to run into a wizard of the same level. That kid is very cunning, and sneaked away when I had a conflict with the other party. Same level." The young man frowned slightly. "Who is it?" "Fourth ring, his name is Colin Toby. A very arrogant and powerful guy." The green-eyed wizard answered quickly, and there seemed to be a bit of helplessness in his angry tone. When the young man heard the green-eyed wizard say the other party's exact identity, a hint of coldness flashed in his dark eyes. After a moment, this coldness was well restrained. "Forget it," he said calmly with a blank expression. "I'll handle this myself. Next time, I'll do it myself." As he spoke, he began to melt into the air, his figure slowly covered by shadows, and disappeared. When the young man's breath was completely gone, the expression on the green-eyed wizard's face became irritable and ferocious. "Bah! Bastard! You cheated me first, so don't blame me for cheating you back." After spitting a few times at the place where the young man left, the green-eyed wizard showed a sneer and mockery on his face. "To be an opponent of such a monster, I hope you can still maintain this arrogant attitude when I see you next time." After speaking, the green-eyed wizard sank his face and left in a hurry. Ronan led the ponytailed female wizard who was kidnapped from the first magic circle wizard group all the way out of the wet jungle secret space, and flew to a secluded and deserted valley before landing. Looking back, he saw the ponytailed witch lowering her head, grabbing the hem of her robe with both hands, looking nervous and a little shy. Ronan blinked, and before he could figure out how to tell the girl his purpose, he heard her whisper, "Why me? This is the first time we meet, and we haven't even spoken to each other before. In fact, I always think that I am so ordinary." Ronan. Chapter 105 Space and Mirror, Weird Garden. 15 minutes later, Ronan saw that the ponytailed witch, whose skin was as red as a prawn and whose head seemed to be emitting white steam, had slowly returned to normal, and her chaotic mental fluctuations had finally stabilized. "Then that mirror is not mine." The misunderstanding was resolved, and although the ponytailed witch had calmed down, she was still too shy to look Ronan in the eye. "It was obtained by our small team when we were exploring a secret realm. Everyone has the right to use it. Before, it was just given to me for the sake of winning the duel. Can you take it out and show it to me?" Ronan saw that the ponytailed witch was obviously hesitant, but she still obediently took out the mirror magic tool he had seen before from her storage waste bag and handed it to him. In a sense, the ponytailed witch was now in a state of being held hostage by Ronan, and she could only cooperate with Ronan's request. Second-level magic tool. This was the first time Ronan had come into contact with a serious second-level magic tool. Well, the nightmare tungsten steel could only be considered a second-level material. Holding the palm-wide mirror in his hand, he felt cold to the touch. He could clearly sense the faint energy particle fluctuations and the mysterious and obscure rune atmosphere emanating from it. The mirror was elliptical in shape, with the edges wrapped in silvery white unknown materials and engraved with complex and exquisite patterns. The front mirror surface was a bright silver color that was almost transparent. If you touched it, ripples like ripples would appear in circles. On the back was engraved a silver double circular pattern that was symmetrical on both sides and overlapped everything. In the middle of the pattern was a group of spiral twisted lines, like some kind of symbol, and also like a strange maze. Mirror courtyard. Ronan reached out and gently touched the mysterious maze pattern, with light flowing in his eyes. He took out a fragment of the mirror fragment he had obtained during his apprenticeship from his storage waste bag, placed it in front of his eyes and compared it with a complete magic tool in his hand, and finally found a trace of almost perfect overlap in the upper right corner. The mental power penetrated into the complete mirror magic tool and found the rune that existed as the core. The result of the comparison was the same. It is indeed a standard magic tool of the same style from the mirror court. Ronan exhaled lightly, and then asked the ponytailed witch in front of him again, "Do you mind if I copy the runes inside?" "Yes, I can." With the permission of the ponytailed witch, Ronan took out a rune stone specially used for recording, and copied the complete rune form in the mirror magic tool into the rune stone. This is different from rune imprinting, which is just a simple recording of the shape of the rune, just like copying a certain pattern on a piece of paper. Only through the process of imprinting and enchanting can the rune really take effect. "Thank you." After the imprinting was completed, Ronan handed the second-level mirror magic tool back to the ponytailed witch, which surprised the latter. It is estimated that she did not expect Ronan to return the thing to her. "Where is the secret space where you got this magic tool? Can you take me there?" Ronan asked the ponytail witch, who nodded and said, "It is a secret space that has not been discovered yet. We haven't explored it completely. Well, to be precise, we haven't explored it much. The magic arrays in crises there are not something a first-level wizard can deal with." Ronan turned the flying ring, and he and the ponytail witch left the valley and began to chat while flying. The wizarding world has several different standards for the classification of secret spaces. Secret spaces are man-made and naturally formed. Regardless of whether they are man-made or naturally formed, they can be divided into ownerless and ownerless. Secret spaces with owners are like the corpse garden that Ronan has entered, and the human jungle that he just came out of. These secret spaces are basically discovered by later people and explored, and then privately occupied. And some secret spaces, after being discovered, have not been fully explored. At this time, they are public secret spaces, and anyone can enter as long as they have the ability. The most famous public secret in the area where the silver ring is located is the remains of the Court of Mirrors, an ancient wizard force. Ronan has been in the ring for so long and has heard a lot of rumors about the Court of Mirrors. The ruins of the Court of Mirrors, an ancient wizard force, have been discovered for many years. Many powerful wizard forces are exploring this area, including the silver ring, but they have not been fully explored until now. It is said that there are still core areas that have not been opened. Those rune arrays that have been left over from ancient times and have been washed away by a long time in river, but are still mysterious, complex and unbreakable, have blocked the steps of wizards from many forces. The top leaders of the major wizard forces are looking for the key and means to open the door to the core area of the Court of Mirrors. The key of Nifa obtained by Hoddam College is a secret treasure specially used to open the secret array. It is also passed down from ancient times, but the wizard who invented the key of Nifa is no longer traceable. As a large gathering place for ancient wizards, there are naturally far more than one secret space within the scope of the Court of Mirrors. In addition to the largest power center, there are countless small, medium, and even micro-secret spaces in the surrounding areas. The ponytailed witch and others discovered the remains of a small secret space belonging to the Mirror Court. At that time, this magic tool fell on the ground not far from the entrance of the secret space, and we got it easily. But before we had time to continue exploring, we were forced out by the crisis that broke out in it. The ponytailed witch led the way and described the situation to Ronan. "What is the function of this mirror tool? Can it trigger the kind of fire wave you released before?" Ronan frowned and said, "But the core rune in the tool doesn't seem to be a fire spell rune. That was a spell that was sealed in later." The ponytailed witch quickly explained, "The effect of this tool is to seal spells, and then when necessary, you can take it out and release it again with just mental guidance. The fire spell you saw was left by a second-level genius wizard in our first ring who had comprehended the extraordinary fire domain. So it looks amazingly powerful." The ponytailed witch said with regret, "In fact, when this tool was first discovered, there were several spells sealed in it, all of which were space-related, and each one was more bizarre and powerful than the other. Unfortunately, they were all used up when we were chased and evacuated by the crisis." "Space spells," Ronan murmured with a moving look in his eyes, and then asked the ponytailed witch, "What kind of crisis is so terrible?" "A monster." The ponytailed witch said with a serious expression, "It's hard to describe. It's like some kind of energy creature synthesized from mirror and space spells. It's very powerful, at least not something a first-level wizard can deal with." Ronan nodded and said nothing more. The two flew in silence for a while, and the ponytailed witch suddenly couldn't help but take the initiative to talk to him. "My name is Fueling. I never knew your name." "Ronan." "Ronan Damien." Ronan replied simply. The wind blew from both sides. It was obvious that the ponytailed witch should have led the way, but Ronan found that he was flying in front without realizing it. There was a pair of eyes staring at his cheek, secretly gazing. Ronan turned his head and saw the ponytailed witch staring at him. "What's wrong?" Ronan reached out and touched his cheek. "Is there something on my face?" The ponytail witch shook her head, and then, as if she had mustered up her courage, she said shyly, "I feel that you are like a silent gem now, and before, you were a shining star." Ronan's eyes flickered, and he pursed his lips slightly, and turned his head back. A very good metaphor. Seeing Ronan's reaction, the ponytail witch showed a lost expression on her face, and silently flew to Ronan and stopped talking. The two flew for a while, and finally landed on a flat and empty grassland. There was a small lake on the grassland, and the lake water was as calm and bright as a mirror. As soon as the ponytail witch landed, she pretended to be thinking and searching. She led Ronan around the lake for a small circle, and finally stopped beside a water grass covered with reed flowers. "It's right here." The ponytail witch pointed at the water in front of her and said, "This entrance is very strange. It will drift away from time to time, but it will never leave the scope of this lake. It takes some effort to find it every time." Ronan narrowed his eyes, and his mental power extended to carefully observe and detect the water in front of him. The water surface was very calm, in the shadow of the reeds blocking the direct light. There were a few long-legged spiders floating on the water, and occasionally reed flowers fell. After the mental power penetrated into the water, a faint spatial energy particle fluctuation was immediately transmitted, and then the mental power disappeared, as if it was swallowed by something. What the ponytail witch said was right. There is indeed an entrance to the secret space here. Only separated by a river, but the entrance was almost covered without any trace. This method is incredible, and it is much more sophisticated than the entrance settings of those secret spaces that Ronan has seen. The Court of Mirrors is worthy of being a master of controlling mirror and space spells. This is a magic method in spells. How did you find this entrance? Ronan casually asked the ponytailed witch, and the answer he got was that a wizard in their team had a stomach ache and ran to the lake to relieve himself, and then accidentally found this entrance. Except for me and barbers, there is probably no one else who can find this entrance, the ponytailed witch sighed softly. Ronan did not say meaningless words such as "Will your teammates blame you for bringing me here privately and exposing this secret?" He directly asked the ponytailed witch to lead the way. Although he believed that the other party was unlikely to harm him, he still had to be on guard. The ponytailed witch did not waste any words, wrapped her body with a mental force field, stepped towards the water and jumped directly into the lake. There was no sound of falling into the water, not even a splash of water, and she disappeared silently in front of Ronan. Ronan waited quietly for a while, and did not find anything unusual, so he followed. Wow, the light and shadow changed, and it was like waking up from a dream. When the scene in front of Ronan became stable again, he was already in another place. This was a sunny little garden. The whole garden was surrounded by warm golden light, and the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers, plants and soil. Under his feet was a green lawn full of purple lavender and pink geraniums. There was a small fountain pool in the middle of the garden, and an apple tree in the corner, which was full of green and unripe fruits. It was an extremely beautiful and peaceful scene, but Ronan could not feel any real taste. Although the golden sunlight fell on his face, he could not feel any temperature, and he could not hear the sound of insects and birds. The whole garden was terribly quiet. That's where we picked up the mirror. The voice of the ponytail witch came from his ears. She came in before Ronan and stood a few steps away from Ronan. At this time, the whole person seemed a little nervous. When she pointed out a direction to Ronan, she looked around vigilantly like a rabbit, and did not dare to move her feet. Ronan looked in the direction pointed by the ponytail witch, and his eyes were startled. He then noticed that there was a small rattan chair in the corner of the small garden. Next to the rattan chair was a small white table with exquisite tea sets on it. The cup seemed to be still steaming. In addition, there were several things whose specific styles were not clear and were quietly placed on the table. The specific location of the ponytail witch's finger was on the lawn about a few meters away from the rattan chair. If you look closely, there does seem to be an outline trace pressed by an elliptical object. Ronan's eyes flickered, and he walked towards the rattan table and chairs with a calm expression. Be careful. The ponytail witch's very nervous voice sounded in his ears. Ronan turned around and saw that the other party looked like she was facing a great enemy. It can be seen that she is really worried about Ronan, but even so, she dare not move forward half a step. Ronan gave the other party a reassuring look, and the metal and silver mist flowed in his hands that fell naturally under the robe, forming the appearance of two silver daggers. There is a high probability that there will be no danger before we find the mirror artifact. Ronan thought so in his heart, but he did not relax. He walked towards the target step by step, very steadily. The golden sunlight seemed to be shining from all directions, casting changing light and shadows around him. As he went deeper and deeper, Ronan felt more and more strange about this mysterious little garden. He did not feel any subtle changes in the ambient light, temperature, humidity, and smell flow. Everything around him was as beautiful as before, but it always gave people a dead and illusory feeling. It was like the picture reflected in the mirror, which looked very real, but in fact there was no life at all. Ronan walked to the position where the mirror artifact was about to be found, and suddenly, click, he seemed to hit something real and fragile, and a sound like a broken mirror sounded in his ears. Then the air in front of him appeared at a strange transparent angle, as if the mirror was folded. Before Ronan could react to the next step, his eyes blurred, and when he recovered, he found himself in a field of lavender and geranium. The white table and rattan chairs from the target suddenly became very far away. Space teleportation. Ronan frowned, and just as he was about to take 2 more steps forward, he suddenly heard the anxious and worried scream of the ponytailed witch in the distance. Ronan! Watch out behind you! Ronan turned his head sharply, his pupils suddenly contracted. His lake blue eyes reflected a lush and beautiful scene of flowers, and at this moment, there seemed to be a transparent humanoid creature struggling to walk out of the flowers bit by bit, leaving a twisted and undulating moving track in the air like a mirror, and then rushed straight towards him. Chapter 106 Teleportation Array. Tear open the skirt of the Goddess of Luck. Ice Armor. Frost Spear. 1 defense and 1 attack. Ronan quickly summoned and cast 2 spells in the direction of the transparent figure. As the anchor point of the despair field, the first level ice spells have all been practiced by him to the mastery level. Even if they are released alone, they are also powerful and convey strong spell fluctuations. The ice crystal spear wrapped in frost appeared almost in a breath, and then whistled out, leaving a clear white track visible to the naked eye along the way. Bang! The master-level frost spear was hit directly by the extremely fast transparent figure halfway, and then exploded into a ball of ice chips. Ronan's eyes condensed slightly. The strength of this transparent figure is stronger than he expected. He didn't hesitate anymore and turned around and rushed towards the direction of the white table and chairs. The powerful physical strength was mobilized, and the muscles in his legs exploded. With a bang, Ronan was ejected. However, he ran into something head-on after just a short distance. The feeling of the mirror flipping appeared again, and the air in front of him was slightly distorted. The scenery in front of Ronan blurred, and then he found himself back to almost the original position. No, it was further back than the original position. The transparent figure that rushed towards him before was now very close, and it was almost going to collide with Ronan in the next second. Ronan's heart suddenly became alarmed, and it was as if an extremely sharp blade was pressed against his eyebrows. He had a strong and terrifying premonition that he would be cut in half in the next second. The speed of the transparent figure in the field of vision was so fast that the naked eye could barely catch a trace of a few ripples in the air. The ice armor that Ronan summoned before did not cause any hindrance to the opponent, and it broke completely. Ronan entered the immaculate body, stayed in an instant, and the frozen earth symbol in his consciousness space also flashed rapidly twice. The deep blue aurora accompanied by infinite cold air penetrated his body. Despair is frozen. Boom. Under the sudden burst of extreme cold snow and ice, a fast-moving white blur appeared in the air, and the speed seemed to be slightly stagnant. Ronan was bathed in the blazing white flames, and the silver mist swords in his hands were wrapped with the flame of breaking the law. His blue eyes like stars captured the precise position. Under the robe, the muscles on his well-proportioned arms surged like mercury, and the majestic physical power burst out. The 2 swords crossed and slashed horizontally. Dang! Ronan's sword slashed out, as if he was slashing on something extremely hard. The instantaneous recoil force actually made his hands numb. Immediately afterwards, his pupils contracted, and he watched with his own eyes as his silver mist twin swords, made of second-level nightmare tungsten steel and blessed by the silverization rune, were cut into two halves in the middle by something. He used his weapons to chop people, but it was his own weapons that were cut? Exclamation mark. How strong and sharp must the opponent's body be to be able to do this? Ronan felt incredible, and the broken nightmare twin swords turned into liquid again and retracted along his arms. Instinctively drove him to make a side move. Shoo! A transparent distortion flashed by, and the hem of the floating robe was silently cut off, and then turned into the smallest dust and scattered on the green grass. Ronan took a breath of cool air, and a deep touch flashed in his eyes. So far, this is probably the most powerful and dangerous opponent he has ever encountered. Even if he has full strength, he can hardly compete with the opponent head-on. He quickly found a direction to run. With the despair field activated, the trajectory of the cold air flowed in a different disorder than before. Ronan narrowed his eyes and noticed that there seemed to be a faint light in the air flashing from time to time like a flowing electric current. At this time, the horror of being pressed against a vest by a sharp blade came again. Ronan pursed his lips tightly and raised his arm to make a hand-shaking motion. Under his robe, densely packed, thumb-sized silver metal beads flew out in all directions. High-energy crucible. Explode. In an instant, hundreds of metal beads exploded at the same time, and the energy aftermath that was stirred up in an instant washed out countless light blue rune array outlines in the air and then quickly extinguished and disappeared. I see. Ronan's eyes lit up instantly, and he didn't care about the joy of solving the mystery. He kicked his feet hard and rushed directly to the location of a rune array that existed in his memory just now. Shoo! The transparent figure that came back and went almost brushed his back and quickly passed by, leaving a clear cutting mark in the air. Bang! Ronan landed on his feet, and his first reaction was to look up to confirm his position. A vibrant apple tree stood quietly beside him, and the golden sunlight shone through the gaps between the branches of the apple tree, casting tiny spots of light on his face. Farther away, Ronan glanced at the location of the white small table and rattan chair, his expression solemn, thinking about how to get closer to the target location, and what kind of rules exist between these space teleportation arrays. The sense of crisis came again, and the transparent figure rushed towards him. Forget it. Ronan bit his teeth lightly and made a quick decision. Just try your luck. He casually threw a large piece of metal silver beads, released the high-energy crucible to drive the metal explosion, and after blasting out the outline of the rune array, he randomly crashed into the location of the ray. Shoo! Ronan's figure changed again, and this time he appeared in front of the lawn where the Ponytail Witch team had picked up the mirror magic tool. At this time, Ronan was only a few meters away from the white table and rattan chair. However, before he could feel happy, he felt like a thorn in his back again. Why is the speed of this thing getting faster and faster? Ronan's eyes flashed with surprise, and the silver mist double swords appeared in his hands again, and the flame of breaking the law rose. He walked forward quickly, while slashing forward with both swords. He tried to use the disintegration effect of the power of breaking the law to cut through the space teleportation arrays that blocked the way. After several sword strikes, there was no response. Ronan thought there was no array on this road, but he took a step and was teleported directly back to the starting point when he entered the garden. It is completely immune to any spell attack, even physical attack is useless. How are these rune arrays set up? Ronan's eyes flashed, and the master of this strange garden in front of him had completely exceeded his cognition in the attainment of rune arrays. He felt that the other party was like a magician with superb skills, standing in an invisible place, smiling and watching the rabbit that broke into his magic hat being fooled by all kinds of tricks. Ronan. The ponytailed witch next to him called him hurriedly, and said in panic, "Hurry up, the entrance to the secret space changes every once in a while. It takes a lot of effort to find it. If you are lucky, it's okay, but if you are unlucky." The ponytailed witch looked at the transparent figure wandering in the garden, her expression bitter, and the meaning was self-evident. "You go first. I'll try again." Ronan gritted his teeth, his expression firm. He had already entered this secret space, and the inheritance and treasures of the Mirror Court, which had been passed down from the ancient wizard force, were right in front of him. Entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed, this was not the result he wanted. Come again next time? There might not be another chance next time. He really didn't want to give up. Without waiting for the ponytailed witch to persuade him again, Ronan took a step forward. Since attacking was useless, he would try to crack it and find the pattern. He followed the trajectory of the residual cold air in the garden air, continuously throwing out metal beads, and firmly memorized the location of the rune array washed out by the energy aftermath after the explosion. It was as if a certain mechanism was triggered. After he stepped into the range of the garden lawn, the transparent figure instantly locked onto his position and rushed towards him without saying a word. With empty and clear realm activated, Ronan was as calm as ice, completely ignoring the pursuit of the transparent figure, and constantly choosing different rune arrays to shuttle through. Shoo-it, shoo-it, shoo-it. His figure appeared in various locations in the garden, disappeared, and then appeared again. The location of the landing point kept changing. Boom. He casually threw out several desperate ice balls, and randomly resisted the pursuit of the transparent figure, and then crashed into the direction of another rune array. Dingha. Ronan stumbled and stopped on the lawn, turning his head in surprise to look at a certain location he had passed through. He clearly remembered that the outline of a rune array had just appeared in this place. Could it be? Shoo-it! The invisible twisted wind passed by Ronan's nose, and his figure sank into nothingness, and then walked out from another place. When Ronan appeared again, his expression had become a little ugly. He looked around, and it was still a quiet and beautiful garden. He whispered to himself, "These teleportation arrays are always moving." The method of trying to remember the position of the array and eliminate the wrong landing points one by one did not work. Ronan even felt that the landing point of the same array was different each time he teleported. The little lore he had finally figured out was completely useless under these two rules. Moreover, the speed of the terrifying transparent humanoid that had been chasing him was constantly increasing. He had less and less time to breathe after each teleportation. Ronan didn't want to admit it, but he had to accept a fact as time went by. Sooner or later he would be hit by the transparent humanoid's attack after the teleportation landed. If he was unlucky, this process would be greatly shortened. Has it become a game of pure luck again? Ronan threw out the metal ball, which quickly crashed into a rune array. When he reappeared, he was already next to the fountain pool in the garden. Facing the target white table and rattan chair from a distance, Ronan's eyes gradually calmed down. My luck has always been bad. But a person's luck will not always be bad. Throw out the ball, determine the position of the array, teleport, and land. There will always be such a time. It will be my turn to be favored by the goddess of luck. Teleport, land, teleport again, and land again. Every time after landing, the transparent figure's attack will be faster than before, faster and faster. I don't want to give him a chance to breathe. The ponytailed witch has urged him twice in a row, and the exit position has been moving. But Ronan is still looking for his own right path in the garden. His eyes are firm. There is an inexplicable persistence in his eyes. Finally, after countless teleports, Ronan appeared in a place he had never appeared before. Rattan chair, white table. In addition to the exquisite tea set, there was also a small silver comb with a unique shape, a shiny dagger made of unknown material, and a small silver ball on the small white table. These things were less than 2 meters away from him at this time. Ronan's persistence seemed to be rewarded at once, and his face showed a sense of relief and joy as if he had achieved his wish. I knew it. This is a game of luck, and also a matter of probability. With random teleportation again and again, as long as his luck is not extremely bad, he will always have a chance to be teleported to the front of the small white table. Facts have proved that his luck is not too bad. The transparent humanoid chasing him is not far behind him, approaching quickly. Ronan took 2 quick steps forward, getting closer to the white table, and habitually threw out a few metal round beads. Bang! Amid the short explosion, the smile on Ronan's face suddenly froze on his face. I saw that in the air less than 1 meter in front of the white table, there were at least dozens of blue rune arrays densely surrounding the outlines. These magic circles were like a semicircular cover, almost covering the entire white table, rattan chairs, etc. As long as Ronan took another step forward, no matter which direction he approached from, he would bump into one of them and be teleported to an unknown place in the garden again. Huh, Ronan? The imperceptible sound of air tearing, the sharp stabbing feeling that seemed to cut the entire vest open, approached rapidly, and the anxious and worried shouts of the ponytailed female wizard sounded in the distance. Ronan was less than 2 meters away from the white table, as if he turned a blind eye to everything that was about to happen, and stood there expressionlessly. Do you want to give up? The previous persistence and efforts, the so-called gambling on luck, turned out to be just a joke. The owner of the garden didn't intend to let anyone get close to the table, right? The mysterious and precious treasure was within reach, but it was so close and so far away. At this moment, Ronan seemed to see the goddess of luck slowly approaching with an elegant step, and when he thought he could hold it in his arms immediately, she turned around with a smile and quickly left him. No. Ronan's eyes suddenly lit up with fire. He gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand with an almost ferocious look. Since luck has chosen to pass him by again, it's his turn to take the initiative to tear off the other skirt. The blazing flame stimulated by unsullied body burned to a certain extreme, and the huge and invisible spirit spread out with a bang. Most of the silver-white nightmare tungsten steel flowed towards Ronan's vest and condensed into a brilliant and hard metal barrier. The remaining part turned into thin silver threads, extending rapidly forward along the tip of Ronan's outstretched right index finger, relying on memory, passing through the gaps in the dense rune array, quickly wrapping around an object, and then retracting. Puff, the sound of a sharp blade cutting into flesh and blood. Bang! Boom! Then there was a huge and violent explosion. The light of the rune array flashed rapidly, and the surging energy particle tide washed everything. Ronan the ponytailed witch stared at the center of the explosion in a daze. Before the chaotic energy particle flow blocked her sight, she saw the transparent figure slamming into Ronan's vest. She knew the terrifying strength of the transparent figure very well. The last time their team broke into this secret space, they relied on the 3 space spells sealed in the second-level magic mirror to resist the opponent's fierce attack and barely escaped in a panic. Being hit head-on by such a terrifying space element monster, Ronan go. Just as the ponytailed witch was in a trance, a weak but hurried voice sounded in her ears. She turned her head suddenly and saw a pale and handsome boy peering in a place not far away, and then ran towards her quickly. Hoo-hoo! 2 figures broke out of the water from under the calm lake. As soon as they landed, the white-haired and blue-eyed boy half knelt on the ground with an ugly face, panting violently, looking seriously injured. Ronan, are you okay? The ponytailed witch rushed over and supported the boy, then quickly took out several bottles of potions from her waist bag and helped the boy take them. After several bottles of healing potions were taken, Ronan's face finally looked better. Thank you, Fueling. Ronan forced a smile and thanked the ponytailed witch in front of him with a worried face. At this time, Ronan's entire back was covered with scars, including the injuries caused by the explosion of the metal spell he released, and the cuts caused by the collision with the transparent figure. A huge narrow wound deep enough to see the bone, with flesh and blood turned outward, was shocking to look at. Chapter 107, The Universal Orb, brilliant enough to fail. Don't talk anymore. The ponytailed female wizard had red eyes, and she held Ronan, feeling like she would cry at any moment. If I had known, I would not have brought you here. The beautiful female wizard named Fueling had only known him for a little while, and she not only served as his guide, but also stayed with him in the secret realm until the last moment. Ronan touched his cheek, and suddenly felt that being handsome did have advantages, whether in the mortal world or the wizarding world. Don't worry, I'm fine. Ronan comforted the ponytailed female wizard. After taking a few bottles of healing potion, he could already feel the wound on his back beginning to heal. Although the wound was horrible, it was actually nothing for him with his amazing physique. At this time, a slight fluctuation of energy particles came from behind. Ronan turned and looked at the surface of the water, and found that the previous entrance and exit of the secret realm had completely disappeared, and he didn't know where it had randomly changed to. There was only a little time left before they came out. I'll take you back to the magic ring. Seeing that Ronan was in better condition, the ponytailed witch Fueling offered to send him back. Ronan thought about it and did not refuse. The two flew all the way back to the Ring of Magic, and finally parted at the gate of the 7th Ring City. Before parting, they left each other the mark of the private communication stone for future contact. After sending Fueling away, Ronan did not return to the 7th Ring of Magic, but went straight to the Blueberry Inn. Blueberry Inn. In the bathroom, Ronan stood under the metal shower with his eyes closed. The warm water poured on his face and flowed quickly down his body, slowly washing away the fatigue left after the series of battles. After the shower, Ronan wiped the water stains on his hair and slowly walked out of the bathroom. At the door of the bathroom was a huge full-length mirror, and Ronan's naked appearance was reflected in the mirror. Mirror. Ronan reached out and touched the cold and smooth mirror surface, his eyes flashing. He now had a psychological shadow on the mirror. The experience of the secret garden's secret realm still made him feel scared. That terrible transparent humanoid monster. Ronan checked his back. The wound there had basically healed, leaving only a long bloodline extending along his spine. The bloodline was filled with dense space energy particles, just like some irregularly shaped, sharp-edged mirror fragments remaining in his flesh and blood, giving him a slight sting from time to time. At this time, the white light ball in Ronan's body that represented vitality was only the size of a pigeon egg. This was definitely the biggest consumption since he activated Immaculate Body. He was almost injured, and even his skin seemed to have lost some luster. Opening the character panel, the master level proficiency behind Austerity Body Forging showed 182 points. Ronan remembered that when he was fighting 2 second-level wizards in a row and left the wet jungle, he glanced at the panel. At that time, the proficiency of Austerity Body Forging was 162 points for the master. After resisting several second-level spells, Austerity Body Forging only increased by 5 points of proficiency, but just being hit by the transparent humanoid in the mysterious garden space, the proficiency increased by 20 points. The power of that thing is indeed terrifying. It seems to be a product of alchemy using space and mirror magic, similar to the existence of elemental puppets. Ronan thought silently in front of the mirror. The strange garden secret space seemed to be just the back garden of a wizard's private residence, a place for daily rest and relaxation. And the space element that attacked him seemed to be just a gardener responsible for taking care of the garden. The gardener was so scary that Ronan couldn't imagine how powerful the owner of the garden was. The glory of the ancient wizard force mirror court during its heyday can be seen. When I am stronger, if this secret space has not been explored, I will definitely go back again. The unexplored garden and the place behind the garden mystery, unknown, and danger also represent huge wealth and opportunities. Ronan took a breath, casually put on a brand new spare robe, walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down, and then took out the things he risked his life to get from the storage waste bag. A fist-sized ball fell into Ronan's hand. The sphere was silver-white, and its surface was as smooth and bright as a mirror, but it could not reflect any images of objects. Only some mysterious light could be seen flowing underneath it. There were 3 things on the white table at the time. At the critical moment, Ronan only had time to take one thing away. And the silver sphere was the one closest to him. Ronan took the sphere in his hand and played with it carefully. He could not see anything with the naked eye, and then he infiltrated his mental power into it. Soon, a piece of fragmentary information was fed back to Ronan's mind. All things. Orb. Ronan gently read out the content of this information, his eyes flickering. Is this the name of the sphere? He found a rune mark as its core in the sphere without much effort. It was a rune pattern shaped like an eye, and the pupil of the eye was composed of dense prisms. This was the most complex and mysterious rune Ronan had ever seen. He could not confirm the level of this rune, but he was sure that it must be above the 2nd level. He carefully observed the eye-shaped rune, his mind immersed in the countless lines and patterns that made it up, just like a child looking up at the night sky in summer, and then naturally attracted by the mysterious vastness and depth of the sea of stars. Suddenly, Ronan found a hint of familiarity in this rune. His eyes flickered, and he quickly found the source of this familiarity, the rune pattern of the 2nd-level magic mirror that he had copied in the hands of the ponytail witch Fueling. Comparing the 2 runes, one is complex and the other is more complex. But in the complexity, there are some similarities. Both contain the inheritance of space and mirror magic. Ronan thought for a while, and didn't think there was anything strange. After all, both things came from the mirror court. The ability of the 2nd-level magic mirror is to seal magic, so what is the ability of this universal gem? Ronan broke away from the exploration and curiosity of the rune itself, full of expectation and uneasiness, and tried to use mental power to guide and activate the mirror bead in his hand. The grade of the universal orb was very high, and he was not sure if he had enough mental power to activate it. Generally speaking, the higher the grade of the magic tool, the more mental power is required to activate it. It is very easy to fail to control the magic tools across levels, just like Fu Ling, a late-level wizard, activated the 2nd-level magic tool mirror in the duel, and her mental power was overconsumed. But to Ronan's surprise, he hardly spent much mental power, and the runes in the universal orb were completely activated. Then the silver mirror bead started to glow, a soft and mysterious light. The air was rippling like water waves, and Ronan found that all the scenery around him was moving away from him at a rapid speed. Sunlight, living room, carpet, round table, vase. The deep blue was quiet as the starry sky covered the whole world, and countless colorful light spots flickered around Ronan, as if a huge river was flowing slowly and calmly around him. Ronan couldn't help but stand up from the sofa and stared at the scene in front of him. At the same time, he heard a young, bright voice that seemed to be full of infinite enthusiasm and vitality, which sounded happily under the mysterious, vast and deep blue night sky. The newcomer holding the universal pearl, welcome to the fantasy space of Spurt. Please leave your footprints of exploring the world. In an instant, Ronan's eyes were shaken. He lowered his head and stared blankly at the universal pearl in his hand, with one thought after another rolling wildly in his mind. Spurt. This is actually something left by Spurt? Exclamation mark. Spurt came from the Mirror Court? The owner of the mysterious garden turned out to be the legendary wizard, the creator of the silverization rune, Spurt? Exclamation mark. Ronan was shocked when he suddenly felt a huge and lasting energy fluctuation coming from the outside. This fluctuation was so abnormal that it was like a tide washing past Ronan in waves. He quickly put away the universal pearl in his hand, and the dark blue starry sky curtain quietly withdrew, and everything that was far away from reality before returned. Ronan looked at the window, which was already occupied by various flashing lights. He walked quickly to the window and pushed it open, but the next second he was shocked by the scene outside and stood still again. He saw that on the silver-white tower that symbolized the seventh magic ring, complex and huge rune patterns were lighting up one after another, shining brightly. The floating islands surrounding the tower also opened the rune array, just like responding to the silver-white tower that suddenly lit up, constantly flashing light that flickered. Powerful mental power fluctuations belonging to first-level and second-level wizards rushed up to the sky and released freely. Mixed with the countless lights of the rune array, it seemed as if an ancient and huge wizard ritual was being carried out, and it seemed as if welcoming the awakening and arrival of a noble existence. It was far more than that. Ronan also saw that similar changes were happening to the towers of other magic rings farther away. Even the metal rings on the 7 silver-white towers accelerated their rotation, releasing waves of huge energy fluctuations. At this moment, the sun's radiance in the sky was completely invisible. The entire silver magic ring was submerged in countless energy fluctuations and rune magic array lights. The silver magic ring was vibrating silently. Ronan stared at the scene in front of him with an expression of emotion and incomprehension. Suddenly, he felt something in his storage waste bag making a slight sound, and reached out to take out the item. It was a small silver disc with a magic ring logo. Ronan infiltrated his mental power into it and read the new information conveyed by this identity certificate. After a breath, Ronan slowly put down the silver disc in his hand. He looked at the vast and magnificent scene outside the window, his eyes were lost in thought, and he murmured in a low voice, 3 months after the 7 ring masters awaken, all formal members of the magic ring must participate in the competition selection held in their respective rings. This is a mandatory trial task. Miniature secret space. 2 figures stood and talked. It's an old tradition. Binigo, who was handsome and heroic, with gray hair on his temples and the temperament of vicissitudes of life, held a pipe in his hand and said calmly, every time there are several wizard forces jointly conducting large-scale secret space exploration operations, the Magic Circle will conduct similar trials and selections. The purpose is to select the youngest, most outstanding, and talented wizards who have enough strength to represent the Magic Circle to fight for a fame and resources in the secret realm. This time, all 7 ring masters have awakened, and the scene is unprecedented. There is no doubt that it must be for the core area of the Mirror Court ruins that is about to be opened and has not been explored by anyone. Binigo looked at Ronan and said, this is an opportunity for you. The exploration of large-scale secret space virgin land has always been synonymous with opportunities and benefits. As long as you can enter and come out alive, the resources you get can at least be equivalent to your own accumulation of 10 years. Of course, the premise is that you can squeeze in and get the qualification to participate in this exploration. Ronan couldn't help asking, what are the selection criteria? It depends on the degree of danger of the secret realm and the number of people allowed to enter. Binigo shook his head and said, it's different every time. The larger the secret space exploration, the higher the requirements. Anyway, just try to squeeze to the front. If you are strong enough, you will eventually get a place allowed to enter. Ronan nodded, and then saw Binigo frowning. It's only 3 months, it's indeed a bit short for you. Although the opponents are randomly assigned in the fighting selection, it is not difficult to do something. You will definitely encounter Travis, but I don't know in which round you will lose. What do you mean? Ronan frowned. Didn't you want me to challenge him in 3 months? Now the time has not changed. Binigo glanced at him lightly. I'm just talking, how else can I inspire your fighting spirit? Ronan's expression was slightly suffocated. You don't really think I'm counting on you to reach level 2 in 3 months? Or to achieve a feat of defeating the level 2 wizard, the 3-ring genius Travis, by leaping a level? Binigo's face was calm, and he said, with your current strength, even if you have comprehended 2 extraordinary domains, you are definitely not Travis's opponent. Since he can become a 3-ring, he is likely to have mastered the power of the extraordinary domain. With a level of strength and realm crushing, you have no chance of winning. However, Binigo changed the subject and whispered, losing to Travis doesn't mean you have no hope of entering the mirror court to explore. Even the ring masters will watch the competition selection. This has always been the best opportunity for Magic Circle wizards to show their style. As a 3-ring genius who has become famous in the Magic Circle in recent years, Travis must have received a lot of attention. At that time, you will try your best. Even if you can't beat him, as long as you lose brilliantly enough, you will become famous in one battle. The final ranking will not be low, and you may still be qualified to enter the mirror court in the first batch. I said that a true genius will not be bound or affected by any conspiracy, and the rules of the Magic Circle are fair. Plus, you got a brain-eating flower, so you have a better chance. Binigo stared at the whole brain-eating flower sealed in the ice by Ronan in front of him, and said in a low voice with a strange look in his eyes, to be honest, I really didn't expect it. When Travis sent a 2nd-level wizard to hunt you down, you were able to successfully bring back the brain-eating flower. Although, Binigo glanced at Ronan, smelled the faint smell of blood emanating from him, and the weak breath of his body that was different from before, and said with a little surprise, I was injured, but I can be considered to have escaped unscathed. It is really amazing to be able to do this in the middle of the 1st level. Faced with Binigo's rare affirmation and praise, Ronan did not speak. He just sat very quietly, as if he was thinking about something alone. After a moment, he showed a look of understanding on his face, looked at Binigo, nodded and said softly, as long as the defeat is brilliant enough, it will be fine, right? I remember Binigo. Quotation mark. Chapter 108 Brain Development, Crystallization Array, Advanced Kaleidoscope. Ronan stood up from his seat and walked slowly towards the direction of the potion garden. As he walked, he said, so this is also your plan for me? Let me take the initiative to challenge Travis, unleash all my potential in a desperate battle, and lose brilliantly enough. This way, I can win the respect of some people and solve many problems invisibly. This is a way to survive from the brink of death. It can also attract further attention from Lanny and others, bring you more pressure, and give you more motivation. Binigo knocked on the pipe in his hand and whispered with an exclamatory tone, Damien, believe me, you will gain much more than you lose in this process. Just like now, aren't you growing much faster than normal? You're right. Ronan walked to the nursery of the potion garden. Under Binigo's care for so long, the barren land under his feet has become much more vibrant than before. There were many more plant-based potions, and a small area was separated out. On the moist and sticky dark red mud, a solitary seed was planted. The seed had a pink bud about the length of a finger. If you look closely, you can see that it is covered with countless thin veins like blood vessels. Can I ask you a few questions, Binigo? Ronan squatted beside the seed, and silver-white metal flowed in his hand, condensing into a knife, gently cutting the flesh on his fingertips. In 3 months, can't I really advance to level 2? To advance to level 2, you need to crystallize your mental power, which requires the power of the crystallized rune array. In 3 months, with our abilities, we can't gather the materials needed to build a crystallized array. Binigo said calmly, this is not a problem that can be solved by hard work, Damien. Crystallized array. Ronan nodded thoughtfully, I understand. He watched the bright red blood flow out of the wound on his finger and drip onto the sprouting holy blood tree seed. The seed shook slightly, as if enjoying the watering of a sweet rain. Because the vitality in his body had been consumed too much and had not been completely replenished, Ronan specially dripped more blood this time. What kind of combat power should a genius with the identity of a 3-ring wizard have? Like you have at least mastered a supernatural domain power of resonance. You underestimate the difficulty of a domain resonance. Not to mention the 7th ring, even if there are not many people in the entire silver ring who can comprehend a domain resonance at the 2nd level. Binigo puffed out smoke rings, and his calm voice floated from behind the dissipated smoke. There are also differences between the third ring and the third ring. The fourth ring is almost qualified to live in the 10 meditation towers, and I was infinitely close to the fifth ring. Ronan looked up at Benigo's position, and his face was really a little surprised. The fifth ring, he realized now that he only knew that Benigo was once a third ring, but Benigo never said that he was only a third ring. And I entered a stage of domain resonance after reaching the peak. Benigo's voice seemed to be a little more lonely, but he continued, the ancient potion formula I mastered, which is made of brain-eating flowers as the main material, is not as good as you think. It has nothing to do with the comprehension of the domain. Its real function is to develop your brain. Develop the brain. Ronan was stunned. Yes. Benigo pointed to his head with his pipe and said, the brain is the habitat of the soul. This potion can make you smarter and improve your wisdom, thereby enhancing your ability to understand and comprehend spells. As for the improvement of mental strength, it is just a side effect. However, this process is extremely painful. For a normal first-level wizard, even if he has a strong will, taking one bottle is the limit. Can the potion you mentioned be taken repeatedly? Ronan's eyes lit up. Benigo nodded, but you can't take it continuously. With each extra bottle you take, the pain you suffer will double. It will exceed your endurance limit and may even cause your soul to collapse. How many bottles did you take? Ronan asked quickly. He knew that Benigo must have tried it himself. 3 bottles. Benigo said calmly, it has exceeded my limit. My current condition may not be due to the sequelae of overdosage. How many bottles of potion can this brain-eating flower make? How long will it take? I'm not sure, but the 2 bottles you need are definitely enough. Benigo thought for a while and said, when the time comes, you can use the extra materials to prepare the resources needed for the crystallization array. Okay. Ronan nodded, stood up from the holy blood tree seed, looked at Benigo and said, last question. Did you know that Spirit is a wizard from the Mirror Court? Where did you hear this rumor? Benigo frowned and said, the legend of the legendary wizard Spirit has been widely circulated on this continent before the Mirror Court was born. You believe that Spirit came from the Mirror Court, but you might as well believe that the Mirror Court has also received the inheritance left by Spirit. Is that so? Ronan's eyes flickered with a thoughtful light, and he nodded, then let me know when you have prepared the potion. After leaving Benigo, he walked back to the Blueberry Inn. Ronan looked around. The current state of the Ring of Law was completely different from before. If the Ring of Law was a puddle of calm water before, now the puddle of water has completely started to flow. Under the shining silver-white tower, wizards can be seen everywhere, rushing in and out of the Ring of Law. The flow of people on the street is much more than before. The spell training room, magic tool workshop, and potion shop are almost full, presenting a lively and prosperous scene. And this liveliness is not limited to the official Ring of Law wizards. The ordinary wizards living in the Ring of Law, and even the ordinary people who rely on the huge wings of the Ring of Law, are also immersed in such a tense and warm atmosphere. The news that the official Ring of Law members will be selected by fighting in 3 months has long been spread, and those who do not participate in the fight are more looking forward to and excited than those who participate. Lord Ronan. Alida, shut up, you coward. As soon as they reached the entrance of the Blueberry Inn, Alida, with her fluffy blue hair, pulled Jacob to Ronan. 3 months later, the Wizards of the Circle of Law will have a competition selection. Has the Lord heard about this? The people in the Blueberry Inn didn't know that Ronan had already joined the Circle of Law. They just thought he was the same as those wandering wizards who were struggling through the 30-year inspection period. Jacob and I have a plan. We plan to rent a hot air balloon and watch the competition from the sky when the competition starts. Alida seemed extremely excited. That's a competition between wizards of the Circle of Law. There are many talented people among them that we don't usually see. Just thinking about it makes people look forward to it. Do you want to join? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Jacob looked at Ronan helplessly and apologetically. He couldn't stop Alida's behavior at all. Sorry, Alida. Ronan shook his head. I may not have time by then. Is that so? Alida's face was full of disappointment. Seeing that she was still trying to fight for it, Ronan threw a few magic stones to her, blocking Alida's chattering mouth. Although I can't join, I am still very optimistic about your plan. This is my small personal sponsorship. After saying that, Ronan walked past the 2 of them and walked into the door of the hostel. Behind him was Alida, who was holding the magic stone and smiling. I told you that Lord Ronan would like my plan. Lord Ronan is the most generous wizard I have ever seen. Alita, you will offend Lord Ronan by doing this. No way. Ronan walked into his room, stood quietly in front of the window for a while, and then drew the curtains to block the light from outside. After doing all this, he walked to the center of the living room, took out a small silver ball from his storage waste bag and gently placed it on the table in the living room. Transparent ripples came out from the silver ball, the quiet deep blue rose, countless flickering points of light emerged, and everything around him went away with Ronan. The universal orb of Spurt. Ronan was under a vast and mysterious deep blue like the starry sky, and recalled what Benigo had said to him. The legend of Spurt predates the Garden of Mirrors. Then the owner of the mysterious garden should not be Spurt, but a Garden of Mirrors wizard who got Spurt's universal orb. As for the similarities between the universal orb and the core runes of the mirror magic tool, it may be true as Benigo said that the Garden of Mirrors is also a beneficiary of Spurt's inheritance. Ronan thought, and reached out to gently touch a flickering point of light under the deep blue night sky. In an instant, the scene in front of him changed completely. He was in a vast land of ice and snow, surrounded by vast snowfields, steep glaciers in the distance, majestic ice cliffs, and the swaying beautiful aurora above his head. Ronan looked at all this in a trance. As his mind turned, the scene in front of him changed again. He suddenly appeared on a hot volcano again. In front of him was the crater with billowing sulfur smoke and flames, under his feet was flowing magma, and all around were volcanoes about to erupt. Looking around, this was completely a fiery world. Ronan kept turning the universal orb, and the scene around him kept changing. Sometimes he appeared in a forest full of fantasy colors, surrounded by huge glowing plants, colorful flowers blooming in the dark, and the light of stars flowing on the trees and grass leaves. Sometimes he appeared in a wonderful city made entirely of gems. All the buildings and streets were made of top-grade gems, and there were many exquisite and beautiful gem people coming and going around him. Sometimes he stood on a huge and fast-moving floating island, under which was a white whale of indescribable size, with countless pairs of snow-white feather wings, supporting the island and breaking through the dense clouds. Ronan quickly experienced one fantasy adventure after another, passing through one strange place after another that he had never seen in wizard books, and even could not imagine, and witnessed one bizarre scene after another. Until, he stopped. The dark blue night rose again, and countless flickering points of light slowly flowed around him like a river. This is the universal orb. I didn't expect that the thing I took such a risk to get was actually a toy. Ronan looked at the orb of all things in his hand with a complicated expression. The orb of all things can reproduce what the holder is currently seeing or some scenes in his memory, and store them in the form of light spots. It can be viewed at any time later, and it is like an advanced kaleidoscope. But for me, this function is still somewhat useful. The magnificent and bizarre scenes preserved in the orb of all things have helped Ronan to comprehend the special artistic conception of the extraordinary realm. Because Ronan lacks the impression and understanding of the artistic conception of torrent, the master-level proficiency of energy missile particle torrent has been stuck in slow crawling for a long time. With the help of the orb of all things, flipping through the scenes related to the torrent scene inside may break through the bottleneck period. Another point is the core rune of the orb of all things. The second-level mirror tool in Fueling's hand seems to be influenced by the runes in the universal orb. The inheritance of space and mirror magic is hidden in this rune. Ronan's eyes flashed. He will soon break through the late stage of the first level and can condense the third soul seal. Ronan has never had any idea about this third soul seal. Now that he has the runes of the mirror tool and the runes of the universal orb, he may be able to get some inspiration and enlightenment. If not, he may only choose to condense the rune in the ice ring necklace of Arliss that can double the ice spell. After putting away the universal orb, Ronan took out the storage waste bag of the second-level green-eyed wizard he had obtained in the wet jungle. This storage waste bag has been opened. Ronan counted the things inside and found that the green-eyed wizard was much poorer than he thought. As a second-level wizard, there were only more than 100 high-level magic stones in his waste bag. In addition to a few first-level magic tools, there were only some commonly used potions. In such a large waste bag, the only thing that Ronan was interested in was a few bottles of second-level healing potions. Is it because you are so poor that you choose to obey Travis's orders and lower your status to trouble a first-level wizard like me to earn resource rewards? Ronan shook his head. Although disappointed, it was the only way. After all, this waste bag is quite high level. The space inside is almost half the size of a room. The rune lock is not damaged. Ronan can use it. After sorting out the harvest, Ronan sat on the sofa in the living room. In the darkness, feeling the energy fluctuations surging from time to time outside the window and the tense lively atmosphere, Ronan recalled the conversation with Inigo again in his mind. A brilliant defeat. He repeated these words in a low voice, stretched out his hand, gently picked a beautiful wildflower from the vase in front of him, and held it in front of his eyes to examine it carefully. But no matter how beautiful and brilliant a failure is, it is still a failure. A faint chill flowed out from between his slender and well-proportioned fingers, sealing the beauty of the wildflower, and then fell to the ground, breaking into ice chips. I don't want to lose. Ronan stood up and walked into the training room with a calm expression. Please give me a guaranteed monthly ticket, thank you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, Myrfidera's Kiss, March, Ice Veins. In the following days, Ronan's daily homework was to meditate, watch the flood scene in the universal orb, practice spells, practice self-torture of ascetic body training, and figure out the 2 runes on his hand that were related to the inheritance of space and mirror spells. The selection of the 7 rings competition is about to begin, and many magic ring wizards have become diligent and hard-working. The entire magic ring is in a tense exam preparation atmosphere, just like the school scene when the final exams were approaching in the previous life. This tense atmosphere has little impact on Ronan, because his daily life has always been ascetic practice. Ronan was also surprised by chance. In his previous life, he was a student scumbag all his life, but he didn't expect that in this life, after embarking on the path of wizards, he has become the student tyrant that he once hated, envied, and respected the most. Is this the potion you are talking about? In the miniature secret space of Inigo, Ronan looked at the small medicine bottle in his hand, which was about the size of a fingernail, and asked Inigo in front of him. What's the name? Myrfidera's Kiss. Inigo said, Myrfidera is the legendary goddess of wisdom. Legend has it that her lips are covered with fine spikes, which are quenched with a deadly poison that can bring endless pain to people, but if you can withstand the pain, you can gain the wisdom of knowing the sun, moon and stars. It's a very appropriate name. Ronan looked at the purple-black liquid in the crystal medicine bottle and said softly, I have only prepared 1 bottle for now. If 1 bottle reaches your limit, the remaining materials can be saved. Inigo said, turning around and walking towards his messy potion laboratory table, saying as he walked, I also prepared another potion for you. During the process of taking the medicine, once you feel that you can't hold on, take this potion, which can instantly relieve your pain. Of course, the effect of Myrfidera's Kiss will also be completely interrupted. Inigo was talking when he heard Ronan speak lightly. No need. Ronan looked at Inigo calmly. I am best at enduring pain. After saying that, he took the potion in his hand and drank it all. It was indeed painful. Even though Ronan had made sufficient mental preparations. This kind of pain is like someone tearing your skull apart, pouring a spoonful of boiling hot oil on the white brain, and then sprinkling cumin and chili powder. When it is almost done, switch to ice gun to freeze it quickly. At first, the pain was limited to the head, and then began to spread along the cheeks, neck, and chest to the whole body. The tingling sensation of being pricked by needles all over the body turned into tingling numbness like an electric shock, suddenly becoming cold, and suddenly becoming hot. Inigo stood quietly beside Ronan who had taken the medicine. He watched the boy in front of him turn from standing to falling to the ground in an instant, holding his head with both hands, and his body was tightly arched like a prawn. The boy's body trembled violently, and his expression soon became ferocious. Veins popped out from his forehead and face, destroying his original heroic spirit and handsomeness to the fullest. The boy's lips had been bitten by his teeth, and he was sweating all over. His eyes were wide open, but there was no focus in the lake blue. He was obviously in a state of confusion. He was shaking violently, and even though he was in so much pain, he still didn't say a word. Inigo watched quietly, with a faint look of reminiscence on his face. He was also a person who had taken a kiss of Myrfidera. He knew very well how unbearable the pain brought by this potion was. When he was suffering, he had hoped countless times that someone would kill him immediately and give him relief. He didn't know how he survived. If he didn't have some persistence that even death couldn't shake, he might have really died of pain. Just thinking about it, Binigo frowned and saw that the boy under him had a layer of fine blood beads on the surface of his eyeballs. It was obvious that this pain was approaching his limit. Binigo looked at the time, pondered for a while, and felt that the time for the drug to take effect was almost complete, so he turned and walked towards his potion laboratory table. On the messy laboratory table, there was a bottle of orange potion that looked like a gem, which was very conspicuous. It was the pain-blocking potion that he specially prepared. However, just as Binigo picked up the potion and turned around, he suddenly found that the boy who was lying on the ground in pain and twisted before had stood up straight with his back straight, like a sword deeply inserted into the soil. The boy was looking at Binigo, his temples were completely wet with sweat, and his white hair was slightly messy and stuck to his cheeks. His eyes had regained clarity, and under the azure blue, there was floating blood color, and there was an unprecedented clarity washed by blood. The boy exhaled a breath and said slowly to Binigo, "It was such an extremely passionate and fierce kiss, it was almost unbearable. Binigo, please continue to help me prepare the potion." Binigo looked at the boy in a daze, a little absent-minded. After a moment, his face returned to calm. He gently put the orange potion in his hand back on the laboratory table and nodded. "Okay." The floating island covered by the light of the rune array seemed to be blocked from the bright sunshine. Although it was a sunny day, the floating island was dark and depressing. In the dimness, on the gray grass in front of the huge black house, a young man with pale skin and black diamond earrings on both ears was holding a runestone and examining it carefully. This was a runestone for recording, and the young man read the contents. Several wizards stood a few meters away from him, waiting quietly with a bit of respect in their expressions. It was unknown how long it took, but the young man's mental power was withdrawn from the runestone, and then he took out a communication stone and whispered, "Thank you, Lenny, this information is quite useful to me. When I move into the tower, I will express my gratitude to you." A hoarse and somewhat indifferent voice came from the other end of the communication stone. "Don't blame me for not reminding you, Travis. With your current strength, even if you know the strengths and weaknesses of these guys, you still need to be a little short of defeating any of them and getting a place in the top 10. "I know." The young man looked calm, with a strange light flickering in his eyes. "I know what I lacked. I know what I lacked. I will make up for it soon." After saying that, he slowly put down the communication stone in his hand. The young man looked up, looking through the magic circle outside the floating island at the majestic silver-white tower close at hand, and the 10 gray glowing meditation towers under the tower. There was a constant flow of light in his eyes, and the shadows around him were constantly expanding. For him, the 10 meditation towers were not just identity and status. They were also a step-by-step to a higher level. Now, he is about to take the first step. He will not allow anyone to disrupt this step. "Lin Key." The young man suddenly spoke. Among the wizards standing not far behind him, a young wizard with a bit of aristocratic temperament strode out. "Sir, please contact Byronini for me." The young man said softly, "Tell him that no matter what, I will meet that kid in the first round, the first match. The nightmare tungsten steel on him is very important to me, very important." "Yes," Lynch responded respectfully, and it seemed that he was reminded of someone or something, and his eyes became a little gloomy and cruel. 3 months passed, just like the silver sand in an inverted hourglass, passing by one grain at a time. Unknowingly, the hourglass will be empty, and the last grain of silver sand in the hourglass is about to fall. Miniature secret space. In the lush magic potion garden, there is a young man squatting on the ground. He seems to be playing with something. Looking closely, it is a sapling planted in the moist soil. It is about the height of less than 1 finger. At the top of the slender stem, like an open palm, 2 green tender leaves grow. The leaves have bright red veins, and they are so transparent and delicate that they seem to be carefully carved out of some kind of gem. The boy stretched out a finger and gently touched the leaves of the sapling. The latter seemed to be trying to respond to him, and its delicate body swayed slightly. At this time, a deep voice suddenly sounded from outside the magic potion garden. "Don't bother it. The current holy blood tree is probably not as strong as an ordinary first-level magic potion. I know my limits. I'm just chatting with it. It can understand me." The boy responded. The voice was completely different from the voice that reminded him before. The boy's voice was cold and clear, as pleasant and clear as the gentle collision of gems. Although he said so, The boy still stood up in front of the sapling. When he stood up completely, people realized that he was actually very tall, and his figure was not as thin and weak as his squatting back looked. Instead, he had a sense of symmetrical grandeur. Even with the cover of the robe, people could still clearly feel the strength and coordinated beauty of the body underneath. The boy turned around, revealing a delicate and exquisite white face. There was hardly any flaw on his face, his skin was smooth and seemed to be glowing in real time, and the most attractive thing was his eyes. They were clearer and bluer than the cleanest sky. In the azure blue, there seemed to be countless flickering and flowing light points, deep and mysterious, giving people a sense of incomparable intelligence and wisdom. The boy walked through the fields of the potion garden, and his crystal white hair was gently moved by the leaves of different colors. He walked outside the potion garden and stood in the soft light, as if his whole body was merged with a light, indistinguishable from each other. When will the holy blood tree grow to the point where it can exert its true effect? The boy asked the heroic middle-aged man walking back and forth in front of him. The middle-aged man shook his head. I don't know, I'm more anxious than you. But even if the holy blood tree grows up, you can't directly borrow its power. Why? The boy was puzzled. The middle-aged man said calmly, because our blood is too mixed. The people living on this continent now have so many kinds of ancient blood mixed in their bodies. Some are noble, some are despicable, some are strong, and some are weak. The holy blood tree does not know which of these bloods you want to select, which one you want to strengthen, and whether there is a blood you want to strengthen. If you are not careful, you may be easily purified into a monster. Oh. The boy nodded, indicating that he understood. He finished talking with the heroic middle-aged man and began to walk towards a location in the secret space. There was a rune experiment table and various books scattered on the ground. Just as the boy was about to walk to the experiment table, a voice suddenly called him. Damien. The boy turned around and looked at the middle-aged man who was standing there and looking at him in confusion. The middle-aged man looked at his current appearance, and his face showed a deep and complex color that was difficult to describe in words. Are you really feeling okay? The middle-aged man paused and said in a low voice, I have never seen anyone who can take 6 bottles of Myrfidelus Kiss in a row without dying. A smile slowly appeared on the boy's face, and the smile was as bright and dazzling as the sun near noon. I'm fine. I've never felt so good. The boy smiled and replied, I finally understand, Binigo, why you were once a magic genius and so knowledgeable and omnipotent at the same time. Name, Ronan Damien. Age, 17. Talents, no attribute affinity, immaculate body, active, strength, first level formal wizard, 99%, skills, basic meditation, clear realm, master 465, 1600, energy missile, particle torrent, master 440/1600, charged weapon, spell breaking force, master 258, 1600, ice ball, desperate freeze, master 328/1600, frost ray, ice veins, master 122/1600, ascetic body forging, master 450, 1600, at night. The orange-red bonfire burned quietly, and a small pot was placed on the flame. Something was cooking in the pot, gurgling with a rich aroma. Ronan sat by the campfire, looking at his current character panel. The changes in the data on the panel strength column and the panel skill column represent all the gains he has made in the past 3 months of hard training. The pain he experienced, the torture he endured, the blood and sweat he paid. Now all of them have become vivid and clear numbers, just like this, presented in front of him. Among them, the most obvious change is that there is an additional skill with a proficiency upgrade to master level, the 0-level intermediate ice spell, Frost Ray. The derived extraordinary domain power is called Ice Vein. As for the effect is average, and it just enhances the ability of ice from another angle. Damien. Binigo came from a distance, holding 2 silver bottles with thin necks and round bellies. The lids of the bottles have been opened, and waves of mellow wine aroma continue to emanate from the mouths of the bottles. Binigo handed him one of the silver bottles, and then sat down like a campfire. The black pipe in his hand melted into the shape of metal chopsticks, and slowly stirred in the gurgling pot. Ronan frowned and couldn't help but say, Binigo, you always smoke that broken pipe, do you want me to eat your saliva now? Binigo glanced at him and said lightly, if you don't like it, you don't have to eat it later. Ronan pursed his lips and said nothing. 3 months later, The relationship between the two seemed to have become closer, although they still didn't seem like friends. Chapter 110, Mirror Light, Stage, Rival and Travis. Binigo was stirring the stew in the small pot. Ronan took a sip from the silver bottle. The fiery wine went down his throat and turned into hot lime that slid into his stomach. If it were an ordinary person, he would have choked and started coughing violently. However, Ronan had no reaction. He drank it slowly, one mouthful after another, just like drinking water, while his eyes focused on the lines on his palm. It was as if there was something in the lines that interested and obsessed him, which deeply attracted his attention. When did you develop this habit? Binigo covered the pot and added, it will taste the best in a little while. Don't you think our palm lines are interesting? Ronan looked away and said strangely, each line has its own position, just like the lines of runes. Binigo's eyes flickered and he said slowly, there's indeed a saying that the origin of runes comes from palm lines. Damien, 6 bottles of Murfidera's Kiss have really changed you a lot. Pain will beat you into what you want to be. Ronan took a sip of wine, every time. The whole brain-eating flour that Ronan brought back from the wet jungle was enough to prepare 11 bottles of Murfidera's Kiss. In the end, 6 bottles were successfully taken by Ronan. Binigo once said that if there was a record of the number of consecutive Murfidera's Kiss taken, Ronan should be the highest holder of this record. The fact that he could survive after taking 6 bottles of Murfidera's Kiss in a row was simply a miracle in potion science. Was it a miracle? If he hadn't practiced ascetic body training since his apprenticeship, hadn't experienced that rebirth, and hadn't gritted his teeth to endure the pain of several months of spell cleansing without these, Ronan's threshold for endurance of pain would have been greatly increased. Coupled with his refusal to succumb to something and a little inexplicable persistence in his heart, Ronan felt that he probably wouldn't be able to last until the 6th bottle of Murfidera's Kiss. Now he seemed to have experienced another rebirth. Unlike the last physical rebirth, this rebirth was spiritual. After being kissed by the poisonous lips of the goddess of wisdom, Murfidera, for 6 full times, he became a completely different person. The efficiency of absorbing knowledge, the ability to understand things, the speed of thinking about problems, the benefits of a large-scale development of the brain area are reflected in all aspects, and Ronan is still exploring and exploring. However, he has already obtained some tangible benefits brought by the improvement of the brain area. The huge data improvement on the character panel is only a small part of it. Have you entered a domain resonance? Binigo suddenly asked. Some tiny lights flashed in Ronan's blue eyes. He was silent for a while. Finally, he shook his head. No. Binigo seemed to have expected this answer, but his face still inevitably showed disappointment. A domain resonance, even for the soul power of a second-level wizard, it is extremely difficult to comprehend. It is abnormal for a first-level wizard to master it. I thought 6 bottles of Murfidera's Kiss could change something. Now I think it's just my own extravagant hope. Binigo sighed lightly and said softly, if you can comprehend a domain resonance, maybe there's really hope. Forget it. Binigo picked up the bottle of wine and gestured to Ronan. The two clinked glasses and each took a sip of wine. Binigo opened the lid of the pot, and the heat mixed with the aroma spread out. Brown meat was cooked in the snow-white thick soup. Binigo grabbed a handful of colorful spices and side dishes from somewhere and sprinkled them into the pot. No matter how you look at it, it's a pot of delicious food that makes people's mouths water. Tomorrow is the day when the competition selection officially begins. Binigo used the magic nightmare tungsten steel to change the shape of a long-handled knife and fork, picked up a piece of meat, thought for a while, and said to Ronan, do you want to hear my story? Sure. Ronan also grabbed the piece of meat from the pot and tore it slowly in his hand. I just feel like something is missing. Binigo glanced at the location where the ice coffin was placed in the distance, then stared at the burning flames in front of him, and the whole person slowly fell into memories. In fact, I have never been a genius. I didn't even have the qualifications of an ordinary person. As Binigo told this story, a story that was neither novel nor cliché, slowly presented to Ronan, the son of a baron. Lord's groom was enrolled in the baron's knight apprentice training class because of his excellent physical condition. Relying on hard work and talent, he grew up step by step to become a qualified knight. At that time, Binigo was about the same age as Ronan is now. He was brave and good at fighting. He made great military achievements for the baron he was loyal to, and was granted marriage by the baron, and married the baron's daughter. That was the blonde woman lying in the ice coffin, named Fiona. The two loved each other very much, as if they were destined to be together, but Fiona had been weak and sick since childhood, and this became more and more serious as she grew up. Binigo had been looking for a way to cure Fiona. During this period, he met a wandering wizard apprentice and embarked on the road from knight to wizard. Binigo's wizard qualifications were very poor, so poor that he was just on the line, and he was just a little bit away from having the talent to become a wizard. "Are you talking nonsense to me?" Ronan interrupted Binigo's memories and questioned, "With such poor qualifications, how can you be promoted to the mist? Not to mention that you were infinitely close to the fifth ring." Ronan had stepped over that threshold, and he knew the cruelty of it. If Binigo's aptitude is really as he described, it should be worse than Ronan's. The soul impurities ignited by the god-burning potion are enough to burn him into ashes. In that case, the person sitting in front of Ronan now should be Fiona holding Binigo's urn. Believe it or not. Facing Ronan's doubts, Binigo acted very calmly. "It is indeed the case. To be honest, I myself was puzzled why I was detected with such poor soul aptitude at the beginning, but I didn't feel too much effort when I crossed the threshold of promotion to formal wizard." Ronan frowned and continued to listen, because Binigo had no reason to lie to him. "I am desperately trying to survive every day and let Fiona live too. I am constantly getting stronger," Binigo said calmly, "but Fiona is also constantly dying." How Binigo started from a little wizard who started with a sky collapse and gradually became a genius famous in the seventh ring. This process was brought over by Binigo in the most plain and simple words. He was mostly sharing the bits and pieces between himself and his wife Fiona. Ronan suddenly understood why Binigo had come this far and why he had offended so many people. Binigo, who was born as a knight, was a man with a strong sense of faith. He was also the person with the strongest sense of faith among all the people Ronan had ever met. Some of his obsessions had turned into a blazing torch, which helped him burn through the thorns in the road ahead and also burn those who tried to get close to him and tried to stop him. Such a person is destined to make countless enemies. The reason why our Ronan can sit here now is also because Binigo's fire is about to go out. Binigo's story is very long. When the story ended, the bonfire in front of the two had completely lost its temperature. Walking out of the miniature secret space together, under the falling waterfall, we saw that the sky had broken the limit, the morning light was shining, and in the distance, the silver magic ring was gradually blooming with unprecedented light, ready to welcome the arrival of a grand event. "Do you want to go with me?" Ronan felt the humid air, and only at sunrise did he feel that new feeling, and asked Binigo beside him. Binigo shook his head. When he activated the flying ring and was about to leave, Binigo's voice suddenly came from behind. "Damien." Ronan turned around and saw Binigo looking at him deeply. "Answer me again, have you really not comprehended a domain resonance?" Ronan thought for a moment and answered again, "I guess I haven't really mastered it." Binigo was stunned for a moment and asked again, "What is the third soul symbol you condensed?" Ronan smiled and turned to face the rising sun. The morning light sprinkled on his smooth and delicate cheeks, and some of the undetectable rune patterns on his neck reflected a glow like a mirror. "Mirror light," Ronan said softly, "I found it myself. It is also the most suitable symbol for me." After saying that, his figure quickly disappeared, leaving Binigo standing alone by the waterfall until he could no longer see his back. Ronan strolled down the streets of the outer city of the seventh ring. All the people around him flocked to the direction of the inner city, although there was still a rune array blocking it. The thick light of the magic circle distorted the air, and everything in the magic circle seemed blurry. But there were still small magic airships and more cheap rune hot air balloons that quickly took off and stopped at a permitted height. The people standing on it could not see anything, but they still stretched their necks desperately to look inside. "Lord Ronan. This way." Suddenly, a surprised voice called Ronan's name. Ronan looked in the direction of the voice and saw Alida and Jacob from the Blueberry Hotel squeezed in a crowded hot air balloon, constantly greeting him. "Didn't you say you wouldn't come? Fortunately, I reserved a seat for you in advance. Damn it, don't squeeze up any more, there will be a distinguished and real wizard coming up soon." Alida was like an irritable little sheep, grinning and punching and kicking at those who tried to squeeze the space reserved for Ronan. But before she could fight for a place, Jacob pulled her to look in one direction. Alida stared blankly at Ronan as he smiled at her, then plunged into the rune array that only magic circle wizards could enter, and she covered her mouth in shock. "Lord Ronan, he is an official member of the magic circle. Today, he is also going to participate in the competition." Before entering the rune array, Ronan saw the red-haired wizard Quiddy, who had dealt with him for a while before, standing on a small magic airship. The other party obviously saw him, but the two simply greeted each other with their eyes and passed by. Ronan followed the crowd and walked towards the bottom of the silver-white tower. Most of the people around him were wearing the standard silver robes of the Silver Magic Circle. Ronan's robe had been damaged in a battle a long time ago. Because his authority was frozen, he had never repaired or replaced it. However, there were many wizards who did not wear standard robes like him, so he was not very conspicuous. It was just that others did not wear standard robes because they often had better robes as substitutes, but Ronan did not. Walking all the way to the bottom of the Silver Tower, the large number of metal buildings that originally existed here were now cleared, leaving a huge silver square. The space on the square was divided into large and small transparent circular covers by the light of a large number of rune arrays, which should be the so-called fighting rings. There were huge white light screens formed by projection spells around the square, and each light screen corresponded to a clear scene in a ring. In the middle of the square, right above all the rings, there were countless names condensed by runes floating. The person at the top was named Clemens, and the words 5 rings were written behind his name. Clemens went down, and Ronan found the name of Lenny in the 6th position, corresponding to the identity of the 4th ring. Then he found Travis in the 17th position, the 3rd ring. It was not until a certain position close to the bottom that Ronan found his own name, 0 ring, an ordinary member. Because he had only completed one trial task, his ranking was almost the last. Ronan counted the names in the sky. There were a total of 1,223 names, of which 97 were above the 2nd ring, and 28 were above the 3rd ring. Standing in the crowd, Ronan felt that he was surrounded by a complex and vast invisible energy field. It was the collective product of the mental force field and emotional fluctuations naturally emitted by all the magic circle wizards in the field. Nervous, expectant, excited, and excited. Being in such an energy field, Ronan felt that the blood in his body began to heat up slightly. Binigo was right. This is a huge stage. Every magic circle wizard has the opportunity to show himself on stage. The spotlight may fall on anyone. Ronan watched all this silently. The speed of his heartbeat and blood flow was gradually accelerating, but his spirit was absolutely calm, and even seemed to be sinking. He was in an indescribable subtle state. But this subtle state was soon broken by a magnificent mental force that he had never felt before. Ronan squinted his eyes and thought he saw the sun suddenly falling. When his vision was restored, he could see clearly that the so-called sun was an old man with a white beard, a wizard hat, and an exquisite silver robe. A 3rd-level wizard. Is he the master of the 7th ring? Ronan blinked. The appearance of the white-bearded old wizard quickly quieted the commotion in the crowd. He swept the whole place with his mental power, and then gently waved a silver-white metal staff in his hand. A huge bat with a silver-white body and a metallic luster flew out from under his robe, and then the silver bat spoke human words and began to call out names one after another. Every time a name was called, one of the wizards at the edge of the square would quickly walk out and fly to a certain ring in the air according to the guidance of the silver bat. The duel selection had already begun. Most of the names called by the silver bat were gathered in an area at the bottom of the ranking, and the names of the duel party were called out first. Just when all the duel rings were about to be filled, only the most central and conspicuous ring was left. Ronan suddenly felt that the silver bat in the sky, who was in charge of registration, looked at him inexplicably, and then read out his name. Ronan Damien. Shoo! Ronan's image suddenly appeared on a certain projection magic screen in the sky. Ronan was stunned, but soon calmed down and flew towards the last and most central, also the largest and most conspicuous ring. However, before he could get close to the ring, the silver bat immediately started from him and announced the names of the opponents of the wizards on the field. The first name it read out, which was also the name of Ronan's opponent, was Travis. The moment he heard this name, Ronan's suspended figure suddenly stopped. He turned his head subconsciously. He didn't know where Travis was in the crowd at this time. But on the projection magic screens around the square, the same picture jumped out: a young man with pale skin, black hair, black diamond earrings, and a deep temperament, was slowly getting up from a huge black metal chair. He stared at Ronan calmly and indifferently. His figure and the black metal chair behind him seemed to merge into one, turning into a dense shadow that kept rising and spreading. Under the projection of all the magic light screens. In a trance. It was as if countless shadows rose, expanded, and spread in all directions at the same time. In the middle, they formed a huge and opaque black wave, slowly gathering towards the thin and tiny Ronan in the middle, crushing and sweeping over. Third update, asking for the guaranteed monthly ticket. Thank you. Chapter 111, Double Domain Superposition. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. In the dense and huge shadow, Ronan saw a gloomy and deep figure slowly emerging. The young man walked out of the black. Stepping on the air, he came towards him step by step. The crowd watching the battle around the square was slightly agitated, and the magic circle wizards talked about it. Travis. He wants the nightmare tungsten steel. He wants to sit in the top 10 positions. Too much, he can't do it. Ronan heard the whispers. Everyone mentioned the same name. Travis's figure was projected on every spell screen, and the fighting ring was also the best position reserved for him. This is a stage specially built for Travis. Everyone's attention is on Travis, to observe the endpoint of his gaze, to measure the distance he wants to go, and to speculate on his ambitions now. As for the first step he took, what his feet are about to step on, no one will pay attention. Ronan's eyes flashed, and he flew into the ring with a calm expression. It's this kid. In the spectator's booth, a bald man with a black mole on his nose sitting on a suspended metal throne looked away from Travis, who was the center of attention. When he saw the appearance of his opponent, he made a slightly surprised sound. Do you know this level 1? Someone cast a glance at him. The bald man put his body, which he had just propped up, back on the back of the metal chair, sneered and shook his head. He is a kid with good talent. I was the one who handled the entrance test. It's a pity that he had to hang out with Benigo. He wanted to be a stepping stone for others. Oh. The wizard who got the answer turned his head calmly, without much fluctuation on his face. Even the name Benigo has long become a thing of the past, not to mention that he is just an insignificant little person related to it. On the other side, the wizard Basil, who was also paying attention to all this, gently stroked the scratches on his left cheek with his palm, and there was an inexplicable light flashing in his eyes. After this battle, Travis got what he wanted, and he will also get what he wants. The resources obtained from the intelligence can completely make up for the old scars on his face. Ronan raised his head slightly. The ring for the fight has no ground. Travis stood in the air at a higher position than him, with a light film of the rune array above his head. A trace of black emanated from Travis, and the powerful mental force field of the second-level wizard enveloped the entire ring for the fight. Stronger than those two guys. Much stronger. Ronan silently compared Travis with the second-level green-eyed wizard and the middle-aged bald wizard he had fought before. The most notable feature of a second-level wizard is the crystallization of mental power, and the soul seal is further enhanced. After the second level, every slight improvement of the wizard will be much more difficult than before, so the gap between each other will become more and more obvious. Buzz, a strange trembling sound sounded. Ronan looked up and saw densely packed scaly metals flying out from under Travis's robes. These metals emitted black mist like smoke, flying around Travis like a swarm of insects, and finally gathered behind Travis, like strange and huge wings. Powerful energy fluctuations came out from Travis' body, merging with his secondary mental force field, enveloping the gazes from all directions. Mixed into a force that belonged to him, completely taking over this place, as if he had become the only master of this space. Shadowstone alloy is not a pure metal material. Travis stretched out his hand and looked at his palm. The black metal pieces around him changed into various shapes in his hand. Whether it is used as a medium for metal spells or for conducting the energy of dark spells, it is not as good as the nightmare tungsten steel. Travis spoke softly with a calm expression, not like he was talking to Ronan, but like he was talking to himself. Even the effect of the silverization talisman has not been completely transformed. On Travis' pale neck, silver-white rune patterns lit up. He raised his hand, and released the metal pieces spinning in his palm like a flock of pigeons. Including those behind him, all the densely packed scaly metal flew away from him. These metal pieces were plated with silver-white color one by one in mid-air, and then quickly combined to condense into huge crescent-shaped sickles. A large number of dark free energy particles in the air gathered together, forming a thick black fog. The terrible spell energy field spread, and dozens of silver-white crescent sickles were looming in the rapidly spreading black fog, like a ferocious and dangerous monster, silently waving its sharp claws in the hidden shadows. In just a few breaths, the entire fighting ring was completely covered by shadows. Travis stood on the shadow, and all the silver sickles hidden in the shadow were pointed in one direction, the position of Ronan in the center, silently revealing the piercing edge. But he was not in a hurry to act. If this spell is performed through the nightmare tungsten steel, the power can be at least 30% greater than it is now. Travis was now talking to Ronan. He looked down at Ronan with indifference and slowly took a step forward. Do you know? The shadow under Travis's feet began to surge, energy surged, and the looming crescent sickles were all hidden in the shadows, but the danger in the air was rising sharply. Suddenly, his calm tone became extremely cold, as if the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time turned into an exploding ice stream and surged out. For this moment, I have waited too long. The moment the words fell, dozens of cold lights suddenly lit up in the shadows that filled the ring. Dozens of crescent metal sickles, with their momentum accumulated to the peak, appeared from the shadows with rolling black fog, and silently slashed towards Ronan's position at the same time, pulling dozens of long silver-white traces in the void in an instant. It's over. Not only Travis, but many magic circle wizards who were watching this battle also had this thought in their minds. Some people have already withdrawn their eyes from the ring and began to estimate the increase in Travis's combat power after this battle, thinking about the chances of winning against him again. However, just when everyone thought that the dust had settled, a powerful mental force suddenly fell from the sky. The third-level wizard who was in charge of the competition selection cast a faint look at the stage belonging to Travis. His eyes fluctuated slightly, and the huge silver bat beside him immediately seemed to have received some instructions, opened its mouth and spit out a huge white energy beam in the direction of the ring. After receiving the energy of the beam, the rune array that formed the ring thickened rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Travis, who was in the rune array, suddenly changed his face. He opened his hands, and a strong mental force emanated from his body. But before he could make any operation or reaction, the rapidly shrinking shadow on the ring froze quietly, and the boiling black fog seemed to solidify. Crack, the sound of something breaking. The next second. Boom. With the sound of a huge explosion, the solidified shadow on the center ring exploded, and there was a vast expanse of snow white and countless deep blue pouring out. The terrible cold air fiercely washed the energy shield at the edge of the ring, stirring up one piece of shaking ripples after another. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then saw in disbelief that the huge empty ring, at this time, under the wrapping of the rune array light film, had turned into a blue-white ice ball. Countless large and small frost and snow ice ridges were suspended in every inch of the ring. Dozens of silver-white crescent metal sickles were frozen in the air, covered with ice, like some special decorations hanging on the wall. In the center of this extreme cold, a young man who was the source stood quietly. A large amount of ice and snow surrounded him, and deep blue cold currents extended from under him like the veins of a glacier, spreading across the entire ring space like a spider web. Countless mysterious auras intertwined around the boy's body to form two extraordinary domain force fields. The aura spread out, gently lifted the hem of the boy's robe, and instantly passed through the light film of the rune array, sweeping across the entire competition square. Swish. Swish. At this moment, I don't know how many high-level wizards who were originally sitting peacefully or lazily on the metal chairs suddenly straightened up in their seats, blurting out with deep shock and emotion. Dual domain superposition. Dual domain superposition. Travis's arrogance and calmness had completely disappeared at this time. He took a breath with an ugly expression, his eyes quickly darkened, and then a supernatural power of the domain, which was also interwoven by countless mysterious auras, slowly emanated from his body, with a momentum to compete with the omnipresent cold breath. Ronan turned a blind eye to Travis's actions. He just looked at Travis, and then said calmly, "I can understand your feelings, because I have been waiting for this moment for a long time." After that, Ronan's figure disappeared, and he flew into the air like a nimble ice dragon. The silver-gray robe fluttered slightly in the wind and snow, and Ronan appeared at the same height as Travis. The silver-white nightmare tungsten steel flowed down like water, and condensed into the shape of two swords in the palm of his hand. Explode. Travis said a short syllable with a gloomy expression, and dozens of crescent sickles frozen by frost suddenly exploded, turning into countless silver-white metal scales and quickly flying back to his side. Travis began to chant spells quickly, and the powerful mental force field and the power of the domain spread outward at the same time. The ice and snow in the covered areas melted quickly, and the cold air dissipated. The fighting arena, which was almost completely occupied by frost, began to return to Travis' control little by little. While Travis was chanting, Ronan also moved. He walked towards Travis with two swords in hand. The despair domain built with the power of the two ice-type extraordinary domains as anchors had evolved and transformed into higher form. The proficiency of desperate freeze itself has increased a lot compared to before, and with the equally proficient ice veins, the two auras of despair and extreme cold are intertwined in the domain, and the degree of coldness is raised to an unprecedented height. Wherever he passed, even the air was frozen into imperceptible particles. The space of the fighting arena was not large. Ronan kept moving forward, and the despair domain and the force field released by Travis collided violently. The two auras fought and killed each other, squeezing out pieces of distorted shapes in the void. Obviously, Ronan's despair domain after the superposition of the two domains will have the upper hand. The space controlled by Travis is constantly compressed and defeated. Dark Curtain. Shadow Harvest. When Travis's force field space was squeezed to a very narrow degree, his spell guidance finally ended, and the black rune pattern on the originally cold and white cheek lit up glaringly. In an instant, the scaly metal around Travis suddenly condensed into an extremely huge crescent sickle, and countless black mists were generated out of thin air, connecting into a large and dense dark cloud. It was like a new moon quietly poking out from the dark clouds, and the cold light leaked like water. The silver-white giant sickle released waves of violent energy particle fluctuations, cutting large patches of black ripples in the air, silently aiming at Ronan and slashing fiercely. The deep and cold extraordinary domain power of Travis that was wrapped around him also broke out completely. Just a face-to-face, Ronan's despair domain was smoothly cut open. Travis's attack was at least 10 times stronger than Ronan's, and with the power of the second-level spell, even Ronan's double superimposed domain power could not directly counter it. The snow and wind that surrounded him suddenly parted, and the fierce wind that cut his face blew the white hair on Ronan's forehead, but he seemed to ignore it. The extremely blue eyes were still more stable than an iceberg. Ronan leaned forward lightly, crossed his two swords, and took the initiative to meet the huge crescent sickle with a swift forward-slashing posture. In the second before the sickle was about to collide, two surging blue flames rose from the sword like a tornado, wrapping Ronan's body. Dang! The extremely crisp sound of metal collision. The crescent sickle that was slashed down obliquely trembled slightly, as if the momentum to cut everything suddenly stopped, and the black mist wrapped around the sickle also dissipated in large pieces. Ronan's figure quietly appeared behind the crescent sickle. He did not stop, and the flames of breaking the law burning on the two swords of the demon nightmare were so strong that they almost wrapped half of his body. He cut through Travis's mental force field and the force field of the law domain as easily as cutting brittle paper, and drove straight in without any hindrance. The third kind of extraordinary power of the law domain. In the spectator seat below, a magic ring wizard suddenly pinched the armrest of the metal seat under him, and said slowly with a flickering look in his eyes, "The effect is breaking the law." Travis watched Ronan's figure continue to enlarge in front of him, and the several rings on his 10 fingers, as well as the black diamond earrings on his earlobes, all lit up faintly. A protective spell barrier was generated, and it was added to him layer by layer. Then it was quickly broken layer by layer under a pair of silver sword tips wrapped in dark blue flames. Travis's rapidly shrinking pupils reflected the approaching and enlarging fiery dark blue, and his expression twisted and suddenly became ferocious. A crystal-like spiritual power core in his mind vibrated violently. Travis roared silently, and the spiritual power of a second-level wizard was released without reservation at this moment. Pure spiritual power set off an invisible and terrifying storm and tsunami in the void, and Travis's whole person bloomed from the inside out with an incomparable dazzling light. This is the purest and most direct wizard method, a brutal attack at the level of spiritual power, a contest and collision of hard power. No wizard would choose such a way of fighting. Even if he won, his own spiritual power would be seriously damaged. But at this time, Travis just wanted to win, just wanted to make the opponent in front of him hesitate, fear, and give in, to buy a little breathing time to recall the crescent sickle. Under the extremely blooming spiritual light, the figure of the young man seemed to be really forced to retreat. However, before Travis felt a little relaxed in his heart. The next moment, a slender and well-proportioned big hand suddenly reached out, directly tore open the circle of spiritual force field around Travis that was so thick that it was almost solid, and then fiercely grabbed his neck. When a wizard is bullied and his neck is grabbed, no matter how noble his status and how powerful he was, he will completely lose his elegance and dignity. Travis looked extremely ugly and kept trying to pry open the hand that was tightly pinching his neck with both hands, but it was in vain. He also tried to summon a spell, but his eyebrows were firmly locked with a sharp and cold force. He wanted to struggle, but the hand had already pulled him closer. Travis was facing a pair of extremely blue and clear eyes. The owner of the eyes pointed the tip of a long sword with silver mist steaming at him, looked into his eyes, and said calmly word by word, "Look, Travis, this is the nightmare tungsten steel you want. But if I give it to you, can you catch it?" Travis's struggling stopped for a moment, and the whole person stood still for a moment, and then the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. Chapter 112, Not Enough, Nanopolin. Ronan casually threw Travis away, just like throwing away a piece of scrap garbage. Surrounded by ice and snow, he calmly broke through the light of the rune array around the fighting arena and flew off the field. Ronan. Damien. Wins. The silver bat slowly uttered. A huge storm of uproar brewed in an instant. Shock, astonishment, incredible, unbelievable. Of course, there was also admiration and awe, and gloomy fear. All kinds of eyes gathered on Ronan at the same time. The halo that once belonged to Travis was now transferred to him, and it was even brighter. No one expected Travis to lose. This was the stage he carefully built for himself. The first round, the first game. The other Magic Circle wizards who were also in the first round did not even have opponents on the field, which was the effect Travis wanted, to get the attention of everyone in the field. Use the battle to obtain the Nightmare Tungsten Steel to announce to everyone that he officially launched a conquest for the top 10. But the result? Travis just took the first step on this road to the top 10 and fell. And he was defeated by someone who was above his level. Level 1, comprehending the power of 3 extraordinary domains, double domain superimposed domain. At this moment, the Magic Circle wizards present seemed to see a bright new star rising. The more dazzling the light gathered on Ronan, the uglier the faces of some people were. Among the crowd watching the battle, Travis's followers, led by Lineage, were like eating 100 big-headed flies in one breath. They were extremely shocked, and they were extremely uncomfortable and felt a little nervous and panic. Some people had already quietly left the team, and they fled the fighting square in a panic without looking back. Looking closely, it was the green short-haired girl who was instructed by Travis to deliberately deceive and make things difficult for Ronan in the mission. Basil stood in the crowd in a daze, and there were whispers beside him that kept coming into his ears, those words with amazement and disbelief. At a certain moment, Basil suddenly felt like he was falling into an ice cellar, and even the scratches on his left cheek seemed to be stinging. The bald strong man Tulpa was in a daze until he could no longer see the figure of a certain person. That kid actually defeated Travis head-on. Tulpa kept muttering, and suddenly came to his senses. He stood up from his seat, but was stopped again. You don't want to use the relationship during the entry test to make friends with that Ronan, do you? The fellow wizard frowned and asked him. Tulpa opened his mouth but didn't answer, but his constantly flashing eyes betrayed some of his thoughts. He did have this plan. Wait a minute. The companion whispered, I remember you said that he teamed up with Binigo. Don't forget who Binigo's opponent was? He is only level 1, and will soon start exploring the secret space of the Mirror Court. It is not certain whether he can withstand this wave of suppression. Tulpa's face changed, and after hesitating for a moment, he sat down again. But he was unwilling to give up. A voice kept saying to him, yes, he is only level 1. That kid named Ronan is only level 1, but he can already beat Travis. Can those old opponents of Binigo really suppress him? Ronan returned to his original position. After landing, the crowd in front of him automatically separated to both sides, leaving a passage. The two sides were full of shocked and awed eyes. Ronan stood at the edge and saw the ranking at the top of the fighting arena. His name had replaced Travis and ranked 17th. The identity mark after his name also changed to the words 3 rings. Both the ranking and the number of rings are only temporary. After the fighting selection is over, there will be a more fair judgment. Ronan retracted his gaze and stopped looking at the ranking. He looked calm, without any fluctuations on his face, as if the previous battle had nothing to do with him. Binigo once said that it was a brilliant defeat. But how can failure be called brilliant? How can a brilliant failure be worth 1/10,000th of the brilliance of victory? At this time, the first round of the competition had officially begun. The sound of spells roaring in the competition square rose and fell, but Ronan could still feel that many eyes were on him. He heard others whispering about his name, and the news about his relationship with Inigo was easily spread. He saw a second-level wizard with a second-level identity, who was also a magic ring, smiling and walked up to him, as if he wanted to take the initiative to get to know him and make friends. But before he walked up to him, he heard some rumors about him, and immediately stopped, turned his head and looked in the direction of the 10 meditation towers in the distance, and then hurried away with a flashing eye. Ronan narrowed his eyes and looked at the name ranked 6th in the sky, then moved up a little bit and finally lowered his eyelids. Not enough. My light is far from bright enough. This is just the beginning. After the competition, selection for the magic ring begins. Unless you give up completely, you cannot leave before the first round. In the first round of the competition, except for the top 10 geniuses who live in the meditation tower, everyone else is required to participate. The second round is voluntary. The wizards who win the first round can challenge freely in the second round, and of course the challenged can choose to accept or not. Simply put, the first round of the competition is just a task, and the second round is the real selection. There are more than 1,000 magic circle wizards in total. Except for those who feel that they are not defeated and voluntarily give up and admit defeat, it will take a long time to go through a round in the form of 2-on-2 duels. Ronan imitated some wizards on the field and condensed the nightmare tungsten steel into the shape of a chair. While sitting, he watched the competition on the field to kill the boring waiting time. After fighting with Travis, he also roughly understood his current strength. With the despair field superimposed by the double magic domain, plus the law-breaking effect of law-breaking power, even if he does not completely stimulate the power of stainless body, he still has an advantage against the second-level wizards of the third ring level. Of course, the fact that he could win the battle against Travis so easily had a lot to do with his superficial strength that made people despise him in the late stage of level 1, and the debut of various trump cards. After the battle with Travis, there was probably no one in the entire 7th ring who was more concerned than him. These two invisible advantages no longer existed. Even if he met an opponent with similar strength to Travis in the future, it would be more difficult to fight him than to fight Travis. Everyone would be wary of his methods, and even make corresponding countermeasures. Just thinking about it, Ronan suddenly felt someone approaching him. He looked up quietly, and what came into his sight was a young man with brilliant blonde hair, as handsome as the sun god. The mental power naturally emanating from the other party was like the sun, powerful and blazing. He was a level 2 wizard, and a level 2 wizard stronger than Travis. "Can we find a place to talk, Ronan?" The blonde handsome young man smiled at Ronan, and his voice was magnetic and charming, giving people a feeling of being in the spring breeze and not being rejected. He showed an extremely friendly attitude towards Ronan. His eyes were quite gentle, without any hostility, and even seemed to carry a strong sense of closeness. Ronan thought for a moment and nodded. "Okay." A moment later, under a blue metal building with a round spire far away from the fighting square, a handsome blonde young man like the sun god stretched out his hand to Ronan and made a simple self-introduction. "My name is Nanopolin." "Nanopolin?" Exclamation mark. Ronan blinked. If he remembered correctly, this name was ranked 11th on the ranking list of the sky in the fighting square. "Is it the first person under the 4th ring?" Exclamation mark. No wonder he looks much stronger than Travis. After all, his strength ranking is 6 places higher than Travis. "What's the matter?" Ronan looked at the blonde young man's hand stretched out to him and did not respond. Nonoparan didn't seem to mind. He smiled and put his hand down, then slowly said, "No wonder Brother Benny thinks so highly of you and even gave you his nightmare tungsten steel. In some ways, you are really like him." Ronan narrowed his eyes and whispered, "Brother Benny." Nonoparan nodded and said with a rather emotional tone, "Yes, Benigo and I used to be best friends. He is also someone I respect very much, and he is like a brother to me. When he was still in the French ring, he took care of me a lot, and then..." Nonoparan's face showed deep complexity and helplessness, and he shook his head and said, "His character is like that, he doesn't allow anyone to help him, as if that were an insult to him, especially when he was in a trough. He was too proud, and I once completely cut off contact with him, and I couldn't find him in the entire French ring. But he really thinks highly of you." Nonoparan looked at Ronan with a strange look and said, "He not only returned to everyone's attention for you, but also gave you the nightmare tungsten steel that he regarded as his life. Did you rekindle his fighting spirit, Ronan?" "No matter what, I thank you for him," Nonoparan said, and actually performed a very formal etiquette of gratitude to Ronan. For a second-level wizard, and a genius second-level wizard of the third ring level, To perform a ceremony of gratitude to a first-level wizard who was one level lower than himself, this behavior was simply incredible. Speaking of which, Brother Benny once asked me to take care of you, but the communication stone he left for me to contact you was accidentally lost by me. Nono Paran showed a guilty and apologetic expression on his face, but soon, his expression became excited again. Fortunately, you let me see it now. I know who is still thinking about how to target you. Don't worry, I will stand with you from now on. Those who want to harm you, Nono Paran said softly in a calm but firm tone. First, I will pass this test. Nono Paran's words were sincere and earnest, and Ronan seemed to be touched. He lowered his head silently and did not speak. Nono Paran's golden amber eyes flickered slightly, and he stretched out his right hand to Ronan again. Nice to meet you, Damien. He spoke softly, and the surrounding area seemed to become bright and bright because of his words. Finally, under Nono Paran's expectant eyes, Ronan looked up. Then he took a step back. Sorry, you may have recognized the wrong person. Ronan said calmly, the Binigo I know has never asked anyone to take care of me. And he told me that he doesn't have any friends in the French ring. After speaking, Ronan turned and left without even looking at Nono Paran. Nono Paran, who still held out his hand, had a sincere and expectant smile on his face. He looked at Ronan's rapidly receding back, his smile gradually withered, and his eyes gradually darkened. He stood under the shadow of a circular metal building with a pointed roof. There was no light around him, and it was no longer bright. The whole person seemed to be completely integrated with the shadow. I don't know how long it took. Nono Paran walked out of the shadow expressionlessly, and turned back into his bright and dazzling appearance. He walked in one direction. The duel in the distance on the fighting square was still going on. He bypassed the bustle from a distance and finally strode into a quiet and deserted area. This is the bottom of the silver-white tower of the 7th ring. You can clearly see the square tower body of the giant tower, flashing with countless rune magic arrays. The quiet blue light filled every inch of land in this area, and the mysterious atmosphere of runes was everywhere. After stepping in, even the mental power became much more lively. Nono Paran closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the air in this area with some greed. He did not approach the silver-white tower, but walked towards the 10 gray-white towers standing next to the silver-white tower, arranged in a circle. On the top of each tower was a huge blue light ball array in operation, and the blue light that was scattered around was emitted by the light balls on the top of these towers. Nono Paran's eyes lingered on each gray-white tower, and there was a strong sense of jealousy and desire in his eyes. He walked slowly past several towers and finally stopped in front of the 6th tower. Approach. Soon a hoarse and low voice sounded. What? Did your plan work? The voice came from the top of the gray-white tower. Nono Paran squinted his eyes and could barely see a tall figure in short clothes standing on the top of the tower, looking down at him. He shook his head and replied, that kid is more talented than Binigo, and he is much smarter than Binigo. I can't fool him. There are people that you, Nono Paran, can't fool. A sneer came from the top of the tower, not knowing whether it was emotion or sarcasm. Nono Paran didn't care at all, and said lightly, what are you going to do now? Deal with him yourself. I think you are crazy. The hoarse voice on the top of the tower turned cold. You want me to stand on the tower and challenge the people below? Then wait for him to challenge you. Nono Paran frowned and said, he is only level 1, he will never make such a stupid decision. When the day comes that he has the courage to challenge you, it will be difficult to deal with him. Don't forget Binigo. So you are the best candidate now. The figure on the tower spoke lightly. Impossible. Nono Paran shook his head directly. There is absolutely no need for me to be enemies with him, and I am not sure that I can defeat him in a duel. His strength is really not weak, with 2 supernatural domains superimposed, and he has mastered a very strange effect, and even mastered a supernatural power of the domain that can easily tear apart the domain force field. You don't even have this little confidence, so you are only worthy of hiding outside the tower forever. The figure on the tower said coldly and unceremoniously, once the fact that you betrayed Binigo is revealed, do you think you can escape his revenge? Nono Paran's face suddenly became ugly, and his eyes flickered. At this time, suddenly a red ball of light flew down from the top of the tower and came straight towards Nono Paran. Nono Paran subconsciously reached out to catch it, carefully examined the thing in his hand, and his face suddenly showed a strong excitement and surprise. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the top of the tower. I got this from a genius wizard in Molten Crystal Lake. Its properties are very suitable for you, right? In the second round, find that kid and accidentally beat him up. I promise to lend it to you until the end of this selection. If you are willing to bear the consequences of accidentally killing someone, it is not impossible to give it to you. Nonoparan tightly grasped the red object in his hand, his face changing rapidly, and his eyes kept wandering back and forth between the gray and white towers in front of him. In the end, he turned around and left in a hurry with the red object in his arms without saying a word. On the top of the tower, a tall young man with long hair and a centipede-like scar on his cheek extending from the left eyebrow to the right corner of his mouth stood quietly. The invisible force field around him was like a huge millstone, slowly grinding and turning, and there were constantly dark brown fragments of light jumping like lightning, exuding a terrifying atmosphere. The young man narrowed his eyes and looked at Nonoparan's back as he walked away, with the coldness in his eyes. Benigo, don't even think about coming back to life in front of me in any form. Chapter 113, a challenge you can't refuse, as you wish. The fighting square. In a corner where people in silver robes gathered, the crowd dispersed to a small empty area. In the center of the area, a tall and slender figure sat quietly on a black metal high-back chair. The metal high-back chair was covered with exquisite and gorgeous patterns, and naturally emitted wisps of black mist like smoke. In the mist, the handsome boy with blue eyes and white hair sitting quietly on the high-back chair had a mysterious, noble and elegant temperament as if he was born with it. The total amount of nightmare tungsten steel inherited from Benigo was not too much, and it could not support the huge metal throne like others, so Ronan could only settle for the second best and build himself a high-back chair that was comfortable to sit on. Nonoparan. Ronan played with a communication stone in his hand, thought about it, and put the communication stone away again. There was no need to ask Benigo for confirmation on such a small matter. He saw the shadow hidden under the golden-haired wizard named Nonoparan, who was as bright as the sun. He was a man with bad intentions. Even if he was really a friend of Benigo, Ronan didn't want to have any intersection with him. His eyes fell back on the fighting field in the distance. The first round of the fighting duel was still going on. It had been a day and a half since the battle between Ronan and Travis. Even if there were no rest day and night, it would take at least a few days to complete the duel between more than 1,000 formal wizards. Most of the second level and even the late level first level wizards didn't pay much attention to the competition on the field. The battle between wizards with lower strength than them, and it was not a life and death duel, was meaningless to them, especially the second level wizards, and had no reference value. Only the competition involving the second ring or even the third ring characters was worth their attention, and the focus was basically on the target person, not the battle itself. But Ronan was different. He watched very attentively and seriously. The 6 bottles of Murfidera's kiss developed the brain area, painfully clearing out the obstructions and redundant things in the brain, clearing out a large area of surplus space. Ronan's wisdom was greatly improved, and his thinking was sharp to a level that ordinary people could not understand. He looked at the direction of the fighting arena, and a lot of tiny lights kept jumping in his blue eyes. Although he was sitting in the crowd, his perspective of watching the battle seemed to be at a very high position, taking in the whole fighting arena, and he could watch all the fights on the field at the same time. He was in an extremely wonderful state, and countless inspirations were generated, collided, and annihilated in his mind at every moment. Those useful or useless battle scenes shrank in Ronan's eyes, turning into tiny light spots like free energy particles, which merged into his body, consolidated his foundation, and became the nutrients for his growth. Ronan was extremely greedy to absorb the watering of these nutrients, just like the seeds of the holy blood tree bathed in his blood, growing minutely all the time. This is a process of accumulation, and it is an indispensable process for him to move from one stage to another. Ronan has never had a mentor. Benigo can barely be considered half of one. He has relied on himself all the way, and he is used to relying on himself. His essence is still a weed. What weeds are best at is to do their best to get everything that is conducive to their growth, such as sunlight, soil, and water. In fact, watching the battles between wizards who are not as strong as oneself is not too boring. After watching one match after another, Ronan found many points that he felt were interesting and useful. For example, he saw a magic circle wizard taking a bottle of potion during the battle, which could temporarily turn his skin into rock. After attaching liquid metal, his defense was once increased to a level that even the spells of the wizards in the late stage of the first level could not break. There is also a wizard whose spiritual power is only in the middle stage of the first level, But his use of magic tools is superb and he has his own unique understanding. He controls the use of several magic tools at the same time, and the wonderful coordination and linkage between the magic tools even makes his opponents in the late stage of the first level bow down. There are also wizards who are good at controlling puppets. All the metal and elemental spells they have learned are used to strengthen the strength of puppets. During the duel, they hide under the protection of puppets and grind their opponents into surrendering. Every wizard who can step into the fog and become a first-level official wizard has his own wisdom. Even if he is weak, he may not be unable to perform eye-catching combat operations. At some point, Ronan seemed to understand the deeper meaning of the dual trial held by the Circle of Magic. Perhaps there's hope that the Circle of Magic wizards can absorb the wisdom of others to increase their own goals. Unfortunately, not many people can think of this level. The vast majority of Circle of Magic wizards are wizards who major in metal magic. There are many ways for metal wizards to fight. Ronan also saw wizards like himself who prefer melee style. Almost all of these people have a certain foundation in knight skills, and their bodies are stronger than ordinary wizards, and they have even undergone certain body modifications. However, the combat effectiveness of these metal wizards who took the close combat route was generally weak. Ronan saw that the only one who stood out was a young wizard named Orlando. He had a first-level magic tool in the shape of a large bow, and used his own metal medium as an arrow. His archery skills were also extremely superb. During the battle, he used the elemental spell enchantment and the explosion effect of the metal spell, High Energy Crucible, to shoot an opponent who is one level higher than him and made him unable to raise his head, which attracted the attention of many people. Ronan noticed that the soul seal condensed by Orlando seemed to also increase this aspect, making the metal arrows he shot faster and more accurate. It's closer to Benigo's style. Ronan watched the cold-blooded young man named Orlando coming down from the fighting arena, thinking, once he comprehends the extraordinary domain, his strength will make a qualitative leap, and he will directly become famous. Ronan realized how crucial the extraordinary domain power of breaking power was to the improvement of wizards who took the close combat route. Why did he show the effect of breaking power in the battle with Travis caused so many people to be shocked and concerned? The domain effect of breaking power that disintegrates the energy field should be one of the most suitable abilities for close combat wizards. Of course, only Ronan knew that the reason why breaking power could show such amazing effects in his hands, and even easily tear apart the extraordinary domain force field of a second-level wizard, was largely due to the terrifying physical strength brought by his own physique. Others did not know this. The rankings in the sky of the fighting arena changed all the time, and the sound of explosions came from overhead from time to time. The voice came from a huge, metallic silver bat, which had been presiding over the duel. This bat looked like some kind of alchemical puppet, but it seemed to have a human soul living in it. Ronan heard others call it Biondini. As for the owner of the silver bat, Ronan's eyes moved upwards and fell on an old wizard with a white beard, wearing a gorgeous robe and a wizard hat. This third-level wizard had been closing his eyes since he appeared, in a state of dozing, as if no battle below could interest him. Almost all the high-level members of the Circle of Magic live in the silver-white tower in the center. They assist the ringmaster in managing the Circle of Magic, and are also the mentors of the Circle of Magic wizards and representatives of various spell schools. After joining the Circle of Magic, normal Circle of Magic wizards will soon receive invitations from various factions. After choosing to join, the senior high-level wizards in the faction will teach you the necessary inheritance and knowledge. If you can move up step by step, you will have the opportunity to contact the masterminds of these schools and worship them as mentors. There is also competition and conflict between different schools, such as the conflict between Basil, who led people to take the test, and Topa, who was in charge of the test, when Ronan was taking the entrance test. Generally speaking, at this time, the strength of the faction is compared. The faction you join is strong, and there are high-level strongmen who will stand up for you, so the problem can be solved naturally. Otherwise, you can only choose to avoid it. It is also common to leave one faction and join another faction in the Magic Circle. The Magic Circle as a whole is in such a benign competition environment. Ronan is an exception. He offended many different powerful factions as soon as he joined, so he was excluded by all factions, or he represented the Benigo faction. Watching the battle, thinking. Occasionally, Ronan would simulate a battle with a wizard on the field in his mind, or try some unexpected spells. Unknowingly, time passed, and the first round of the battle trial came to an end. Boom boom boom, the ground beneath his feet suddenly began to shake. Ronan stood up subconsciously, and then saw that the third-level old wizard who had been in a wandering state had opened his eyes at some point. The indifferent vicissitudes of life gray eyes bloomed with a glow that seemed to pierce through the fog. The powerful mental power of the third level was like a majestic ocean in turmoil. Without seeing how he moved, a large amount of free energy particles between heaven and earth gathered, and the ground in an area in the center of the fighting square began to break the shackles of gravity and boom 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 rose into the air. Ronan's eyes were shocked. The power of the third-level wizard was beyond his imagination. Raising his hand to overturn countless cubic meters of earth and rocks, with this method alone, even if it was just used to hit people, few second-level wizards could withstand it. He suddenly remembered the dark clouds that covered the sky like solidified blood clots when Hoddam College was destroyed. The wizard from the Scarlet Tower should also be a level 3 wizard, even more powerful than the old man in front of him. Compared with such an existence, a level 2 wizard is indeed like an ant. Just as he was thinking, a new fighting arena was generated in the air. It was a large rock field suspended in the air, also wrapped in the energy shield of the rune array. The previously scattered arenas have now gathered into one, which is larger, more formal, and more solid. The second round of the stage. If you want to challenge an opponent, write down the opponent's name and give it to me. The silver bat in the sky, as the referee, uttered a low voice and read out the rules and format of the second round of fighting to everyone. The second round was reserved for the challenger, and most wizards retreated to the spectator seats. Wizards who want to challenge higher rankings write down the names of the challengers they want and submit them to the silver bat Biondini, who will make a preliminary screening, probably rejecting some meaningless challenges with too big a gap, and then inform the challenged of the selected challengers. The challenged has the right to refuse the challenge, but if the number of refusals exceeds a certain limit, their own ranking will be reduced. From the literal point of view, this is a relatively reasonable and fair rule. The black metal high chair behind Ronan melted and retracted under his robe. He walked forward a few steps and looked up at the densely packed name rankings composed of runes in the sky near the fighting arena. At this moment, someone has submitted a challenge application letter to the silver bat Biondini. Use mental power to write the names of the challengers in the air, and the names turn into streams of light and shoot towards Biondini in the sky. The latter opens his mouth to eat the names of wizards one by one, and his gem-like silver eyes narrow slightly, like a picky gourmet tasting the delicacies presented to him. Ronan withdrew his gaze from checking the sky rankings, stretched out his finger, and calmly wrote a name in the void in front of him. Then he added another name. Several mental powers secretly extended from the side, as if they wanted to peek at what he wrote. He raised his hand, and the two written names turned into streams of light and shot towards the giant bat in the sky. The silver giant bat Biondini tasted Ronan's challenge letter, and the chewing action suddenly stopped, and then lowered his eyes and looked at Ronan deeply. It's been a long time since I've tasted this person's name. Biondini's silver giant mouth made a low and emotional voice. I still remember how he looked when he stood on the stage. Unknowingly, he has become a taboo that no one dares to mention. Time. Biondini's strange voice, as if every word was going to drill into people's eardrums, caused a buzzing commotion and discussion among the magic circle wizards below. Many people subconsciously looked at Ronan, with doubts and curiosity in their eyes. Biondini had heard the names of challenged for more than 100 times, but this was the first time he behaved like this, and even took the initiative to talk to Ronan. So, who did this young man who became famous in one battle and rose like a comet challenge? Some people subconsciously looked in the direction of the 10 meditation towers not far away, with an incredible but quickly rejected look on their faces. Impossible. How dare he? So, it's against the rules. Ronan raised his head and looked at the silver giant bat calmly. Of course, I personally even admire your courage. This stage still belongs to you. The latter's slightly ferocious beast face showed a smile. It opened its mouth and spit out a stream of light at Ronan. The low and hoarse voice suddenly rose, as if deliberately attracting everyone's attention. But before that, you still need to prove your strength to me. That person doesn't like to be disturbed. Since you have such courage, I think you will definitely not refuse this battle. Ronan grabbed the light that Biondini spit out at him. There was a flashing name hidden in the light. When Ronan saw the name of the challenger, his eyes were slightly startled, as if he was a little surprised. But soon, his face calmed down again. As Ronan gently crushed the name in the light, his eyes moved from Biondini to another direction, and spoke softly. As you wish. The next second, the place where his eyes were looking, a light that was more blazing than the sun burst out. The sudden burst of powerful momentum pushed away all those who stood in front of the light. One wizard after another hurriedly avoided it. Then, a handsome young man with blonde hair, as handsome as the sun and as dazzling as the sun, walked out from behind the crowd. He looked at Ronan from a distance, with an impeccable and perfect smile on his face. He said softly, "Damien, let me see what Benigo taught you." In an instant, a hurricane of uproar swept across the entire fighting square. Countless magic circle wizards showed stunned and incredible expressions on their faces. Nonoparan, the first person under the four rings, actually took the initiative to challenge Ronan? Exclamation mark. Thanks to Sissy, the leader of the Alliance, and also to the helmsman of the Lucky Cat, thank you. Chapter 114 Double Anchor. Freeze the sun. Why would Nonoparan lower his status to challenge Ronan? No matter how outstanding Ronan is, Nonoparan should be the most qualified among the three rings to challenge the top 10, but he actually. It is said that Nonoparan once had a close relationship with Benigo and was Benigo's only trusted friend. This is even more incomprehensible. There were waves of discussion in the crowd, and almost everyone was surprised by this challenge. The silver giant bat Biondini gently flapped its wide bat wings, with an elusive and strange smile on its face, as if the interesting and lively scene at the moment was exactly what it wanted to see. Nonoparan flew towards the newly upgraded fighting arena like a real sun. The order of the second round of fighting will be given priority to those with higher rankings, and sometimes it will also depend on the mood of the silver giant bat Biondini. No matter which one is followed, this will be the first game of the second round. Ronan stepped onto the fighting arena from the other side. His feet landed gently on the solid floor of the arena. Nonoparan was right in front of him, his feet floating in the air, covered by the glow of energy particles. It's time to start. Don't delay too long. Biondini's voice came from above. It flapped its wings and looked for the best place to watch the battle. The noisy voices of the wizards watching below gradually subsided, and everyone stared at the two people on the ring. Ice armor. He habitually used the ice armor, and a light snow and wind gathered. Without any nonsense, the nightmare tungsten steel flowed into Ronan's hands, turning into two one-handed long swords with steaming black mist, and then turned into silver. Frost howl. The ring was filled with wind and snow. The cold wind blew up the hem of Ronan's robe, and the tips of the two swords naturally drooped. Ronan's figure flew into the air and began to fly towards Nonoparan. Nonoparan was calm and began to chant the spell. The sound of his chanting was like a poem, and the inexplicable tone was as if someone was gently plucking an invisible string. The light golden halo around him expanded and contracted with a rise and fall of the tone. His every move was always elegant. The cold air around Ronan was rapidly getting thicker, and his figure was looming in the hazy wind and snow. Soon, he seemed to hide a wall. It was the surging heat wave coming towards him. Nonoparan raised his hand, and several exquisite rings inlaid with gems flashed between his 5 fingers. A line of fire appeared in the void facing him, and then the line of fire rose, forming a blazing hot wall of fire in the blink of an eye, blocking Ronan's front. Ronan seemed to ignore it, and his flying speed became faster and faster until he hit the red wall of fire. Boom! An invisible force penetrated a wall, and a dark blue light shattered the wall of fire. A slender figure wrapped in ice and snow in a robe and holding 2 swords broke through the fire. The cold and the heat wave had a fierce confrontation at the first time, and the frost and the fire started a tragic fight. The fine white hair on Ronan's forehead danced slightly, and his azure eyes locked onto Nonoparan's figure. Just as he was about to charge with his sword, countless golden light spots appeared around him first. In each light spot there was a grain of metal like golden gravel, and each light spot released a terrifying energy fluctuation far beyond the first level spell. Nonoparan stretched out his right hand to Ronan from a distance, tightening his 5 fingers. In an instant, all these countless light spots seemed to come alive and shot towards Ronan. Boom! Countless golden lights seemed to merge into a larger brilliance in an instant, and Ronan was the location where they converged, and the only obstacle that prevented them from converging. The terrifying heat wave swept in from all directions, almost evaporating all the frost surrounding Ronan in an instant. The azure in Ronan's eyes was completely covered by gold and red, and the raging flames rolled in. Whoosh boom! In just a moment, those rolling golden lights and flames were shattered by a more majestic and terrifying force. The terrifying power of the mysterious domain field rose up, like a torrent that swallowed everything, and like an indestructible wall. The fourth kind of extraordinary domain power. In the spectator seats, several figures in different directions stood up suddenly from the metal chairs under them, with extremely shocked and unbelievable expressions on their faces. And it is more powerful than the 3 extraordinary domain powers he showed before. Has this Damien been practicing magic since his mother's womb? In the disintegrating flames, Ronan's figure appeared again. He held 2 swords, and his silver-gray robe fluttered in the wind. He was surrounded by dark blue and ice and snow. What really attracted people's attention was the densely packed, hundreds of pure black energy light balls around him, which were like ultra-micro black holes. Each of these light balls exuded a terrifying aura, absorbing and distorting the light, flowing together to form a majestic black torrent, flowing around Ronan's body. Under the terrible power of the domain, all the flames and heat waves that tried to approach Ronan were easily swallowed and crushed by the torrent, washing out an absolutely safe and vacuum defense field, which firmly protected Ronan. The Master Level, Energy Missile Particle Torrent, with 440 points of proficiency. It is also the most powerful supernatural domain power that Ronan has mastered. The faces of the wizards watching the battle below were complicated and ugly. For any wizard, being able to master a supernatural domain power is a dream come true. This is not only a symbol of strength, but also a manifestation of talent. But even for a second-level wizard whose soul power has been improved through a second transformation, not everyone can comprehend the secrets of the supernatural domain from the spells they are best at. But the wizard boy on the stage in front of him is only a first level, but he has all kinds of supernatural domain powers in his hands. How abnormal is the ability to understand spells to do this? A living magic monster. In the torrent domain, Ronan raised his eyes calmly. The terrifying black torrent that surrounded him turned from defense to offense, and rolled over, rushing towards Nonoparan. Ronan held 2 swords and followed closely with waves. Nonoparan's face changed slightly, and he quickly chanted a spell. The golden gravel that was previously blown away by Ronan's spell gathered again, ignited a raging fire, and then quickly stretched out to form a huge pillar of fire. The mysterious red light of the seal lit up in Nonoparan's golden pupils. Strange fluctuations emanated from his body, and the huge pillar of fire dotted with golden gravel trembled slightly, and actually split into 3. The terrifying high temperature burned everything, and large areas of the air were blurred and distorted. Nonoparan was like summoning 3 invisible fire dragons at the same time, standing in 3 different directions, spewing out flames of destruction at the rushing Ronan. Breath of heat. A cold look appeared on Nonoparan's handsome face, and he whispered silently, controlling 3 terrifying pillars of fire to roll towards Ronan. Ronan narrowed his eyes and suddenly jumped up. The silver mist swords blessed by the flame of breaking the law in his hands easily tore through the layers of heat waves in front of him, and the black torrent rushing under him also roared silently, like a black ancient python, biting the sky in an instant and entangled all 3 pillars of fire. Despair is frozen. 2 rotating ice balls like deep blue crystals flew out from both sides of Ronan's body at the same time, and were also thrown into the entanglement between the black ancient python and the 3 pillars of fire. Flame, frost, countless energy particles, and several kinds of extraordinary law domain aura collided. Boom! The super-strong energy particle aftermath formed a small mushroom cloud shape rising in the center of the ring. Then it slowly spread to the surroundings. The reinforced and upgraded rune array also trembled slightly under the impact of this wave of energy. The many wizards watching below couldn't help but take a few steps forward, opening their eyes wide to see the scene in the center of the battle group. However, before the energy aftermath of the spell collision completely dissipated, a ball of extremely dazzling light bloomed from the blurred field, causing many wizards to subconsciously squint their eyes. That's it, Ronan Damien. Nonoparan's figure emerged from the chaos. At this moment, his whole body was bathed in extremely bright golden light. A red ball of light was suspended in front of his chest, like a magic tool, emitting waves of mysterious rune fluctuations. The light ball magic tool projected a red light, shining on Nonoparan's forehead, reflecting a pattern like a flame totem. Nonoparan's body was surging with streams of red light like magma, and the golden gravel metal condensed into a golden sun ring behind him. With the blessing of the light ball magic tool, Nonoparan's aura continued to rise, and whether it was the fluctuation of mental power or the ability to control the fire energy particles, they all reached an unprecedented height. The magic circle wizards watching below were moved. Under the radiation of Nonoparan's light, They felt the powerful aura of a mid-level second-level wizard. At this moment, Nono Piran already had the capital to rank among the top 10. This was a spell power comparable to that of a fourth ring genius. It's that magic tool, that second-level fire magic tool. The attributes are too compatible with Nono Piran. A third ring wizard identified the source of Nono Piran's power and said in a difficult tone, Nono Piran really has a great chance of breaking into the top 10 and moving into the tower this time. Nono Piran's figure was suspended in the air, and every pattern and every corner of his robe was blooming. He was bathed in unprecedented power, and he enjoyed this feeling. His majesty spread throughout the entire arena space, and the opponent in front of him seemed so weak that he could easily crush him to death. Ronan Damien. Nono Piran lowered his eyes and looked down at Ronan in front of him, with the same brilliant, perfect, and impeccable smile on his face. Why don't you use the same method you used against Travis? Are you scared? Did Benigo teach you to bend down and let your knees kiss the ground when you admit defeat? Nono Piran looked at Ronan with a playful look in his eyes and kept talking. But he found that no matter what he said, the boy in front of him had no reaction, and his face was calm from beginning to end without any ripples. This made him quickly lose interest in teasing the other party. You don't admit defeat, and it seems that you are ready to withstand my move. This is a power beyond my control, and I can't guarantee it. A trace of cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and his tone suddenly became cold. I can let you survive safely. After saying that, the flame totem on Nono Piran's forehead and the red light ball on his chest shone brightly at the same time, and an indescribable terrible wave came from his body. In an instant, countless fire energy particles rushed towards him like crazy in the entire fighting arena, and even in the area outside the arena. He was soon enveloped by blazing flames, surging heat waves, unparalleled golden light, and the terrifying high temperature that seemed to burn everything. Nono Piran's emotions also reached an unprecedented peak at this moment. Ancient flame. Incineration. He couldn't help but open his arms while the power of the spell was brewing rapidly, and roared to Ronan, I am the sun. Buzz! Nono Piran completely turned into an extremely hot huge fireball, and the golden flames as thick as magma rolled violently on the surface of the fireball. The light covered everything, and the scorching breath even made some magic circle wizards outside the fighting arena unable to bear it and retreated. At this moment, he really seemed to have turned into a sun emitting infinite light and infinite heat, which was shocking and moving. At this time, Ronan, who was standing in the middle of the arena, besieged by the rolling heat waves and firmly locked by Nono Piran's mental power, was shaking his head. No sun is as stupid as you. He seemed to be completely unaware of the scorching heat that was madly corroding him. Ronan took a step forward, and two frost spears made of ice crystals appeared silently at the same time. Then there was the despair frozen ball. Also too, can't you see such an obvious mistake? Ronan walked towards Nono Piran, and with every step he took, two identical ice spells would appear around him at the same time. In the consciousness space, two rune marks flashed mysteriously alternately. One was the frozen soil that he had condensed since the beginning of his first level. The other was a complex and mysterious new rune, each line of which was like a mirror maze. Ronan's third soul rune, Mirror Light. After Ronan took the third bottle of Murfidera's Kiss, he was trying to figure out the two runes of the Universal Orb and the second-level Mirror Tool, and suddenly realized. He had always thought that the effect of the runes in the second-level Mirror Magic Tool was to seal and store spells, and the effect of the runes in the Universal Orb was also to store the memory images in his mind. But he found that he was completely wrong. The effect of these two runes was not storage. It was copying. Copying something that is exactly the same as the target object, whether it is a spell or a memory. After drinking the fifth bottle of Murfidera's Kiss, Ronan successfully separated the rune pattern representing the copy function from the two runes, and added some of his own understanding to condense it into his third soul rune, Mirror Light. The effect is also copying. But the object of the copy is the spell he cast. To use the Frozen Earth sigil to construct an icy domain, you need to bury spell anchor points in advance. The same spell can only be anchored once, and repeated casting will not produce any effect. But the spells cast through the Mirror Light sigil can summon two spells at the same time for each spell cast. I don't know if the copied extra spells are essentially different from the original spells, or if I have Hoddam. Anyway, the spell anchor points that are the cornerstone of the domain have also doubled. Originally, it could only be anchored 6 times at most, but now it has suddenly become 12 times. Ronan thought to himself, shuttling through the rolling red light and heat waves. The corners of his robes were burned and smoked slightly, but he didn't care at all. He continued to summon new ice spells, and the frozen earth sigil in his consciousness space kept flashing at a frequency of 2 consecutive flashes. Finally, Ronan walked to the edge of Nonoparin's flame domain, and the heat waves burned his cold and smooth cheeks. At this time, Nonoparin's spell power was brewing to the extreme. The air around him was distorted beyond recognition. Looking at it, it seemed that even the sight would be melted. "It's over, Ronan Damien." Nonoparin's voice came from the super-huge golden lava fireball in front of him. After being exposed to high temperature, it also seemed a little deformed. "Melt under the majesty of the sun." Nonoparin roared. The golden lava fireball began to expand, and the heat accumulated to the extreme was about to explode in the next moment. Buzz! In Ronan's consciousness space, the last 2 anchors of the frozen earth talisman were just completed. Ronan stared at the rapidly expanding golden fireball in front of him, and under the azure blue was a pure azure blue. And no, this is just the beginning. Ronan stretched out his right hand towards the golden fireball in front of him, and a touch of extremely bright deep blue light in the palm of his hand dispelled all fire, all red, and suddenly bloomed. Double anchor. 12 spell anchor points. 4 domains superimposed. True. Despair domain. Freeze the sun for me. Boom. The extremely bright deep blue light covered everything. The unprecedented terrifying cold current wrapped up 2 real extraordinary domain powers and 2 other seemingly extraordinary domain powers, instantly dyed the sight of everyone in the field into the color of pure ice and snow. The power of the fire spell that Nonoparin had brewed to its peak was covered up in the moment after it erupted, and not even a trace of heat wave leaked out. Everyone stood there in a daze, and for a moment they were a little unresponsive. When the light on the fighting arena gradually dissipated, the scene inside was completely presented in front of them. At this moment, everyone's pupils shrank, as if suffocating, and lost all their words. I saw, on the arena covered with countless frost, a huge ice ball was suspended in the air. Through the thick dark blue ice layer, it seemed that the golden red magma was still surging and flowing inside. At this time, Ronan was standing on this huge ice ball, looking at the solidified ice ball under his feet with an indifferent expression. "I don't consider you an opponent at all because you are just a clown in my eyes. Do you know? Nonoparin." Ronan suddenly raised his head and looked at the silver giant bat by Undani in the sky calmly, and said, "Don't waste my time anymore. The next challenge should be my turn. Let them come up." In the deathly silent fighting square, the silver giant bat stared at Ronan silently. After a moment, a bright smile appeared on its ferocious beast face. A low and majestic voice came out of its mouth. "Connect to the tower. Challenger. Ronan Damien." The next second, the silver giant bat opened its huge mouth and spewed out a huge and dazzling white ball of light. This ball of light turned into a meteor, quickly swept through the sky, and hit one of the 10 meditation towers in front from a distance, and disappeared into it. Chapter 115, Unparalleled Despair. Frozen Ball, the pinnacle of skills. No one spoke in the empty fighting square. The magic circle wizards present stared at the scene in front of them in a daze, a huge silver bat flapping its wings gently in the sky, and a young wizard standing on a huge ice ball quietly waiting under the sky. It has been a while since the silver giant bat by Undani spewed out a white ball of light in the direction of the 6th meditation tower. The white ball of light disappeared silently, as if it was thrown into a piece of black water, without causing any waves. Everyone was waiting. They have not yet recovered from the shock and impact brought by the last battle. The intense emotions that surged in their hearts and should have been vented through various actions, expressions, and sounds were now like the exploding and hot fireball under the boy's feet, which was tightly blocked by thick ice and could not leak out at all. Everyone was wrapped in a strong and huge feeling of suffocation. The suffocating feeling came from the increasingly strong cold air in the air, which seeped out from the rune array of the fighting arena. The domain belonging to the boy continued to spread, and there was even a trend that could not be stopped. Countless cold air condensed into deep blue and white veins in the air, and spread silently in all directions with the boy as the center. From the perspective of the spectators below, it seemed that something was taking root and growing in this world at this time. It was like a huge eye, and the center of the eye was the boy who was looking at the tower and waiting quietly. The ice ball under the boy's feet could originally make people feel the strong mental fluctuations emanating from it, and there was also a violent and restless force that wanted to break out of the shell, as if it could break the ice at any time. But now, the ice ball, which had silently thickened by a full double, had completely lost any resistance, and it was almost impossible to see the frozen red in it. The air on the field became colder and colder, and more depressing. Some people began to retreat away from the fighting arena, and their faces unconsciously revealed an indescribable uncomfortable expression. In this space, except for the ice-type free energy particles, the rest of the attribute energy particles are being expelled. There is more than one wizard with a strength of level 2 on the field, and their faces are gradually becoming ugly. Everyone feels that the momentum of the young man on the fighting arena is constantly expanding, like a snowball that is getting bigger and bigger, and like an iceberg that is constantly piling up and thickening before an avalanche. If it is not experienced personally, no one would believe that this is the power released by a level 1 wizard. The power of the 4 supernatural domains of the same system is far beyond their cognition, and there are almost no words that can accurately express the complex feelings in their hearts. The frost domain is still spreading, and some people have begun to pray in their hearts that the tower in the distance can respond quickly. The momentum that is constantly accumulating in the air has now grown to a level that makes level 2 wizards tremble and terrified. They have to start worrying that if this momentum cannot be properly vented, will they be unlucky enough to become the bearer. Finally, buzz, a strange wave came from the direction of the tower in the distance. Everyone looked up and saw that the spire of the 6th tower that swallowed a white light was now emitting a strong white light. A beam of light shot out from the top of the tower and headed straight towards the fighting arena. The other party has accepted your challenge. Biondini's deep voice sounded in the sky, speaking to the boy below. Get ready. The cold air that had been flowing calmly like an ice lake suddenly surged and began to gather rapidly in one direction. The oppressive feeling that had accumulated to the extreme in the air suddenly loosened, and many people breathed a sigh of relief, and then subconsciously looked in the direction where the beam of light came from. They saw that the white light band was extending rapidly like a bridge, spanning many distances. On the bridge of light, a tall figure with long hair and shawl was slowly walking towards this side. It was also when the tall figure appeared that the eyes of the white-haired boy on the fighting arena with ice hockey on his feet quietly lit up. In the azure blue, the huge fighting square, all the cold, and the veins formed by the cold, all converged towards the boy in an instant. At this moment, he completely became the source of endless coldness between heaven and earth. Lanny. Ronan stared at the figure approaching on the light band. The other party's appearance gradually became clear in his vision. The fighting spirit that had been brewing to a certain extreme in his body also broke out completely at this moment. Fourfold freeze. Ronan slowly raised his right hand, and the ice ball that froze Nonoparan under his feet immediately flew up. Then the countless cold air in this space turned into a deep blue cold current and converged towards the ice ball. The ice ball began to rotate, and its originally huge size was visibly growing rapidly, and finally turned into an oversized rotating ice ball that was almost half the size of the fighting arena. Surrounded by countless ice and snow, several kinds of extraordinary magic domain power entangled it, and mysterious and powerful auras intertwined. Ronan's figure soared into the air, and the huge and terrifying ice ball that almost caught the eyes of all the wizards present, making them look horrified, was held up by him with one hand and suspended above the field. Like a sun made of ice and snow. You are obviously not following the rules. Biondini's voice fell from the sky. Ronan looked up at it, and then looked at the old third-level wizard who still closed his eyes and was unmoved. The corners of his mouth rose a little bit, and he whispered to Biondini. Fuck, rules. The expression on the face of the silver giant bat Biondini suddenly froze. Ronan had already turned his head, his eyes firmly locked on the tall figure walking on the light belt in the distance. His eyes bloomed with a star-like brilliance, and his whole body was also shrouded by invisible power, and his robe moved without wind. Unparalleled. Despair frozen ball. Who? It condensed all the coldness and fighting spirit that Ronan had accumulated during his long waiting time. This was his peak skill as an ice wizard so far. The huge rotating frozen ball released a terrifying aura, whistling and leaving a deep white mark in the air, and blasted straight towards the tall figure coming from a distance. Ronan's robe fluttered, and the two magic nightmare swords under his robe were automatically generated. The silverization talisman lit up, and the despair field was still there. He was like a twisted source of cold, following the trajectory of the ice ball, directly breaking through the constraints of the rune array of the fighting arena and rushing away. What selection, what arena, what rules? At this moment, they were all torn apart by Ronan. He just wanted to fight. He just wanted the opponent to lose. The solidified and oppressive atmosphere on the fighting square was broken at the moment Ronan rushed out of the arena array, and an uproar sounded in the field. Soon after, many magic circle wizards began to follow Ronan in the direction he rushed out. The originally orderly selection suddenly became chaotic. The silver giant bat Byrondini looked at the crowd below in astonishment, with his mouth slightly open, flapping his huge bat wings quickly, looking at a loss. He subconsciously looked at the third-level wizard old man who closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep, and saw that the latter was still calm and indifferent, so he shook his head helplessly. Another guy who makes people worry. After saying that, he flapped his wings and quickly caught up with the battlefield that was being transferred. Soon, the crowd in the huge fighting square dispersed, leaving only a lonely figure in a corner. Travis, with pale skin, black diamond earrings on both ears, and a deep gloomy and depressed mood, stared blankly at the direction where the crowd was going away, a flamboyant and dazzling back surrounded by countless ice and snow, and a dreamy muttering sound came out of his mouth. So, challenging the top 10 can be done this way. This was not a sneak attack. Because when Ronan summoned the ice ball and took the initiative to show his intention to attack, the figure walking on the light belt stopped. The wind in the sky brought the other party's chanting sound of a spell. Ronan ignored it, his eyes were bright, and he continued to push the ice ball forward. Soon, he felt the traces of the rapid flow of energy particles in the air. They were sinking rapidly, and there was also a more majestic and huge ocean of energy particles rising slowly from below. It was an incalculable huge group of free energy particles of the Earth system. Boom! Boom! Ronan saw the ground in the distance began to shake, the earth quickly cracked, as if a tightly closed bottle cork was opened, and brown mud and stone pillars rushed into the sky like fountains. The tall figure with long hair and shawl faced him, raised his right arm, and controlled the energy fluctuations in the air to erupt like a volcano. Under his control, the mud and stone pillars quickly gathered towards one position like earth dragons, forming a huge vortex. The tall figure wore a shiny armband on his right arm, from which flew countless sharp and glittering points of light, which continuously merged into the countless swirling vortices of soil. When Ronan arrived with the ice ball, a huge brown earth shield with shiny metal particles on its surface suddenly took shape. Boom! The rotating ice ball, which exuded an infinite cold air, collided with a brown earth shield, and countless deep blue and brown torrents burst out in an instant. There were also some hot flames flowing out, and there were screams of horror from the center of the explosion. A figure rushed out in a mess and fled quickly into the distance. The terrifying energy aftermath set off a huge air wave, and the wind wrapped in mud, stones and ice chips crackled and hit the flashing energy shields crazily, causing a group of magic circle wizards who came to watch the battle to stop. Ronan rushed into the battle group at the moment of the spell collision. The magic nightmare swords blessed by the flame of breaking the law cut through the chaotic energy flow. His mental power firmly locked onto a glowing mental power figure, and his eyes lit up. He waved his two swords, and the terrifying physical strength pushed him, dragging two long black and twisted traces in the air, and slashed straight at the figure. Bang! Ronan felt that he had slashed something hard, and a pile of mud exploded in front of him. Then another hard object approached from all angles on the side. Ronan slashed with both hands and slashed them all in an instant, but his body was also dragged. When he looked up, he saw that the fiery mental power figure he sensed had taken this opportunity to distance himself from him. His eyes flashed slightly, and he simply put down his two swords and stood still. At this time, the smoke and dust aftermath of the previous collision between the ice ball and the earth shield completely subsided. In the dissipated ice dust and mud, the tall figure of the opponent finally appeared completely in front of Ronan. He was a burly young man, wearing an exquisite silver short coat with runes emanating from it, and a silver metal armband on his right arm. He had gray eyes and long hair. A long scar ran diagonally across his rather masculine face, giving Ronan the feeling of being strong, powerful, and ferocious. He was like a ferocious tiger, with its limbs firmly grasping the ground, slightly bent over, steady, heavy, yet sinister and dangerous. The two men stood facing each other in midair, with large and small broken boulders scattered under their feet, as if they were in a barren desert or on top of broken walls. Frost left on the ground was rare. This was the advantage of earth-based wizards. For other elemental spells, After the spell was released, the summoned energy particles would quickly escape, but earth-based spells could exist for a long time, like an army ready to be dispatched at any time. I admit that I underestimated you. Lenny, with gray eyes and long hair, narrowed his eyes slightly, and glanced at Nona Paran, who was pale and frightened in the distance, and then looked at Ronan, and a cold light flashed in his narrow eyes. He was in the middle stage of level 2, and the mental power fluctuations naturally emanating from his body were several times stronger than Nona Paran's peak state before. After a wizard is promoted to level 2, his mental power will condense into crystals. When this mental power crystal grows to the extreme, the second mental power crystal will come into being. At this time, it is the so-called middle stage of level 2 wizard. In terms of pure mental power strength, Lenny, who is in the middle stage of level 2 wizard realm, has a mental power at least 20 times stronger than Ronan, who is in the late stage of level 1. At this time, he stood in front of Ronan, and the overlapping suns and the terrible mental force field directly emptied all the free energy particles around Ronan that were not earth-based. His despair field, which was constructed by the superposition of the 4 domains, felt suppressed and unable to raise his head just facing Lenny's mental force field. The icy air quickly dissipated as soon as it appeared, and it was difficult to condense into shape. Of course, this is also related to the so-called superposition of the 4 domains of Ronan, which is not the real 4 domains of law. The spells copied by the mirror light talisman are essentially different from the spells he summoned by casting. Just like the objects reflected in the mirror, no matter how similar they look to the original, the fake is still fake. It is indeed double anchoring, and the power of the despair domain has been greatly enhanced, but it is still far from the real superposition of the 4 domains of law, the domain of 12 spell anchors. Ronan is very clear about this. Therefore, the confidence he has in challenging Lenny has never been the ice domain blessed by mirror light. No matter how you package the waste, it is just waste. Lenny whispered, looking at Ronan calmly, and mysterious auras flowed out of his body, and in an instant, a powerful and heavy extraordinary domain force field took shape. Okay, let me deal with you myself. Ronan gently swung his 2 swords into a pair of sword flowers, nodded to Lenny in front of him, and said, "That's what I wanted to say." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116: A Resonance of the Dharma Domain, the 7-colored river of Spurt. Your ability to talk tough is exactly the same as Binigo's. Lenny said indifferently. Ronan couldn't help laughing. If you don't know, you would think that it was Binigo who was beaten down many times, not you. Lenny's expression froze, and the next moment, the gray eyes were filled with surging murderous intent. Sand of delay. A rune pattern lit up in Lenny's gray eyes. He said coldly, and the terrifying mental power of a second-level mid-stage wizard and the extraordinary power of the domain of law surrounding him spread out at the same time. Instinct drove Ronan to raise the 2 swords in his hands, and the blazing flame of breaking the law protected him in front of him. When the mental force field and the domain of law force field enveloped him at the same time, Ronan felt like he was blown directly by a fierce sandstorm. Crunch! The despair field released with him as the center made a shattering sound under the heavy load. This was the most direct collision between the extraordinary domains. Ronan's 4-domain superimposed despair domain might be stronger than the domain power that Lenny controlled. But the gap between his mental power to support the domain and the ice energy particles that he could control to show the power of the domain was too big. The power of the 4 domains superimposed was weakened to the extreme, just like a fragile ice shell being hit hard by a hurled boulder. This was a ruthless crushing at the level of hard power. The extraordinary domain is a sharp sword, but how can you hold this sword without strength? Mental power is the real foundation of a wizard's strength. Lenny looked at Ronan, who had simply withdrawn the despair domain and no longer had any coldness around him, and sneered, "Didn't Binigo tell you this?" As he spoke, his eyes flashed, and large chunks of rock on the ground below quietly collapsed, turning into large piles of brown sand, which rolled up into the sky in an instant and pounced on Ronan. Ronan made a move to swing his 2 swords, and the blazing flames of breaking magic wrapped around the 2 magic swords tore large pieces of holes in the brown sand curtain. However, the sand still fell on Ronan. In an instant, Ronan's face changed slightly. The gravel that fell on him did not cause him any harm, but each grain seemed to weigh tens of millions of pounds, pressing hard on his body, making him fall into an extremely heavy situation all of a sudden. His whole body seemed to be tightly pulled by countless invisible ropes, and it was much more difficult to raise his hands than usual. It's painful, right? Lanny continued to control the huge rocks and sand under his feet, flying high into the sky, merging into the magic domain, and rushing towards Ronan. This is my magic domain. The power of hysteresis. Even if you move your little finger now, you need to overcome this piece of land first, plus all the gravity brought by the magic sand on your body. Ronan had no expression on his face, and continued to try to control the two swords in his hands bit by bit. But more and more hysteresis sands fell on him, like strange brown tentacles, wrapping him up in circles. Ding! A clear sound like crystal knocking. The silver armband on Lanny's right arm melted and fell into his hand, turning into a heavy and gorgeous silver crystal sword. He gently held the hilt of the sword with both hands and walked towards Ronan, who was entangled by countless hysteresis sands and had only a pair of eyes exposed. I will cut your face with this sword. Lanny spoke calmly. As he walked, the oblique scar on his face seemed to come alive and slightly squirmed. This is the shameful mark that Inigo left me. Now. Lanny walked close to Ronan, and Ronan's eyes were completely submerged in the gravel. He raised the heavy sword in his hand high, made a downward slashing gesture, his eyes were cold, and he said word by word in a cold tone, I will give it to you. The terrifying energy fluctuations quickly gathered on the heavy sword in Lanny's hand. His metal medium is a special metal with crystal-like properties. The heavy sword formed as crystal clear, like a work of art. Now that countless energy particles have been infused into it, the heavy sword that was originally like a shining crystal sculpture has glowed with an earthy yellow light. In addition to its sharpness, it has added countless terrifying, indescribable heavy meanings. And at that end, Lanny uttered short syllables, a fierce look flashed across his face, holding the heavy sword with both hands, and slashed at the human-shaped sand pile in front of him. Before the sword was completely slashed, there were amazing energy waves that penetrated the sword, squeezing Lanny into a large area of air, leaving a series of twisted traces. It even affected the group of magic ring wizards watching below, and they all retreated frantically with a change of face. Second-level mid-stage wizards, especially those with 4 rings like Lanny, have already comprehended the power of the extraordinary domain of law. Whether in soul symbols, combat talent, or spell understanding, they have reached a very high level of second-level mid-stage wizards. Once it bursts out with all its strength, the might it displays is like an overwhelming force that makes people despair. What does it matter if a rising star is so brilliant and dazzling? The gap in hard power is there. Your most outstanding strength may only be able to reach the weaknesses of others, or even exceed them a little, but the only result of all aspects is that you will be completely crushed. The silver giant bat by Hoddam hovering next to the battle group watched this scene silently, with a slight flicker in its gem-like eyes. It seemed to be thinking about whether to stop the battle immediately. However, just as Lanny's heavy sword fell, everyone thought that this battle was about to end, and the unstoppable rising star Ronan would end with pain and a bloody and embarrassed posture. Crackle, the sound of something burning quickly sounded. Huh? Lanny, who was close to the sound, showed a little doubt in his eyes, but did not stop the sword in his hand. Just as the heavy earthy yellow heavy sword was about to hit the head of the humanoid sand pile in front of him, suddenly a cluster of blazing white flames quietly jumped out from the brown sand. The rise of this cluster of flames was like knocking a crack in the thick sand shell, and the crack expanded rapidly at an incredible speed. Then boom! A surging heat wave that could not be described in words poured out from the sand shell, and the dissipated heat instantly left countless traces of burning in the surrounding air. Fire. White fire. Lanny's eyes were instantly occupied by the pure white flames. His pupils contracted, and he found in disbelief that the heavy sword in his hand could no longer fall. It was stuck tightly by something, as if it had taken root at a certain point. The thick sand shell exploded into countless gravel, and in the dust, a slender figure bathed in a more than 1 foot long blazing white flame appeared. This figure was like a super furnace that was burning fiercely, melting and forging millions of magic steels. The air around it all collapsed and sunken, and the light was distorted beyond recognition. Just by looking at it with the naked eye, it would give people a strong sense of suffocation and oppression. Lanny's rooted metal heavy sword was now being pinched in the palm of this figure's slender and well-proportioned hands. The latter quietly raised his head, revealing a pair of calm blue eyes, and whispered, "You should continue to keep the scar. Do you want me to change the angle and cut your face with a sword to make an X?" the handsome boy in the blazing white flame suddenly said. Lanny was stunned and saw the other party smile. The next moment, an unprecedented strong sense of crisis was like hundreds of needles piercing Lanny's head at the same time. His scalp was numb instantly, and before he could react, a fist wrapped in white flames quickly enlarged in his eyes. Bang! Lanny flew directly into the air, and his body even appeared to be suspended in the air for a short time. Then, with his head as the center of gravity, he flew backwards like a falling meteor. A vague white figure was chasing him, even faster than his backward speed. Bang! Ka! The second dull sound of a body being hit directly, with a crisp sound of bone fractures. Lanny changed his direction and flew out, his face covered with blood, and his original strong, domineering and calm temperament had disappeared without a trace. Rock core ring. He raised one hand in shock and anger, and a cocky magic ring on his finger burst into a strong light. Super strong gravity. He almost roared these words, and the light on the magic ring merged into his own magic field. In an instant, the hysteresis force surrounding Lanny's body suddenly increased by nearly one-fold. Countless boulders on the ground exploded, turned into gravel and surged into the sky, madly wrapping up a vague figure whose speed was slightly delayed. Lanny stood in midair, trying to calm his furious, shocked, gloomy, and cold heart with his breathing. Go! Lanny wiped the blood off his face, and his broken and collapsed nose bone grew back. He looked at a place in the distance that had been completely wrapped in gravel into the shape of a small mountain with a sinister look. He stretched out his right hand, and the crystal armband on his right arm quietly collapsed, turning into countless crystal and fine metal particles rushing towards the mountain. However, Lanny had just finished reinforcing his mount of hysteresis when an indescribable terrifying force erupted from the mountain. The entire hill exploded directly, and Ronan's slender and tall figure appeared again. Lanny's face instantly became extremely ugly. Ronan took a deep breath, and the fresh air outside washed away the lingering disgusting dust smell in his mouth and nose. Bathed in the blazing white flames of immaculate body, he felt a sense of relief that he had finally completely released himself. 3 months of hard training day and night, including returning to the mysterious garden secret space several times to find the twisted human figure to take the job. In return, he gained 450 points of master level proficiency. At this time, the white light ball representing vitality in Ronan's body has grown to the size of a human head. The majestic vitality energy contained in it is more than 3 times that of 3 months ago. Ronan exhaled the turbid air in his lungs, and pulled the magic nightmare tungsten steel into the shape of a long sword in his hand. The silver mist steaming on the sword seemed to absorb people's souls. His eyes fell on Lanny not far away through the hazy and magical silver mist, and he spoke quietly in a calm tone, "Are you ready for me to replace Binigo and become the new generation of nightmare in your heart?" Lanny's facial muscles twitched slightly, and suddenly a trace of hostility flashed in his eyes. He stared at Ronan with a cold look, put his hands together, and quickly made several complex spell gestures. In an instant, a trace of brand new mysterious energy flowed out of his body, intertwining with a previous hysteresis force extraordinary law field, indistinguishable from each other. A more complex, more mysterious, more majestic and larger extraordinary law field came out from Lanny's body. In an instant, the soil and gravel in a range around Lanny all exploded, turning into pure gravel and blending into this force field. In the blink of an eye, a huge millstone that slowly rotated formed around his body. Double law superposition. Hysteresis mill. Lanny's face was ferocious, and his body exuded a surging momentum. There were countless brown streams of light jumping around him like lightning, releasing a trace of indescribable horror. As the millstone turned, it seemed to grind everything into slag, as if even the air and light were crushed. The energy fell to the ground, and the solid earth immediately cracked into huge cracks one after another. Don't say you're just a small first-level wizard. Even if Binigo didn't fall to the 4th ring and he stood in front of me now, he would kneel down to me. Lanny roared, and even veins popped out on his cheeks. His long gray hair danced wildly without wind, and the terrifying aura set off a fierce wind around him. The emotions that had been accumulated in his heart for decades seemed to be released at this moment. At this moment, Lanny finally showed the strength that truly belonged to him as the owner of the 6th tower. A mid-level 2nd-level wizard, with 2 extraordinary domains superimposed. This was a force that made second-level wizards tremble with fear. The terrifying energy fluctuations swept the whole scene, and the onlookers kept retreating. Lanny's figure overlapped with the domain millstones that filled the sky, infinitely majestic, as if he was the king who dominated the mountains and the earth. Ronan seemed to be facing a towering mountain. He stared at Lanny in front of him, listening to his hysterical roar. Suddenly, the blazing white flames on Ronan's body dissipated and were all gathered into his body. "Is your trick up to the mark?" Lanny looked down at Ronan from above, and sneered like a boulder hitting another boulder. "No." Ronan shook his head and whispered, "Since you mentioned Binigo, I suddenly want to use another trick to defeat you. Binigo is not as weak as you think." Ronan looked up at Lanny in front of him and said calmly, "The double domain superposition is indeed good, but compared to Binigo, you are still far behind. Smash it together with your teeth and tongue." Lanny's eyes were cold, and he didn't want to talk nonsense with Ronan. The huge rock millstone formed by the double domain superposition turned and quickly crushed towards Ronan, releasing a terrifying crushing force. Large areas of space along the way seemed to be shattered. Facing this terrifying blow, Ronan seemed not to see it at all, and there was not even a slight fluctuation on his face. "Torrent," he uttered softly and pointed with one finger. In an instant, countless free energy particles in the air swarmed in, forming a black torrent composed of more than 440 pure black particles. "You want to resist me with this trick?" Lanny sneered. The terrifying double domain rock millstone speeded up, making a huge grinding sound. Before it got close, the particle torrent, summoned by Ronan, seemed to have a tendency to collapse. Ronan was unmoved, but looked at Lanny and said something inexplicable. "Do you know that in this world, there is a river of destruction that flows silently but can flatten everything?" "Huh?" Lanny frowned. "Forget it, it doesn't matter if you don't know." Ronan raised his head calmly, and the mirror light rune flashed in his consciousness space. The black torrent flowing in front of him immediately doubled, and the original more than 440 pure black particles suddenly increased to 900, densely packed. "Anyway, you will see it with your own eyes soon," Ronan said softly, and his fingers gently drew a straight line in front of him. As this track of nothingness was drawn, colorful colors flowed silently in his azure eyes. Thanks to the amplification of mirror light, the gap that was still a little short was filled, and the shackles on the road ahead were directly broken. A trace of mysterious energy that was more than 10 times richer than pure energy slipped out from Ronan's fingers. In an instant, all the sounds in this world seemed to disappear, the roaring spell-grinding wheel stopped, and the whistling wind disappeared. All the free energy particles within a radius of dozens of miles seemed to be completely emptied in an instant. Even the light of the countless flashing rune arrays around dimmed in an instant. And the flowing black torrent in the void in front of Ronan's eyes, I don't know when. It turned into a clear and distinct 7 colors. The river was as flat as a mirror, quiet and silent, just like the mysterious 7-color river from the legendary country flowing quietly under the starry sky on a summer night. The moment the magnificent, gorgeous, and dreamlike scene appeared, it attracted everyone's attention. Their souls seemed to be immersed in the flowing 7 colors like oil paint. In the universal orb of spirit, there is such a magical place. The ingenious workmanship of nature has created a natural energy-absorbing magic circle, which absorbs the free energy particles between heaven and earth all the time. These energy particles, which are larger than the ocean, gather into gas, condense into liquid, and finally divide into 7 distinct streams according to the different elemental properties. The 7 streams gather together to form the most magnificent and beautiful 7-color energy river in the world. The river is heavy, and no matter how it flows, it makes no sound, and does not stir up any waves. But it has the terrifying power to flatten everything. This is the great power of nature, the workmanship of the Creator. Ronan blinked, and his originally azure eyes had completely turned into gorgeous 7 colors, and Lanny's dazed and sluggish figure was reflected in the 7 colors. He snapped his fingers lightly, and the mysterious and huge colorful river surrounding him immediately flowed quietly towards Lanny, carrying a terrifying torrent that seemed to be able to wash away everything, smash everything, and destroy everything. A domain resonance. This move, Ronan said calmly, I call it Sibert's colorful river. In an instant, as the colorful river rushed out, the 3rd-level wizard who had been dozing off in the dual square suddenly opened his eyes, and his old eyes bloomed with an unprecedented strange brilliance, and he turned abruptly to the direction of the battlefield behind him. On the other side, The other 9 gray meditation towers under the silver tower, at the moment they felt the appearance of this terrifying aura, also burst into an extremely strong magic circle light. One after another, powerful mental power rose up, and one after another, human figures appeared on the top of the tower, looking over here with a moving expression. And at the deepest part of these meditation towers, at the top of a meditation tower closest to the bottom of the silver tower, in the dense darkness, a tall figure sitting cross-legged on the ground suddenly opened his eyes silently. In his gem-like bright eyes, a light that dispelled all the darkness around him bloomed. A resonance of the domain of law. The 7th ring of law. Finally an interesting character has appeared. Please give me a monthly ticket, thank you. Chapter 117 Clemens. His light is destined to shine throughout the 7 rings. The moment he stripped the mirror light rune from the universal orb and the 2nd order mirror magic tool, Ronan knew that this was definitely the most suitable soul rune for him at this stage. Although the mirror light rune that Ronan comprehended could not truly perfectly replicate the spell, it had an incomparable improvement in his strength. The doubling of the spell anchor point in the field of despair was a pleasant surprise, and even Ronan himself did not expect it. At first, he simply wanted to enhance the power of the trump card, Energy Missile Particle Torrent, so that the former magic ace could continue to consolidate its position. 6 bottles of Murphydra's Kiss raised Ronan's spell comprehension to an unprecedented level, which could truly rank among the ranks of geniuses. In addition to the assistance of the universal orb, Ronan's understanding of Particle Torrent made great progress in 3 months of hard training. He could feel that he was getting closer and closer to the realm of a domain resonance that Inigo said. There were even many times when he seemed to have touched the edge of that realm. But it was always a little short. It lacks some time and energy accumulation. The appearance of the mirror light talisman just makes up for this part of the deficiency. Under the effect of the mirror light talisman, the number of pure black energy particles summoned when performing Particle Torrent doubled. Perhaps it was a qualitative change caused by quantitative change. In this state, Ronan directly skipped the accumulation process in the middle and entered the realm of a section of domain resonance as if it was a matter of course. Inigo asked Ronan twice whether he really mastered a section of domain resonance. Ronan shook his head, but did not completely deny it. His own accumulation is indeed a little short of the realm of truly comprehending a section of domain resonance, but he has mastered this power in another way and disguise. This is the reason. A section of domain resonance, Particle Torrent, turned into a mysterious colorful river flowing quietly. In Ronan's mind, the mental power that grew as big as a water ball after being promoted to the late stage of the 1st level was instantly consumed. Since mastering the realm of emptiness and clarity, he has not had this experience of mental power being completely drained in one breath for a long time. On the outside, he looked fine, his face remained unchanged, but there was a trace of fatigue in his eyes that was not easily noticed. Then, with a blessing of the empty and clear realm, with a master-level proficiency of more than 400 points, the fatigue quickly disappeared, and the mental strength that was restored seemed to be a little thicker than before. The 7-color energy torrent seemed to have taken away all the sounds and colors between heaven and earth. The river of tranquility flowed silently. Under the wash of the 7-color river, Lanny's 2 huge grinding discs with superimposed domains were like a piece of butter blocking the lava flow. The moment the 2 sides touched, they were swallowed up and melted cleanly. Lanny kept retreating with a look of horror, but he could not retreat faster than the speed of the 7-color river. Wherever he retreated, large chunks of boulders under him collapsed and turned into streams of mud, which mixed with the armband on his hand and formed the rock and soil shield that had previously resisted Ronan's super-large despair ice ball. Then, blocking the 7-color torrent, it collapsed and disintegrated in less than half a breath. The gem rings on Lanny's fingers flickered one by one, and he took out one magic tool after another from his storage pocket. He cast countless spells, but they didn't even stir up a wave in the 7-color torrent. Finally, Lanny had nowhere to retreat, and his eyes showed real despair. Seeing that his figure was about to be completely submerged in the 7-color torrent, at this time, a light and shadow fell from the sky, blocking Lanny in front of him, supporting a metallic silver barrier. Boom boom, the 7-color river rolled over, and the silver barrier shook in the calm 7-color energy torrent, as if it would collapse at any time. Boy, that's enough. A hoarse and low voice broke the silent and solemn tranquility here. Ronan's eyes flashed, and he gently raised his hand. The seven-color quiet river turned to the sky, rushed to nothingness, and quickly collapsed and disappeared, as if it was flowing back to the legendary mysterious country. When the huge amount of free energy particles that Ronan had seized returned to the world, the light of the countless rune arrays around him relit, and everything gradually calmed down. Everyone saw that Lanny was standing in the air with a disheveled figure and an extremely ugly face, far away from Ronan. In front of him was the silver giant bat Biondini, with its wings spread out, its body tattered and its metallic luster dim. Biondini blocked all the domains and energy shocks for Lanny at the last moment, but even if Ronan withdrew the attack in time, it was not feeling well. You have to bear the full cost of repairing my body. Now, get out of the way. Biondini flapped his bat wings unsteadily and growled at Lanny. His tone was irritable and dissatisfied, and it was obvious that he was in a very bad mood. Lanny's face changed, and he finally responded with a low yes, and then retreated to the sidelines, but his eyes would still look in Ronan's direction from time to time, and he couldn't help showing a horrified and moved look. The colorful river has disappeared, but the air still seems to have the shadow of the seven colors flowing. The crowd watching the game stood still, staring at Ronan's figure in the sky with numb eyes. Ronan's endless extraordinary power of the domain was shocking enough, and now he has even shown a realm of domain resonance. A first-level wizard comprehended a domain resonance. Even Lanny, who was in the middle stage of the second level, was defeated miserably. Is he really a natural magic demon? Exclamation mark. Countless seventh ring wizards twitched slightly in their hearts, and could no longer find the right words to describe their feelings at this time. After the battle with Lanny, Ronan found that the situation on the field had changed slightly. There were more people watching the game. There were obviously several more figures on the sidelines, each of them exuding a powerful aura that was almost as strong as Lanny. Their figures were half hidden in the void, and they kept sending him shocked and fearful eyes. The third-level wizard who had been staying at the edge of the fighting square and had almost no sense of existence appeared on the battlefield at some point. His eyes, which were pretending to be asleep, opened and shone like gems. Looking at him was like looking at a rare and unique work of art. And even further away, the towering silver tower seemed to project a series of difficult and obscure mental fluctuations. Ronan carefully captured the traces left by these mental fluctuations. It was the breath of a third-level wizard like the white-bearded old man. Suddenly, it seemed that a breeze blew from a very far distance. Ronan felt something in his heart and looked up in the direction of the wind. He squinted his eyes and saw a figure slowly appearing in the deepest part of the 10 meditation towers, and then quickly coming towards him. Clemens, the most talented wizard of the seventh ring of the contemporary world. The silver giant bat flapped its wings and flew to his side, looking at the approaching figure with him. During the long time I served the seventh ring, Clemens could be considered a top-ranked genius. He has been the number one for a long time. He used to be as brilliant as you are today. The silver giant bat turned to look at Ronan, and said in a low, hoarse voice with a hint of smile, "Boy, it seems that he has chosen to accept your challenge. This is what you want, be prepared." Clemens is not comparable to those people who live in the tower. Ronan listened to Biondini's narration without much emotion on his face. He watched the figure descend and finally landed in front of him completely. This was a very tall and very thin young man. He only wore a simple silver robe, and his 10 fingers that drooped naturally were clean, without any magic rings. He looked ordinary, with light blue eyes, like a pair of lapis lazuli laid on his cheeks. He looked ordinary, and did not emit any strong mental fluctuations, but as soon as the young man appeared, he immediately caused a commotion among all the wizards watching in the field. Clemens actually left the tower. I didn't expect Ronan to challenge him. Back then, Binigo was defeated by Clemens more than once. That was many years ago. How powerful is Clemens now? Ronan listened to the buzzing voices of the people around him and felt a very wonderful process. After the young man named Clemens appeared in front of him, the eyes that had been fixed on him like nails turned to the young man. This man just appeared, without saying a word, and easily took away all the light from him. It was as if he was born to be the focus, firmly attracting everyone's attention like a magnet. Lord Galby. The thin young man politely greeted the third-level wizard old man in the air, and then greeted the silver giant bat Biondini in a friendly manner. The third-level wizard's face changed for the first time since he appeared. He smiled and nodded to the young man, saying, "It seems that you are not far from that realm." "Still a long way." The thin young man shook his head modestly. After a few pleasantries, the young man named Clemens turned his eyes to Ronan. "I received your letter of challenge. Do you need to prepare?" Clemens's demeanor and tone were very calm, and Ronan did not find any fighting spirit in his pale blue eyes. Ronan's challenge seemed to be just an invitation to him. He was interested, so he came. Ronan's eyes flickered slightly, and after thinking, he nodded. Then wait a moment. Clemens made a pleased gesture, standing still, occasionally talking softly to Biondini. Ronan closed his eyes and began to adjust to his state. In the space of consciousness, the light spots belonging to the empty and clear realm fluctuated rhythmically, quickly restoring his mental strength and soothing the remaining mental fatigue after a series of battles. Clemens had no intention of fighting Ronan, and in fact, Ronan did not have much intention of fighting Clemens either. After defeating Lanny, all his goals in this dual selection trial had been almost achieved. He reached the destination he expected to reach, and the remaining distance was extra. However, he still looked forward to the scenery of this extra distance, a serious magic competition, just enough for him to feel how big the gap between himself and the genius wizard who was now at the top of the 7th ring was. By the way, he could also try out the ultimate trump card that he had never tried properly and was in the process of being perfected. Time passed by, and everyone was waiting quietly. There seemed to be more people watching. In addition to the Magic Circle wizards participating in the duel, there were also some from the Silver White Tower. Those high-level wizards of the 7th ring, who had been in meditation for many years and focused on meditation and witchcraft research, when they felt the upcoming duel between the two genius wizards of the 7th ring, put down their affairs and came to watch with interest. The atmosphere on the field became peaceful, and the hostility mixed with personal grudges disappeared. It was a pure duel, and everyone was looking forward to it. A part of the light that was taken away by Clemens returned to the handsome white-haired boy in the sky who closed his eyes and regulated his breathing. No matter what the result of this battle is, the name Ronan Damien will be remembered by everyone, and the owner of the name will move into the tower and become a new legend for people to look up to. Finally, the boy with closed eyes opened his eyes. "I'm fine." Ronan looked at Clemens and spoke softly. His state has been adjusted to the peak, and the declining fighting spirit has been rekindled in his chest. The blue eyes are as calm as an autumn lake. Only a few people can catch the light surging under the calm. Clemens nodded with a smile, but he didn't say anything. The meaning of letting Ronan take the lead is self-evident. He is like a well-educated top noble, and his every move is full of indescribable elegance and calmness. Mirror light. Frost spear. Frost howl. Ronan looked calm, without any hesitation or nonsense, and directly activated the mirror light rune and began to build his own icy domain. Spears carved from ice crystals, whistling cold winds, translucent ice armor. Ice spells appeared in pairs. Ronan clenched his hands and summoned a pair of dark blue ice balls that rotated endlessly like ice crystal ember in the middle of his chest. After 12 anchors, the despair domain superimposed by the 4 domains was finally built. True. Despair domain. Ronan's robes were raised, his white hair fluttered, and nearly endless despair and cold air was released from his body. Deep cold veins extended under his feet. Like a flower of ice flame rooted in endless frozen soil, swaying and shining, or like a giant eye that slowly opened, containing endless despair and coldness. Unparalleled frozen sphere. Ronan manipulated the cold air, and a huge blue ice ball as big as a hill quickly rotated and condensed in front of his eyes. The endless cold air between heaven and earth formed a white vortex, and the center of the vortex was the blue rotating ice ball, and the mysterious energy belonging to the domain flowed everywhere. Go. Ronan, with mysterious magic energy flowing throughout his body, had no expression on his face, and pointed at Clemens from a distance. The terrifying super ice ball whistled out, and the cold wind blew the hem of Ronan's robe high back. Compared with the 2 battles against Nono Paran and Lenny, Ronan's release of both the despair field and the unparalleled ice ball this time seemed more calm and smooth, and the power of the 2 was also obviously a little stronger. Those who could catch this subtle change all had shocked eyes. On the surface, they looked calm, but in their hearts, they had already set off a storm. They seemed to have found the source of Ronan's excellence and brilliance. Such a demon who could continuously improve at a speed visible to the naked eye in battle after battle, his brilliance was destined to spread throughout the 7 rings. Chapter 118, Pure Body Ancient Giant Monster Form. Facing Ronan's unparalleled ice ball, the pinnacle of ice magic, Clemens' pale blue eyes seemed to have no ripples. The huge rotating ice ball with a terrifying and disparate icy breath was whistling towards him, and large areas of air condensed along the way, and traces of frost were everywhere. The cold wind gently blew Clement's light chestnut hair. He did nothing but slowly took a step forward. Bang! An extremely strong supernatural force field emanated from Clement's body. Countless free energy particles in the air gathered and instantly condensed into a hemispherical cyan crystal barrier. The huge ice ball smashed into the cyan crystal barrier with a bang, and a strong energy aftermath erupted. The dark blue and cyan colors of light spread everywhere, and the two supernatural powers fought each other, constantly colliding with fierce and harsh sounds. Clemens continued to walk forward with a calm expression, and an invisible and terrifying momentum emanated from his body. With every step he took, he became brighter, and the ice ball that was against the cyan energy barrier broke into pieces. He gradually became dazzling, and walked towards Ronan step by step, resisting Ronan's unparalleled ice ball. The terrifying extraordinary power surrounding him crushed everything. When the constantly weakened ice ball was finally crushed and exploded under this power, it turned into countless blue and white air currents and dissipated. Clemens's whole person also became completely radiant. 3 suns. Ronan saw 3 overlapping suns on Clemens. Those were the lights of 3 spiritual crystals belonging to a late-level wizard. Countless free wind energy particles in the world revolved around Clemens, spontaneously forming a light blue hurricane around him, and dense tornadoes rose into the sky. Ronan's despair domain was riddled with holes, and the icy air was defeated. This is the kingdom of wind, and Clemens is the king walking in the kingdom. With a mental power gap of nearly 100 times, the unparalleled ice ball superimposed by the 4 domains can hardly break even the energy protection barrier he casually summoned. The gap is too big. Ronan's mind was rolling. He looked at Clemens, who was walking step by step. He took a deep breath, and a blazing white flame silently ignited on the surface of his body. Invisible heat waves spread out, and the light around him was distorted. The air also collapsed and sunk in. Immaculate body, the physical power that dominates everything. Ronan raised his 2 swords, and his bulging robe outlined his slender and perfect body. The white hair on his forehead danced, and his blue eyes were firmly locked on Clemens. A stronger fighting spirit was gradually ignited at this moment. Stop making these useless attempts. Clemens's indifferent eyes swept across Ronan's body, and he said calmly, "You should know how big the gap between you and me is. I came here for a section of your domain resonance skill. I just want to see it. Really." The demon nightmare tungsten steel turned into 2 swords and fell into Ronan's hands. The tip of the sword emitted a faint light of the flame of breaking the law. "Then follow my rhythm." After saying that, Ronan's figure suddenly disappeared on the spot, leaving only a faint and almost invisible afterimage. Clemens frowned and caught the suppressed and sharp sound of the air tearing at a high speed. Rip! The portal of the kingdom of wind belonging to Clemens was broken, and large tracts of hurricane tornadoes quietly dissipated from the middle section, as if they were cut apart by something, presenting a straight vacuum track along the way. This track extended to the energy shield outside Clemens' body at the speed of a blink of an eye. With a loud bang, a big hole was broken in the crystal-walled energy shield, and a blazing white blurry figure suddenly plunged into the solid domain of law, using the dark blue as the front, breaking through the obstacles of the domain of law and driving straight in. A ray of brilliance flashed in Clemens' lapis lazuli eyes, and he raised his hand. The power of the extraordinary domain of law in front of him gathered and instantly turned into a crystal clear, half-moon-shaped dark blue wind blade, which shot out and hit the blurry figure approaching him like white lightning. Boom! Crack! The huge dark blue wind blade shattered and exploded into countless crystal fragments. But the figure covered by the blazing white flame was also forced to retreat a few steps. Before he could stand firm, the second, third, and fourth dense wind blades shot towards him at the call of Clemens. Airflow control. Clemens stretched out his right hand towards the figure that was being forced to reveal its shape bit by bit under the countless powerful wind blades, with his 5 fingers spread out. Under the powerful mental power, countless hurricanes and tornadoes in the sky became obedient and followed Clemens' control, turning into solid and twisted wind beams, wrapping around the figure like a giant green python. "You have good strength and fast speed." Clemens looked at the blurred figure that seemed to be in a hard fight and said lightly, "But no matter how fast you are, it can't be faster than the speed of wind formation, and it can't be faster than the speed captured by the mental power of a late-level wizard. It's a close combat method. It can bully ordinary wizards, but it will only become a joke against the real strong ones." Boom! A terrifying heat wave erupted like a volcano, and the blazing white and dark blue flames intertwined and rose in an instant. The entangled wind beams and dense crystal wind blades were all shattered by this sudden burst of power and turned into a gust of wind and dissipated. Breaking through the siege of countless wind spells, Ronan slowly put down his two swords, exhaled lightly, and his azure eyes looked at Clemens calmly across the distance. Clemens was right. Although unsullied body is powerful, it is after all pure physical strength and a means of close combat. It has too many limitations. He can still rely on brute force to crush a wizard of average strength, but if it is an opponent like Clemens, who is much stronger than himself, he will be a little powerless. But in the end, Ronan's eyes flashed, it's because he's not strong enough. If physical strength can only be used in a crushing state, then it should be crushing all the time. Whispering wind. Clemens's calm voice mixed with powerful energy particle fluctuations came from a distance. Ronan's eyes flashed, and he raised his sword and rushed forward. Clemens has never used his full strength. The gap between them is too big, a whole realm apart. Even if Ronan is an absolute magic demon, he can't be Clemens' opponent at all. Why doesn't Ronan use a spell domain resonance method? He is afraid that once he uses it, the battle will end immediately. There are not many opportunities to fight against a top genius like Clemens. The magic circle wizards who were watching the battle looked at the ongoing battle in front of them and talked about it. In their opinion, this was a duel whose outcome was doomed from the beginning. The duration of the entire battle mainly depends on Clemens's demeanor and patience. Once Clemens' patience is exhausted, the battle will be completely over. Everyone on and off the court is very clear about this. Clemens accepted Ronan's challenge not because he defeated Lanny. Even if the second-ranked genius in the 7th ring challenged Clemens, Clemens might not fight back. The reason why he chose to accept the challenge from Ronan, who was only a late-level wizard, was entirely because Ronan had comprehended a domain resonance. That was all. Perhaps Clemens is very close to domain resonance, and wants to get inspiration and complete the final breakthrough by fighting with Ronan, this evildoer. Some people speculated, and many people agreed. But soon, the facts ruthlessly overturned this speculation. Enough. Clemens' voice, which was calm and slightly cold, sounded in the field. All the wind stopped in an instant. But it did not disappear, hovering around Clemens' body, densely packed, like a bow ready to be fired. I came out of the tower, not to play this boring trick with you. Clemens fixed his eyes on a figure covered by a blazing white flame in the field. He stretched out his right hand, and dark green rune patterns lit up from under his wide robe like the veins of a plant, extending quickly along his wide and smooth arm to his palm. Since you are unwilling to perform a domain resonance, then I will help you. After Clemens finished speaking, the rune patterns on his right hand just extended to the tip of his index finger. Along with a bit of rich dark green light flying out from the tip of Clemens' right index finger, a stream of mysterious energy that was more than 10 times richer and purer than before emerged from Clemens' fingertips like a flood. In an instant, this space seemed to have suddenly become a world of wind. Endless air currents, a vast sea of wind-type free energy particles. Countless air currents condensed into a huge hand in the sky, full of flowing light and complex patterns, like a hand made of the purest lapis lazuli. The moment this hand appeared, all the magic circle wizards watching below felt as if they would be torn into pieces at any time, with a strong sense of suffocation. A domain resonance? This is the power of a domain resonance. Some wizards watching the battle were shocked, and while desperately retreating, they shouted excitedly and incoherently. Clemens had already comprehended a domain resonance, and his acceptance of Ronan's challenge was simply a game on a whim. Everyone was shocked, but they could not help but feel sincere awe and admiration for Clemens, who was surrounded by countless light blue air currents and seemed to be the master of the sky. The same effect of a domain resonance, when performed by Clemens, a second-level late wizard, was more than 10 times more terrifying than the power of the 7-colored energy river summoned by Ronan. A domain resonance, the strength of the second-level late stage. This is the true style of Clemens, the first genius of their 7th ring. A domain resonance. Hand of Ionello. Clemens looked down at Ronan with an expressionless face and said calmly, "If you still refuse to use your domain resonance method, then be prepared to be seriously injured. No one can play tricks on me." After saying this, Clemens' eyes flowed with real coldness. He locked his eyes on a figure not far away, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The dark green giant hand above his head, which was entangled by countless hurricane air currents, immediately grabbed the other party quickly. Ainello is a legendary monster that eats wind and has the power to tear apart all strong winds. Under the oppression of this giant hand that seemed like a legendary monster, the void in that area seemed to collapse directly, and all the light was compressed and dim. The air that was constantly collapsing and squeezing was 10 times heavier than the low pressure before the storm. A strong sense of suffocation, dimming light, and the pain and sense of crisis that seemed to be cut by thousands of knives at the same time. Ronan looked up, squinting his eyes and staring at the giant hand of light approaching his head quickly. His robe was blown by the raging wind around him like a broken flag. So this is the power of a resonance of the domain of law. It is really terrifying to face it as an opponent. Ronan murmured softly, but the light in his eyes seemed to become stronger little by little. Just right. Under such pressure, the move I envision can be truly realized. After saying that, Ronan took a breath. He closed his eyes and no longer paid attention to the crisis falling on his head. Immediately afterwards, the blazing white flames surrounding his body also faded away, as if he had chosen to give up all resistance at this moment. His slender and thin body was hanging in the deep green, filled with darkness, and under the raging wind, like a reed that could be uprooted and crushed at any time. However, only Ronan himself knew what kind of effort he was making now. In his strong body, the huge white light ball located in the middle of his chest was being compressed inward by Ronan's mental power. This was a special technique that Ronan had figured out after his brain was developed to use the stainless body. Compressing all the vitality to the extreme, and then releasing all of it in an instant. The power that burst out in an instant may exceed 10 times or even dozens of times the normal activation state of the stainless body. After completing this idea, Ronan only tried it a few times and had not really tested it completely. One reason is that the vitality in the body must be almost completely consumed in one test, which is too costly. The second reason was that the external pressure was not enough. With only his level 1 late spiritual power, he could not achieve the extreme compression he envisioned. But now, under the terrifying pressure of a spell attack from the domain resonance spell of the level 2 late wizard Clemens, all the external conditions that Ronan wanted were perfectly realized. The process was unusually smooth. The huge white light ball in his chest was quickly compressed from the original size of a human head to the size of a fist, and then the color of the pigeon egg became richer and richer, but the volume became smaller and smaller. In a flash, a thumb-sized, almost solid, pure white light ball with countless lightning-like fragments of white light finally took shape in Ronan's body. It was no longer possible to continue compressing, and it had reached a certain extreme. Ronan could clearly feel the unprecedented terrible power contained in this pure white ball, a lay condensed in a palm that was the condensation of countless majestic vitality. After compressing to the extreme, the next thing to do is to release it. With inexplicable expectations and a bit of trepidation, Ronan quietly withdrew his level 1 late spiritual power that was close to perfection. Without this pressure, something suddenly broke inside Ronan. The terrifying energy giant hand summoned by Clemens's domain resonance was only a few meters away from him. It was also at this moment. Ronan suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 beams of pure white light suddenly burst out from his blue pupils. His handsome face was instantly occupied by pain and distortion, and countless blue veins appeared densely, becoming extremely hideous. Crack, 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 a series of dense sounds of flesh stretching and joints colliding came from Ronan's body. His whole body expanded rapidly like a balloon, and his body directly tore through his robes. Dense and rich white light gushed out from every pore of his body, condensing and interweaving into the shape of lightning. His originally short white hair was also growing rapidly. Boom! When Clemens summoned the hand of Ainello, and pressed down hard, countless energy lights burst out instantly. More than one magic circle wizard watching the battle vaguely saw in their almost blurred vision, a shadow of an ancient giant monster several meters long, ferocious and huge, with white hair hanging down to the waist, roaring silently at the sky. Chapter 119, Breaking and Reshaping. Stepping out of the legendary page, I lost. Garby, how is your research on the 3-way mirror that can purify the magic array going? Have you made any breakthroughs? In the void near the side of the silver white tower, an old wizard with a white beard and wearing a pointed wizard hat and a luxurious and exquisite robe stood casually. There were several shadowy figures around him, and their specific images could not be seen clearly, just like some blurred projections under the projection of light, and several people were talking in low voices. There are still a few key runes that are not perfect. I have too little relevant knowledge to refer to. After the ancient wizard force, the Court of Mirrors, withdrew, no systematic inheritance was left. All research on space and mirror magic relies on the analysis and reverse deduction of runes by later generations. There is nothing we can do about it. Someone comforted him softly, it will be soon. When the core area of the Court of Mirrors is completely opened, some new runes and magic tools will inevitably flow out. At that time, your problem should be solved. The white-bearded old wizard called Garby shook his head. That's right, but how many valuable things can we get? Then wait for the opportunity to exchange slowly. A hoarse voice that could not be distinguished between male and female whispered softly, as if bypassing the few people present and chatting with the old wizard Garby alone. The light in the wizard Garby's eyes kept flashing, and his lips moved quickly and slightly. Buzz! An extremely strong energy wave came from a direction not far away, and when it came to the few people, it was immediately only a slight wind. The voice of wizard Garby suddenly stopped, and everyone's attention returned to the battle in front of them. Several third-level wizards looked up and clearly saw the whole process of countless green air currents condensing into a giant rune-shaped hand. The rapidly beating domain resonance fluctuations in the air, the wind energy particles swirled and swallowed up in a vortex. Someone uttered a slight admiring voice, Clemens, I still remember how nervous he was when he first walked into the tower. Unknowingly, he has grown to this level. The Hand of Ionello. The wizard book that records the information and legend of the wind-eating monster Ionello was lent to Clemens by me. Tisk, I didn't expect that he actually succeeded in comprehending it. At the late stage of the second level, plus a domain resonance, Clemens is already qualified to embrace the sixth ring. Garby, have you mentioned this to the ringmaster? A vague figure looked at the old wizard, but the latter just replied lightly, the ringmaster is watching now, no need for me to say more. The speaking figure shrugged. Several third-level wizards, including Garby, all watched the constant changes of energy fluctuations in the distance quietly as if appreciating an impeccable and exquisite oil painting. They looked at the flowing rune hand that was constantly solidifying, and occasionally made sounds of praise or comments, just like a group of idle nobles watching a tea party performance. Suddenly, someone made a soft tisk sound, and then everyone's eyes, which were originally focused on Clemens controlling the flowing rune hand, naturally shifted downwards and fell on a thin and helpless figure that seemed to be torn to pieces at any time by the terrible energy turbulence raging around it. This poor kid seems to have been completely frightened by Clemens's spell. Looking at his performance in the previous battle, he shouldn't be frightened. Maybe his self-confidence, which has been inflated to the extreme, has been hit hard. In this battle, his only value to Clemens is the domain resonance method he has mastered. Clemens's tough behavior has aroused his disgust, but he can't do anything else to resist except to prevent Clemens from achieving his goal. A vague figure sighed softly, I know these talented little guys too well. The pride in their hearts does not allow them to accept any form of insult. Even if his talent is better than Clemens, he only lacks some time accumulation. This is not the point is. Someone cast his eyes on the old wizard Garby, who had been silent, and couldn't help muttering, in this case, as the person in charge of this dual selection, Garby, shouldn't you do something? Garby was already whispering something to someone. A silver giant bat below was flapping its wings reluctantly, but was reluctant to step forward. The old wizard Garby shook his head and gently raised the metal staff in his hand. Just as a trace of energy fluctuations rippled from the top of his staff, suddenly, boom! A huge explosion far exceeding any previous one sounded. The unprecedented energy aftermath poured down like a landslide and tsunami, breaking the stable domain field in the area where they were. The calm was broken, and the strong wind blew up the robes of all the third-level wizards in an instant. Garby's action of raising the staff stopped in midair. He and the other third-level wizards subconsciously looked forward. When their eyes and mental power caught the sudden changes in the battle group, the expressions on the faces of these third-level wizards who had always been relaxed were frozen. The pupils shrank little by little, as if they saw something extremely incredible. After a long silence that seemed like a century, and as short as less than half a breath, a slightly deformed voice of surprise slowly sounded here. Is this the blood of an ancient wizard? This kid actually has some kind of ancient blood power flowing in his body. It was like a towering mountain suddenly collapsed silently in front of his eyes, breaking into countless tiny dust particles. When your awe and worship of something reaches its peak in your heart, it is ruthlessly shattered and flattened. The shock and impact caused by the process is enough to make anyone's thinking stop and their heart stop. This is how most of the magic circle wizards who were watching this battle felt. They saw with their own eyes that Clemens was like a king who dominated the sky. After a period of magic domain resonance, he summoned the terrifying rune energy giant hand that covered the sky and the sun. The magnificent wind energy particles that were so suffocating that they covered the entire space like a barrier. The strong and extraordinary magic domain atmosphere that carried the terrible power of the sky and the power to tear and crush everything made some people even want to worship. However, all of this was broken at a moment that caught people off guard. Everyone could only barely see a ball of light, blazing and dazzling, unstoppable, like a white sun rising from the center of the earth. Nothing could stop the rise of this ball of light. It went straight through the palm of Ainello's giant hand, which was covered with the rune patterns and intertwined with countless mysterious magic domains, and went all the way up. Crack, crack, the huge rune giant hand was like a beautiful crystal creation shot by an arrow in the palm, and countless spider web-like cracks quickly appeared on the big hand full of flowing light. When the white light ball completely broke through the obstruction of the giant hand and penetrated the entire rune giant hand, bang! The rune energy giant hand covering the sky suddenly broke apart, and in an instant it turned into countless flowing lights, spreading fiercely in all directions. Whoosh! An unprecedented strong wind swept across the entire dual square, leaving only a hazy green between heaven and earth, and the light of countless rune magic arrays flickered, as if an energy disaster had just erupted. A spell of domain resonance was broken head-on? Can a spell born from the resonance of the domain be defeated in this way? Many magic circle wizards around the field looked dazed, staring at the chaotic and spectacular energy collapse scene in front of them with dull eyes, as if they had just experienced a dream and had not yet escaped from it. Clemens was also among those who fell into a moment of stagnation. This young wizard of the 7th magic circle, who seemed to never lose his calmness and peace, subconsciously stretched out a hand and made a grabbing motion. It seemed that he wanted to grab something or tear open the illusion that blocked his eyes. However, the scene in front of him did not change at all. His spell did collapse, leaving only the empty reality. Hiss! A long and dull breathing sound came from the center of the energy collapse, breaking the silence on the field. Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction where the sound came from, and only saw a human-shaped white light ball. After seeing the specific scene in the light ball, everyone's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by a pair of invisible big hands, and a strong sense of depression and suffocation arose spontaneously. A tall human figure, more than 2 meters tall and close to 3 meters tall, with muscles like knotted and swollen old tree roots, exaggerated to the point of being terrifyingly strong, but still showing another kind of symmetry and slenderness. This terrifying human figure lowered his head slightly, with countless tiny lightning-like white lights entwined and jumping around his body, and his waist-length hair hung down to his waist, dancing silently and rhythmically with the rhythm of his breathing. When the figure slowly raised his head, a wide and ferocious face with blue veins all over it was revealed, and the completely pure white eyes flashed with indifference and violence, and a trace of ancient breath flowed out. At this moment, many magic circle wizards seemed to see the white-haired giant monster in the ancient legend that ran between mountains and plains, had a human form, but fed on the flesh and blood of countless powerful monsters, stepped out of the legend. It really came before their eyes. It's stronger than I expected. Ronan hovered in the air, looking at his hands with protruding joints that looked like strange claws, and whispered softly. It's much more painful and complicated than I expected. After the immortal body, life light ball was compressed to a certain extreme and then released, the high concentration of life energy that burst out in one breath exceeded the endurance limit of his original body in an instant. His original body was directly broken, but it was quickly reshaped under the indescribable majestic vitality, and then it was broken and reshaped again, until he could fully withstand this terrifying power. If Ronan's body seemed to have a giant dragon sealed in it, then now, this giant dragon is completely unsealed. The power of the dragon is evenly distributed in every corner of his body. A trivial movement can involve all the power and burst out with terrifying power that he once dared not to think of. It's not quite appropriate to use a giant dragon as a metaphor. I'll look a bit like the ancient giant demon in the legend now, so I'll just name this form the ancient giant demon form, or demonization for short. Ronan's vocal cords seemed to have been remodeled, and the sound he made was hoarse and low, with a strange buzzing tone, like the sound of thunder rolling through dark clouds, filled with a powerful and soul-stirring demonic nature. My vitality is consuming rapidly. I have to hurry. Ronan quietly raised his head, his pure white eyes locked on Clemens not far away. With his supervisual perception, he clearly captured the moment when Clemens looked at him, and his body under the robe trembled slightly. Ronan smiled silently. He simply thought that Clemens, who had always been calm and high-handed before, had a bit of inexplicable humor in such a performance. But in the eyes of Clemens and others, his expression of pulling the corners of his mouth up to his ears, revealing 2 rows of densely packed pale fangs, was indescribably grim and terrifying. Was it a signal from the ancient giant monsters when they started hunting? Many people's hearts trembled fiercely. Shoo! The sound of something being torn apart at high speed suddenly sounded. Everyone stared at the sky with wide eyes, only to see that the terrifying and ferocious figure in their vision gradually faded, and quietly shattered like a reflection on the water. It was just a residual image. Bang! At the same time, a violent explosion sounded from the other side, accompanied by a muffled groan. Countless eyes turned to it at the same time, and saw that Clemens, who had not retreated a step since the beginning of the battle, was now flying back like lightning. He recited one spell after another in a hurried tone, constantly summoning one powerful second-level spell after another. After the spells were guided, the energy fluctuations had just been transmitted, and the spells had not yet been completely formed, but they were violently pierced and exploded by an extremely thick and ferocious arm. A huge and terrifying figure followed closely behind Clemens's retreating steps. The spells that Clemens summoned were as fragile as thin pieces of paper in his hands, and were easily torn apart one by one. The long white hair danced behind the figure like a cloak flag, and countless white lightnings jumped and flowed on the hair. The energy turbulence and residual power released after the spells collapsed and exploded hit the huge and burly body of the figure, making a series of crackling and crisp sounds. Clemens retreated faster and faster, chanting spells faster and faster, but his face became paler and paler, and it looked ugly. The distance between him and the terrifying giant demon figure was constantly shortened, as if a large and dense shadow covered the sky and swept towards him crazily. No matter how many methods he threw out, they could not stir up the slightest ripple. There was only a strong feeling of suffocation that was about to drown him, one wave after another. Finally, bang! A dazzling light burst out from Clemens' body, and the magic circle wizards watching below subconsciously narrowed their eyes under this light. When the light faded, their expressions were stunned. Clemens stopped and quietly floated in the air. The spiritual power of a late-level wizard emitted an incomparable invisible light that seemed like 3 overlapping suns. However, these 3 suns were now tightly grasped in the palm of a person's hand. Even if the blazing and burning light could only escape from the fingers of that person. Clemens stood there expressionlessly. But from his slightly tense body and the beads of sweat slowly flowing down his forehead and temples, it can be seen that his current mood is far from as calm as it seems. In Clemens's lapis lazuli-like bright eyes, a strange big hand that was as big as his head, with protruding joints and sharp fingertips like knives was reflected. At this time, this big hand was hovering in front of his neck and face. Countless lightning-like white lights flowed and jumped between the 5 fingers of the big hand, emitting a trace of terrifying aura that was close at hand. As long as the big hand exerted a little force, Clemens' head would be crushed like a watermelon. Lost. Clemens took a deep breath and spoke softly. The brilliance in his eyes quickly dimmed, and his head slowly lowered. The white-haired giant monster that was blocking him like a thick shadow just smiled. Then he shook his head and slowly retreated. Chapter 126 Rings, Coronation, Pride, Shock. The white-haired giant demon, more than 2 meters tall and close to 3 meters tall, retreated backwards. As it retreated, its strong and sturdy figure shrank rapidly like a deflated ball. The ferocious face covered with blue veins gradually faded, and the sharp and dense teeth returned to being flat. A handsome and pale boy reappeared. The long white hair fluttering in the wind covered the boy's body. The boy difficultly pulled out more brand new robe from the white hair and put it on, but his figure continued to fall down uncontrollably. During the fall, the boy faced Clemens and stretched out a white and slender arm, with a faint blue light in his eyes. The finger lightly drew. Countless rich and mysterious auras leaked out from the trace of nothingness drawn by the finger. The vast free energy particles like the sea gathered together, and the mysterious river of 7 colors was born from nothingness and flowed quietly. But it did not attack Clemens or anyone except Clemens. The colorful river flowed silently, circled around Clemens, and then continued to run high into the sky, disappearing into nothingness. What you want to see is a resonance of my domain. The young man's voice, which was hard to describe, sounded in Clement's ears. Clement stared blankly at the direction where the colorful energy river disappeared, his eyes fluctuating, and he didn't know what he was thinking. For a moment, he was lost in thought. After finishing the last thing he should do, the young man finally couldn't hold on any longer and put his hand down tiredly. He closed his eyes and let the gravity of the earth pull him down. He didn't want to use any strength now, and he didn't want to use any mental strength. Anyway, he wouldn't die from the fall. Just land like this and lie down for a while. It's over. The wind blew past Ronan's ears, and his messy white hair was blown on his cheeks. Ronan closed his eyes and waited for the moment of falling to the ground peacefully. It's over. For him, this dual trial is completely over. He defeated everyone he wanted to defeat and achieved every goal he wanted to achieve. He was so tired. He just wanted to have a good sleep now. Bang! With a soft muffled sound, Ronan quietly opened his eyes. He unexpectedly found that he did not fall on the solid ground, but was lifted up by a force and landed on a wide and relatively soft cushion. You are really amazing, kid. Even Clemens was defeated by you. The ancient wizard bloodline, such a feat in the late stage of level 1, unprecedented. You are so outstanding that even I can't help but be jealous. The guy who was carrying him flying kept talking about all kinds of messy exclamations and praises. Ronan couldn't help interrupting. Shut up, Biondini, you are as noisy as a female fly in menopause. The voice of the silver giant bat stopped abruptly and closed its mouth muffledly. Ronan had just enjoyed the silence for a while, and suddenly felt that Biondini had stopped carrying him at a place. Ronan propped himself up from Biondini's huge bat back, and his expression was slightly stunned. He suddenly realized that he was at a very high place. Higher than everyone. He stood up from Biondini's back and looked down. He could see Clemens, Lenny, Nono Peron, and even Travis. There were also other magic circle wizards, a level 3 white-bearded wizard holding a metal staff, and several level 3 wizards standing next to the white-bearded old wizard with astonishment and strangeness on their faces. Ronan saw everyone, every opponent he had defeated. Everyone was also looking at him. Every face that looked up was filled with too many indescribable and complex expressions. I've reached the top, Ronan murmured, and the magic nightmare tungsten steel on his right arm flowed into his hand like water, turning into a long sword with steaming black mist. Ronan looked at the magic nightmare longsword in his hand and remembered the scene when he had just obtained it and held it for the first time. He remembered that he had told Binigo that this sword would become more brilliant in his hands. Now he has done it. Ronan subconsciously looked in the direction of the Binigo secret space. At this time, he heard Biondini under him talking to him in a muffled voice. Boy, don't think I'm nagging. The ringmaster will crown you personally. Later, he will probably use the 3rd level projection spell to project you for the members who are not present to remember and admire. You'd better clean up your current appearance first. Ronan couldn't hear what Biondini said in a long-winded way. Because he had already felt a huge and gentle mental power coming from the silver-white tower behind him and above his head, gently falling on him, just like gentle water, completely wrapping him up. Strange energy fluctuations arose, and milky white light spots appeared one by one, rushing towards Ronan like a swallow returning to its nest. With the integration of the light spots, Ronan's mental fatigue was quickly soothed, and even the severely damaged vitality light ball was replenished. Just when Ronan was surprised, a unique crisp trembling sound came from the depths of his mind. Ronan noticed that the water mass in his mind, which represented his spiritual power, had grown significantly. The last bit of deficiency had been made up, giving him a feeling of complete perfection and reaching a certain extreme. He opened the character panel and took a look. Sure enough, the original 99% strength progress of the 1st level wizard had become 100%. Perhaps it was because of the effect of these strange light spots, or perhaps it was because of the catalysis of the continuous high-intensity battles. At this moment, he finally stood on the last threshold of the 1st level wizard to the 2nd level wizard, and could impact the 2nd level realm at any time. Just when Ronan was surprised, he suddenly found that the milky white light spots disappeared, replaced by countless bright golden light spots. He blinked and tried to touch these golden light spots with his hands. The golden light spots passed through his fingertips without leaving any effect, but just danced around him and circled. In just a moment, Ronan was surrounded by countless golden light spots. At the same time, a strong spell wave came from below. A huge beam of projection light fell on Ronan, and the next moment, a white-haired, fair-skinned, handsome young man with blue eyes was projected directly into the sky, outside the rune array. The young man was surrounded by countless golden lights, handsome and incomparable, noble and calm. The golden lights gathered around him, condensing into a pattern of golden rings one after another. 1, 2, 3, a full 6 golden rings appeared, then overlapped, and finally shrank, turning into a 6-ring pattern, gently imprinted on the forehead of the projection boy, adding a mysterious and noble temperament to him. At this moment, it seemed that all the light in the world was gathered on the handsome boy, and the light he shone out was so dim that even the rune light on the silver-white tower seemed dim. Facing the projection image that was completely carved out of the same mold as himself, feeling the so-called coronation ceremony process. Standing on by Undani's back, Ronan silently complained in his heart. So exaggerated, so shameful, damn, profiteer. In the 7th ring, high in the sky near the inner rune array, on a slightly glowing rune hot air balloon, Alida, holding a small parasol with transparent lace edges, pouted and gnashed her teeth while cursing the magic tool vendor who had bewitched her into paying for a week's rent of the hot air balloon. You said you would definitely have a chance to see it this time. The energy shield used to block the line of sight on the rune array will become thinner day by day, but I have been exposed to the sun for 3 or 4 days. How can the energy of the array decay? Unless the array is stopped, the protective shield will not become transparent. Anyone with a little common sense of magic knows this. Haven't you noticed that there are only 2 of us left here these days? Jacob explained in a low voice, but in return Alida pulled his arm and bit it like a puppy. What's the point of saying this now? Why didn't you remind me earlier? Do you know how many magic stones I spent on renting the hot air balloon these days? Hell yeah, I told you a long time ago, but you didn't listen. Hey, Alida, be gentle. Just as the two were playing, suddenly, a strong magic light passed through the rune magic array light shield in front of them, which was as thick as a crystal wall, and shot into the sky. Immediately afterwards, a slender and tall huge human projection appeared. Jacob, you are really going to die. Alida, who was holding Jacob's arm and biting it vigorously, was stunned when she saw the magic projection in the sky so close. She let go of Jacob's arm stupidly and looked up at the sky. She didn't even notice that a transparent silver line of saliva was pulled between her mouth and Jacob's arm. Alida's full attention was on the magic projection surrounded by countless golden lights. After staring at it for a while, Alida blinked, turned to look at Jacob beside her, pointed to the sky and asked, Jacob, does that man look like Lord Ronan? Jacob was also stunned, with a dazed look, muttering and shaking his head. I don't know either. In a tavern outside the 7-ring city, the red-haired Quiddy lazily sat on the oak-high chair, tapping the table with his fingers, and urged, What's up, buddy? Are you not ready yet? Wait. A blonde and blue-eyed young male wizard sitting opposite him kept fiddling with a square-shaped exquisite silver box in his hand, frowning and saying, Strange, it was clearly agreed that the battle projection would be transmitted. I was able to receive it 2 days ago. Is it because the second round of the competition has begun, and the magic circle is not allowed to privately use magic to copy the battle process? I gave all the magic stones. Forget it. I wasted half a day. Seeing that the blonde wizard had been fiddling for a long time but there was no movement, Quiddy shook his head and stood up from the chair, yawning. You are probably deceived by the same group of people who rented the magic airship at the gate of the magic circle on the first day of the competition. The projection they gave you might be from the last selection. In fact, there is nothing good to see. We can't even enter the magic circle, and the geniuses in the magic circle are even further away from us. The red-haired Quiddy said, and prepared to walk out of the tavern. At this moment, the door of the tavern was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Bang! A tall and thin man with an excited face and a strange expression rushed in. The man pressed the wooden door of the tavern, pointed outside and kept repeating, Outside. Come out and look outside. There was a slight commotion in the tavern, and many wizards stood up and walked out. Quiddy and the blonde wizard with him also followed curiously. As soon as they walked out of the tavern door, they found that the street in front of the door was full of people. Everyone looked up in the same direction of the sky, and exclaimed from time to time. Quiddy and other wizards who had just received the news and walked out of the tavern looked up in the direction the crowd was looking, and saw that the inner ring of the 7th magic ring, which had been silent for several days, now projected a huge and dazzling figure on the rune magic circle. The white-haired blue-eyed boy was surrounded by countless golden lights. He was handsome and tall, mysterious and noble. The four words "the pride of heaven" seemed to be perfectly interpreted on him. Jealousy, envy, amazement, indifference. Various reactions emerged from this group of wandering wizards. Some had fanatical eyes, some had infinite yearning on their faces, and some just glanced and went back to the tavern as if it had nothing to do with them. Only Quiddy, who was standing in the crowd, trembled violently after seeing the appearance of the person who projected the spell, as if he was suddenly hit by an electric spell. He stood still, and an expression of extreme disbelief and shock was revealed bit by bit on his face. "Hey man." After several breaths, Quiddy seemed to gradually calm down. He pointed at the projection in the sky with a dazed look and whispered to the person next to him. "I said, this person is my friend. He used to sit with me and drink. Do you believe it?" The blonde wizard next to him glanced at Quiddy with contempt and sneered. "Come on, Quiddy, this joke is not funny at all. Your friend? He is a genius with the identity of 6 rings. 6 rings? Yes, 6 rings." Quiddy looked at the sky and muttered to himself with a dazed look, "The 7th magic ring hasn't produced a 6-ring genius for many years. What kind of person was I dealing with at the beginning of the 6 rings?" While muttering, Quiddy suddenly returned to his original nonchalant look, patted the blonde wizard's shoulder hard, and laughed. "I thought I could fool you. Even the most ignorant apprentice won't believe your boast. Drink, I'll treat. Just think of it as celebrating a former friend." The two turned around and walked back to the tavern. The process of Ronan being crowned with the 6 rings was projected by magic and was fully displayed above the huge 7 Rings city. Like a hurricane sweeping across the entire 7 Rings city, including the wizards, apprentices, ordinary people living outside the 7 Rings city, and the many floating islands surrounding the Silver White Tower. The name of Ronan Damien is remembered by many people today. As the name of the genius continued to radiate outward with his achievements, causing a series of shocks, Ronan was standing under the Silver White Tower, entering the door of the tower, and carefully trimming his appearance. The nightmare tungsten steel transformed into a silver pair of scissors, and cut off his long white hair that almost reached his ankles. The hair fell all over the gray stone slabs, and each strand was white and crystal, just like the silk spit out by the first-level Warcraft Moonlight Spider. After the trimming was completed, Ronan mobilized the free ice energy particles in the air with his mental power, and condensed a mirror made of ice in front of him. The young man in the mirror was wearing an exquisite silver-white robe with a 6-ring logo printed on it. He was slender, handsome, with blue eyes and moderate white hair. He was young, energetic, calm and decent. His duels were all over, but the trials and selections for others were still going on. What Ronan was about to do was to climb the tower to meet the owner of the tower, the 7th Ring Master. Chapter 121, Potential for Promotion to the 7th Ring, the Real Tower. Ronan looked up at the tower. From his angle, he could not see the spire of the Silver White Tower, but could see the tower body extending upward almost infinitely. The dense runes engraved on it were glowing slightly. Because of the sunlight, the upper part of the tower body was particularly dazzling, like a huge and glowing sword, silently piercing into the bright sky. The 7th Ring Master. Ronan slowly retracted his gaze from looking up, and recalled Benigo's brief description of the Ringmaster level in his mind. Half of the body stepped out of the fog, reaching out to touch the dawn. Dawn. According to the ancient tradition of the wizarding world, levels 1 to 3 are fog, and levels 4 to 6 are called dawn. It means breaking through the fog and welcoming the dawn. According to Benigo, the 7th Ringmaster should be standing at the top of the 3rd level wizard, but has not completely stepped into the 4th level. However, Benigo has been away from a certain level for a long time, and the news is lagging, so some of his statements may not be accurate. But whether it is the 3rd level Mist Peak or the 4th level Dawn, for Ronan now, they are all unattainable and need to be looked up to. Standing at the bottom of the tower, he naturally had some speculations and fantasies about the 7th Ringmaster who was at the top of the tower at this time. Is the other party a man or a woman? Tall, short, fat or thin? Cold or gentle? It would be a lie to say that he was not nervous at all. Although Ronan is now most likely preparing to receive commendation, he still feels like he was notified to go to the dean's office in his previous life. Taking a deep breath, Ronan was about to take the first step. Wait! A clear voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Ronan turned his head and saw a tall and thin young man in a gray robe walking towards him quickly. You don't want these anymore, right? The young man quickly walked up to Ronan and pointed at his feet, where his newly cut hair fell. Ronan remembered that he was so focused on meeting the 7th ring master that he forgot to cast a fireball at his feet. "I'll clean it up right away." "Oh no, I mean if you don't want it, you can give it to me." The young man smiled at Ronan, then he squatted down with his eyes shining and quickly picked up the broken hair on the ground, not wanting to let go of any of it. "You probably don't know how many people in the tower are interested in your bloodline. These hairs are probably more precious and sought after than 3rd-level potions." When the young man squatted down, Ronan saw a few clusters of bright yellow mixed in his red hair, as if they were specially dyed with special pigments. "Do you mind? I should be able to exchange them for a lot of good things, and of course there will be a share for you." The young man picked up Ronan's broken hair and asked him earnestly. He didn't look good, and his nose was a little big, but his black eyes were quite clear and shining, giving people a feeling of quick thinking and vitality. Ronan thought for a while and quickly accepted the other party's proposal. Only he knew the real reason for his white-haired giant monster form, and it was not because of any ancient bloodline at all. Of course, it does not rule out the existence of some ancient bloodline power in his body. If these people can figure it out, it will be a good thing for him, which will help him to use the power of the holy blood tree in the future. "Thank you, my name is Balby." The big-nosed young man exhaled, pulled away Ronan's hair, pointed to the entrance of the Silver Tower, and looked at him. "Are you ready to go in?" "Together." The interior of the Silver Tower is a huge and independent space, but unlike any secret space Ronan has entered, it is vertical. A gray-white staircase extends from the entrance and spirals upward. There are countless books floating around the stairs, like loose and random cylindrical walls. A bright white light hangs down from the top, illuminating the entire upward path. The soft light penetrates the floating open pages, and a faint halo is diffused at the edge. Looking up, the whole scene seems mysterious, dreamy and fascinating. Knowledge and light are intertwined, leading everyone who enters to explore the unknown. Ronan stood on the bottom step, watching all this quietly, and couldn't help but be lost in thought. He thought that the interior of the tower was made of metal, serious, cold, and perhaps a little depressing. But the scene he saw now was very different from what he had expected. "Let's go, Damien." The young man, Balby, stood on a few steps higher than Ronan, and greeted him like a friend, his voice full of brightness and enthusiasm. "There are still many places you need to visit." Ronan's heart could not help but be moved, and he could not wait to take a step up. Buzz, as he stepped down, a slight energy fluctuation came from the soles of his feet. Ronan was surprised to find that his feet were stepping out one after another light blue transparent ripples. The mental power in his mind became lively, unprecedentedly cheerful. If he meditated in this state, wait. Ronan suddenly realized that this might be the so-called rune array that assists meditation. He could hardly feel much difference outside the tower, and now that he stepped into the tower, he noticed the effect. If he could stay in such an environment to meditate and practice, over the years, the growth of mental power would indeed be far beyond that of others. "Is this the legendary tower?" Ronan murmured softly. "It's not legendary, but it is indeed a tower of wisdom." Balby waved at him and walked up with a smile. Ronan stepped on the stairs, and circles of light blue ripples appeared under his feet. The books suspended in the air around the stairs gathered towards him like naughty birds, dancing gently with tiny dust in the drooping light. Ronan stretched out his hand and gently touched the pages of the books, looking at the words on the title page: Elemental Power, Witchcraft and Dreams, Guide to the Secret Language of Wubuli Hazmu Aldani, The Art of Runes. He felt an indescribable peace and joy in his heart. Suddenly, Ronan saw a pair of green eyes full of curiosity and desire for exploration between several books, staring at him intently. He was stunned for a moment, and gently pushed aside the books that blocked his view. As a result, he saw a female wizard with long flaxen hair running away with a chuckle not far from the stairs. Was she looking at me just now? Ronan thought silently as he watched the back of the female wizard leaving. He quickly took 2 steps up and found that there were layers of circular platforms behind the densely packed books around the stairs. The outermost circle of these platforms was an open corridor, and the inner side was divided into many parts. Some wizards were walking on the platforms. More than one wizard in a magic circle robe was staring at Ronan, with some strange and happy colors in his eyes. "Forgive them, these old guys." Balby whispered to Ronan, "It's been a long time since a completely new person came into the tower. And you are a newly promoted 6th ring. I remember when Clemens first came in, He was also watched like a monkey for a long time. Ronan listened to the young Balbi's story and noticed that the mental fluctuations emanating from these wizards in front of him were very strong, at least level 2, or even above level 2. But without exception, everyone has more or less some traces of having traveled through the long river of time. He remembered the law of soul age of 100 years that Benigo had told him. He thought that they should be some former magic ring geniuses who retreated to the tower after their soul age exceeded 100, and entered a more pure life of cultivation and research. If you don't like it, try this. Balbi handed Ronan a ring. The ring was engraved with the shape of a feather, and there was a faint mysterious rune fluctuation emanating from it. It can temporarily block the auras that come with you, and return to the state of getting along with others naturally that you want. When you were a child, did you stay alone in an abandoned and dusty attic? The sun shines through the glass of the skylight, the dust dances in the light, the air is stuffy and has a choking smell, but it is extremely quiet, no one disturbs, it is completely your own world. Ronan gently turned the feather ring given by Balbi, and a strange energy wave spread out from the ring, gently covering him. In an instant, those who stopped at him immediately retreated like a tide, and only a few mental powers remained. Looking in the direction of the mental power, several old figures half hidden in the shadows can be seen, very powerful, belonging to the 3rd level. It seems that the magical effect of this ring also has certain limitations, but it does make Ronan feel much more relaxed. Thank you. Ronan handed the ring back to Balbi, but he pushed it back. Keep it. You'll need it for many things after you get out. It's just a small item enchanted with a simple 2nd level illusion spell. I also gave one to Clemens when he came in last time. Illusion spell. Ronan gently stroked the texture on the feather ring, his eyes flickering slightly. Balbi's words revealed that his encounter with Ronan at the gate of the tower was not a pure coincidence. He seemed to be working as a newcomer guide in the tower. Ronan couldn't feel his specific mental power. Those 3rd level old guys want to study your bloodline the most. Balbi approached Ronan and whispered, "Don't trade with them privately. They will suppress your value very low. Give it to me, and I will help you sell it. Bah, trade it for a good price." After speaking, Balbi ran up 2 steps, facing the surroundings, and his lips moved quickly, as if he was talking to someone. After a while, the mental power of the 3rd level wizard that remained in Ronan also faded away, and Ronan returned to his initial state of no one cares. Balbi also had a bit of a chatterbox problem similar to Biondini. He walked in front of Ronan, leading the way while chattering non-stop. It's been a long time since the 7th ring gave birth to a genius of the 6th ring level. You are the first in recent decades, and then there is Clemens. There is another difference between you and Clemens. Everyone believes that you have the potential to be promoted to the 7th ring. 7th ring. The 7th ring has never had a wizard genius of the 7th ring saint level. Ronan went up along the spiral book steps, and unknowingly, he was close to the beam of light above his head. Click, he walked gently up the last step, and saw a huge pyramid-like space. There were transparent crystal windows on all 4 sides, and some of them were open. The wind from the top of the high tower blew in from outside. This way. Balbi called him softly and walked quickly to a huge semi-open room. Ronan followed and saw countless books neatly stacked on 3 sides of the room. Some crystals for reflection were scattered on the wooden floor. A person sat with his back to a long table that was a combination of a magic experiment table and a desk. Beside him was a beautiful teapot with a brass spout, 2 silver teacups, and a silver staff inlaid with bright yellow gems, which continuously emitted powerful rune fluctuations that made Ronan tremble with fear. The figure with his back to him had long, black hair that was as black as ink, slightly wavy, and hung down to the floor. A headband inlaid with tiny gems was tied loosely on her hair. She was wearing a robe that was as smooth as silk, and was embroidered with intricate and exquisite golden patterns. The cuffs of the robe were dotted with tiny gems in a circle of beautiful white lace. This was a woman. The 7th ring master was a female wizard. Even with her back to Ronan, Ronan could feel the graceful and noble temperament that naturally emanated from her. Ronan's eyes flickered, and he stopped a few steps away from entering the room. From time to time, wizard books flew over the witch's head like birds, falling and rising quickly. She seemed to be busy with something, and it would be very rude to disturb her at this time. The young man who led the way, Balbi, blinked at Ronan, suddenly took a few steps forward quickly, and then jumped up. Then he turned into a colorful conch parrot with bright feathers and landed lightly on a silver bird stand in the corner of the room. It made a strange and playful sound, repeating, "Here he comes. Here he comes. Ronan Damien, the hope of the future of the seventh ring, he's here." Balby's series of magical operations shocked Ronan and made him speechless. He finally understood why he couldn't detect Balby's spiritual power. It turned out that Balby was not a human at all, and his body was a parrot. And he could talk to him so fluently before. Was it the effect of the illusion spell? Ronan didn't know, but after being tricked by Balby, his originally slightly nervous mood was relaxed a lot. "Okay, Balby, I get it." The witch in front of the long table made a pleasant voice with a hint of helplessness. She bent her fingers and threw a shiny magic stone to the colorful conch parrot on the silver shelf, which was swallowed by the latter very flexibly. "Thank you for leading the way, Balby." The parrot flapped its wings happily, praised the eternal youth of Kirsty. The woman shook her head helplessly, and then slowly turned to Ronan. Ronan squinted his eyes, as if a strong but extremely soft light bloomed in front of him. He had never felt such a magnificent and vast spiritual power, just like the endless starlight, gently enveloping him. He finally saw the woman's appearance. The skin was as white and bright as the snow under the moonlight, the delicate and beautiful facial features, and the calm and reassuring temperament. This time it was similar to his imagination, the appearance of a powerful and noble witch. The latter's blue-purple eyes fell on Ronan, and she seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The first thing she said to Ronan was, "I'm really worried that your situation will be the same as Benegal's." Huh? Chapter 122. The scenery you have seen before, the ancient battle wizard, re-entering the space garden. "Sit down, Ronan, relax. I won't eat you." The beautiful female wizard tapped the air in front of her, and a faint energy wave rippled out. A gorgeous high-backed chair immediately grew under Ronan. It looked like it was made of mud and sand, but Ronan felt unexpectedly comfortable and soft when he sat on it. Earth wizard? Ronan secretly guessed in his heart that this subtle control of earth magic was the only one he had seen in his life for so long. He was about to completely step out of the fog, or he was already a wizard who had stepped out of the fog. It was really powerful. "Thank you, Lord Ring." Ronan sat down on the chair with a little bit of restraint. He looked down on the heroes on the fighting arena. Even though he was a level 1 wizard, he dared to fight with many level 2 wizards, even top level 2 wizards like Clemens, and his style was unparalleled. But Ronan is essentially a person who knows how to restrain his edge. He knows how he got to where he is now step by step. He is a genius who has acquired his achievements. He has his own pride, but he does not have the arrogance of ordinary wizard geniuses. He does not think he has any capital to be proud of. All his strength is gained bit by gritting his teeth and enduring countless pains. "Just call me Kirsty." The beautiful female wizard gently brushed the hair beside her ear and shook her head, saying, "The title of Ringmaster makes me feel very old. In fact, it hasn't been long since I took over the position of Ringmaster of the 7th Ring. It seems that he is really easy to talk to." A thought flashed through Ronan's mind, and he gathered his mind, thought for a while and said, "Lord Kirsty just mentioned Benego." "Yes, I have seen the kid Benego." Kirsty said softly, "I have personally met every genius above the 3rd ring of the 7th ring. Every one of them has been here and sat where you are now. Benego is the one who left the deepest impression on me. To be able to call Benego a child, how can you say he is young at this age?" Ronan thought of Benego's old appearance in his 40s or 50s, and complained silently in his heart. After officially setting foot in the fog, the wizard's lifespan will be greatly increased with every step forward. That is the gift brought by the growth of soul power. Therefore, many wizards cannot judge how long they have lived in this world just by their appearance. Only the vicissitudes of life that occasionally appear in their eyes can estimate their age. That is the trace of time erosion, which cannot be concealed. However, Kirsty's age may not be really old, because your eyes are unusually clear. I know something about the relationship between you and Benego. You are indeed very similar to him. Your soul qualifications are average, but you are still on the same path. What path did Benego take? Ronan blinked. Did he tell you? Oh, Kirsty gently raised her finger, and the teapot on the long table behind her automatically filled 2 teacups with tea, and one of the cups flew towards Ronan. Maybe he himself doesn't know. Try it. I added some very special awakening flower leaves in it. Ronan took the teacup and took a sip. The moment the tea entered his mouth, it was as if 1,000 mints were poured into his mouth in one breath. The cool and transparent feeling rushed straight to the top of his head, and it was an unusually comfortable feeling after his brain was forced to surf on the ice sea. Ronan couldn't help but let out a light breath. Not bad, it's also good for meditation. Kosti seemed very satisfied with his performance after drinking the tea, and then returned to the original topic. Benigo was following a path similar to that of the ancient battle wizards, using constant battles to force his potential and cleanse his soul. Ancient battle wizard path. This was the first time Ronan heard this term. Yes, the high-frequency collision between spells and domains can promote a generation of wisdom and spirituality, cleanse the soul, and wash out the impurities in the soul. This is a very unpopular and demanding way to improve the soul's qualifications. But it requires a high potential from the wizard and is very risky. Kosti's expression was serious, and he whispered with some regret, Benigo's potential is not enough to support him to continue on this path, but he has reasons not to turn back. After the potential is exhausted, the soul automatically opens a gap, and then all that burns is his soul power. Have you ever seen the process of a moth flying into a flame? At the moment of throwing itself into the flame, it will bloom with a light brighter than the flame, and then all that is left is pain. Benigo is that moth. Ronan's eyes were stunned. He finally understood why Benigo, whose soul qualifications were worse than his, could still make great strides and become the fastest genius to be promoted to the 3rd ring, and even infinitely close to the 5th ring. It is estimated that his strong belief, which is so strong that ordinary people cannot understand it, has burned a gap in his soul a long time ago. So now he is in a state of soul decay. Kosti continued, you seem to have accidentally embarked on this path. But you have a good ability to control the intensity of the battle, and the potential contained in your body is far greater than his. So aptitude is the thorn in front of you too, but Benigo cuts off these thorns, and the future is a cliff, while what awaits you is a smooth road. Is there any way to solve Benigo's situation? Ronan suddenly asked. Unfortunately, there is no way. Kosti shook her head and said, even if it is a precious magic potion that can replenish soul power, it can only alleviate and prolong the time of his soul decay, and it cannot completely cure it. Ronan fell silent, but Kosti's gentle eyes fell on him, with praise and encouragement in her words. Ronan, I still have high expectations for you. Just keep growing at your current pace. An overly comfortable environment is not conducive to your future development, so even if you are promoted to the 6th ring now, I can't give you too many resources at once. Kosti said, taking out a few things from under his robe, controlling the energy particles to condense into transparent bubbles, and sending the things to Ronan one by one. Ronan looked at the gift given by Kosti with some surprise. A silver-white ring with a faint spatial energy fluctuation on it. A piece of flowing gray metal. And a blue bracelet with beautiful patterns. The ring is a higher-level space storage item than the storage waste bag. Although it is only 2nd level, the space is much larger than the general 2nd level storage waste bag, and it is more convenient. The grade of Nymon alloy is not worse than the nightmare tungsten steel you are using now, and it is even better. However, its advantages are reflected in ductility and defense capabilities. Your combat system has a melee style, which should be suitable for you. The last Frostburn bracelet is a 2nd level advanced ice magic tool. Maybe it will be useful to you. Kosti said to Ronan with some helplessness, you are still level 1 now. Even if I want to give you many things, you can't use them. Thank you, Lord Kosti. Ronan accepted the 3 things and thanked him sincerely. He was surprised and happy to have something to take. Looking back on this journey, which resource was not obtained by him at the risk of his life, and his authority was immediately frozen after entering the magic ring. He has never experienced the joy of freeloading like this. In addition to these, you can use all kinds of potions and magic stone resources at will. You just need to make a simple application. Oh, by the way. Kosti's face suddenly showed a little strange color, and she said to Ronan, before you leave later, leave some blood. I will study your bloodline to see if I can find a better way to help you tap the power of your bloodline in your body. Damien, it suddenly occurred to me that the biggest difference between you and Benigo is that you have the support of ancient bloodline, and he does not. This is the source of your endless potential and the treasure in your body. Then Kosti talked to Ronan about his upcoming promotion to the 2nd level and the crystallization of mental power. As well as his daily practice in the future, it is suggested that he move directly into the tower, which will help him meditate and also facilitate his accumulation of knowledge. After a long time that felt short, Ronan and Kosti's conversation finally ended. Throughout the whole process, Kosti gave Ronan a very strange feeling. Perhaps it was really as she said, she had just taken over the position of the 7th Magic Ring Master not long ago. Ronan could feel that Kosti was really trying hard to play the role of Ringmaster. She was constantly swaying between maintaining dignity and showing friendliness. It felt to Ronan as if he was a student facing a substitute teacher who had just learned how to be a good class teacher. But it must be said that regardless of whether Kosti was a qualified ringmaster, as a powerful wizard above level 3, her guidance and help to Ronan was still enormous. She personally cleared some fog for Ronan's future, and made road signs pointing to certain locations, just waiting for Ronan to make his own choice when he walked to that place. Ronan stood up from the high-backed chair, but did not rush to leave. Instead, he looked around and looked into the distance through the crystal windows on all 4 sides. The openness and tranquility here made him linger. Ronan suddenly remembered that after the duel, he had not yet briefly reported the situation to Binigo. He might have his own channels to obtain information, but as a companion all the time, it seemed necessary to say hello. How should I say it? That's a question. Ronan thought silently in his heart. Send a message to Binigo saying done? What's done? What's the difference between saying it and not saying it? I defeated Travis, Lenny, and Clemens, and was promoted to the 6th ring. Will this news scare him so much that his soul will collapse faster? Ronan looked at the huge crystal floor-to-ceiling windows in front of him, and the rune light that was slightly jumping above, and suddenly, he had a good idea. He remembered that Kosti said that Binigo had been here before. Miniature secret space. Binigo stood beside the ice coffin surrounded by countless rune arrays, silently holding a pipe, but no smoke came out of his mouth, as if he was thinking about something. From time to time, he would raise his head and look in a certain direction, his eyes flashing, and a faint worry appeared. Suddenly, Binigo seemed to sense something, his expression moved slightly, and then he quickly took out a slightly glowing communication stone from the storage space on his waist. He looked at the communication stone in his hand, his eyes flickered, he took a breath and slowly clicked it. In an instant, countless rays of light flowed out from the communication stone, creating a vivid picture in front of Binigo. Binigo was stunned. He didn't expect that this was actually the content of a spell projection. The picture in front of him slowly unfolded, a first-person perspective. It was like someone was on the top of a very tall building, and he pushed open the crystal window in front of him. Whoosh, a fierce wind rushed in, and there was a sound of blowing robes and hair. Then, as the perspective continued to move, a high, wide and distant sky picture appeared. The flowing clouds under the azure sky, the several silver-white towers that seemed to be touchable by hand, and the extremely huge rotating rings on the top of the towers. At this time, a bright and cheerful voice of a young man came from the picture. The voice shouted to Binigo. Binigo, did you see it? This is the scenery you have seen before. Binigo stood there, staring at the scene in front of him in a daze, his lips trembling slightly, and his eyes kept glowing and extinguishing. After a long time, when the light of the spell projection in front of him completely dimmed, in the empty and silent secret space, Binigo's low voice mixed with many inexplicable emotions rang out. Fiona, this kid, actually reached the top. A peaceful and tranquil garden. The golden sunlight sprinkled on the vibrant grass. There was no sound, and there was a bit of a mysterious atmosphere in the silence. Suddenly, a young man appeared here. White hair, blue eyes, under the gray robe embroidered with exquisite silver lines, is a slender and upright body that cannot be concealed, showing a mysterious, elegant, noble and calm temperament. The young man quietly looked around the scene at the edge of the garden, as if he was admiring something. After the viewing, the boy stepped lightly into the garden, strolled on the lush grass, and walked straight towards a white table and rattan chair not far away. On the way, the boy seemed to bump into something. His strolling figure suddenly disappeared, and then appeared in another place in the garden. At the same time, among the countless lavender and geraniums on the left side of the garden, a transparent and twisted human figure let out a silent low roar and rushed out quickly. The expression on the boy's face did not change at all, and his steps were still calm. In his eyes, there was only the direction of his predetermined target, and he kept approaching it, and kept hitting the invisible rune array in the air and was teleported out. But no matter where he was teleported to in the garden, he would calmly adjust the direction at the first time and continue to move forward. The transparent and twisted human figure was also constantly changing its direction, rushing to the position where the boy's figure appeared again and again. It drew clear and terrifying transparent traces in the garden, running faster and faster, and getting closer and closer to the location where the boy landed each time. Buzz! After countless teleportations, the boy suddenly appeared in front of the white table and the rattan chair, less than 2 meters away from the two. At the same time, the transparent distorted human figure, which soared to the extreme speed and almost turned into blurry light and shadow, finally caught up with the boy and rushed straight to the boy's vest. The boy took a deep look at the items on the white table that were close at hand. Then, he turned around suddenly. From his back to the transparent distorted human figure, he suddenly turned to face it. He took a breath, and the air around him seemed to collapse inward suddenly, and the golden sunlight was slightly distorted. The next moment, crack, 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 a series of cracking sounds came from the boy's body. His originally slender and well-proportioned body suddenly swelled and grew taller. An indescribable terrifying aura, accompanied by countless jumping white lightning, leaked out from the pores all over his body. Boom! The peaceful tranquility here was broken in an instant by the terrifying momentum like a volcanic eruption. The boy's short white hair stretched out in an instant, dancing wildly behind his head, and the whole person suddenly soared to a height of more than 2 meters. The originally proper robe was stretched to a taut position, and then exploded in all directions, and flew back in an instant, turning into a silver light leather armor covering his hideous and majestic body. There was also a layer of silver mist evaporating metal attached to his muscular, slender and strong right hand. This big hand showed a metallic luster, suddenly opened, and white electric light flowed between the 5 fingers, making a clanging sound like the friction and collision of swords. Then, with the terrifying power of collapsing the void and distorting the light, he silently slapped the transparent twisted human head that just jumped in front of him. Bang! Boom! A dull and huge sound, accompanied by the sound of someone groaning softly. A small mushroom cloud slowly rose in the garden, and then dispersed, turning into a raging energy tide, washing out the outlines of a large number of dense rune arrays in the empty and beautiful garden. The entire garden seemed to shake slightly under this collision. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 Curse and Soul Contract, Frostborn and Harvest. After a moment, the last wave of energy fluctuations stopped, and the entire garden returned to its original calm and peace. It was as if nothing had happened. A burly figure over 2 meters tall appeared silently at the edge of the garden. His white hair was shoulder length, and his strong and majestic body was wrapped in a simple silver metal leather armor. A long cut seemed to be cut by a sharp blade at his waist and abdomen, revealing the solid and fine flesh underneath, but strangely no blood flowed out, and the wound was healing little by little. The veins on the figure's face were prominent, densely packed like some mysterious rune patterns, and his eyes were pure white. The original handsome outline could be vaguely discerned, but there was a lot of demonic and seductive temperament. Whew! The figure exhaled slightly, and his tall and burly body shrank as if deflated, and the hideousness disappeared, returning to the original slender and well-proportioned posture, and the facial lines also quickly softened. When the figure returned to the appearance of a teenager, the metal leather armor on his body also changed back to the original gray-silver patterned robe style. Ronan checked the wound on his waist and abdomen. The long wound had completely healed. He glanced at his character panel. The master-level proficiency of austerity body forging had increased a lot and was approaching the 500-level proficiency mark. Looking inward, the white vitality ball in his chest was reduced to about 2/3 of its original size. Under normal circumstances, there is no need to compress vitality to the extreme. The burst of combat power is almost enough, Ronan thought silently. The state of fighting with the transparent twisted humanoid just now was not the complete, stainless body, ancient giant demon form. He called this state half-demonization. Although the combat power was not pulled to the extreme, it was convenient to start, and the vitality consumed in the continuous stage was greatly reduced. Ronan is now almost accustomed to keeping the vitality ball in his body in a compressed state at all times. In addition to being able to exercise his own mental strength, the speed of entering half-demonization is also very fast. In times of crisis, the time to enter the complete ancient giant demon form can also be shortened a lot. This Nymon alloy is indeed very stretchable and ductile. After being activated by magic, It can be worn directly as clothes. After being transformed into a giant demon, you don't have to worry about being naked. And after being silvered, both the magic and physical defense are quite outstanding. Ronan gently patted the robe on his body, casually turned a silver ring on the ring finger of his right hand, and a faint special energy fluctuation came out. He had 2 more bottles of potions to replenish vitality and heal injuries in his hand. He unscrewed the bottle cap and drank slowly. The half-demon state plus the silver Nymon alloy, the 2 phases are superimposed. Ronan's defense has reached a terrifying level. But even so, just now he took the attack of the transparent twisted humanoid, and his double defense was easily torn apart, so that Ronan still can't figure out what level of strength this thing belongs to. Level 2 peak? Or is it close to the level of a level 3 wizard? It is said that the creation of space and mirror magic is known for its cunning and lethality. It is true. It would be great if I could master such a terrifying means of attack. Thinking of this, Ronan's eyes showed a hint of expectation. He stretched out his left hand, which had been hidden under his robe, and saw 2 things lying quietly in the palm of his left hand, a delicate and small silver comb, and a silver dagger that shone like a mirror. At the moment of fighting with the transparent twisted humanoid, he used the old method to pass the metal wire through the gap of the rune magic circle and successfully got the 2 things. Now, except for the teapot and teacup, all the remaining things on the white round table have been obtained by Ronan. The comb and the mirror fueling and the others got look like things women use. Is the owner of this mysterious garden space a female wizard? Or a rather narcissistic male wizard? Ronan thought to himself as he put the 2 things into the space ring. He felt that they were both magical tools, and they were not of low grade. He would study the runes in them carefully after returning. The runes were also what he valued. After the ancient wizard force, the Court of Mirrors, left behind no inheritance of space or mirror magic on this land. Many wizards tried to infer the true meaning of these 2 magics from the runes of the magic tools they left behind, and to reproduce the glory of the Court of Mirrors. Now Ronan has also joined this vast army. Runes are the concentration of magic, and are an alternative interpretation of magic after it has been deduced to a certain level. There may be many kinds of magic contained in a rune, just like a pot of soup, which may contain dozens or even hundreds of condiments. Using runes to infer the inheritance of spells is no less than taking a piece of meat out of a pot of hot soup, and then guessing what it looked like when it was alive and running on the ground based on its shape and taste. The difficulty is really high. But Ronan has tasted the sweetness of the mirror light rune once, and his requirements are not high. He can research another rune that is compatible with his current spell system to serve as a soul seal. After packing up his things, Ronan looked at a mysterious garden in front of him. The transparent and distorted humanoid figure that chased him all over the map has now hidden back in the geranium bushes, as if it had never appeared. The golden sunlight spread all over the garden. The huge garden did not damage even a single blade of grass. Many blades of grass were still covered with the morning dew. Everything was terribly quiet and peaceful. Compared with the things on the table, this garden is the real treasure. And the unknown place behind the garden. Ronan looked around the garden, with a faint light flashing in his eyes. He had read a lot of books in the Silver Tower during this period. If he was not mistaken, the garden in front of him should use the maze nesting array in the 10 magic arrays of Ivalo, and it was not an ordinary maze array, but a moving maze array. In order to unlock the secret of the garden and find the entrance to the next secret space, if there is a next secret space, you must unlock the maze in front of you, which is composed of countless small space teleportation arrays, and find the real exit of the maze. Ronan closed his eyes and tried to construct the skeleton of the garden maze in his mind. It was composed of space teleportation arrays. The key difficulty was that the array was moving, and Ronan had not yet found the law of movement of these arrays. A large number of pictures and inspirations appeared and disappeared in Ronan's mind. After a moment, Ronan opened his eyes and temporarily gave up the idea of solving the mystery. Take your time, anyway, no one can get in for a while. At present, the only people who know about this secret space, besides Ronan, are Fueling and others of the first magic ring. If he can't solve the maze, Fueling and others will be even less likely. If the other party is willing to open this place to the public, then he has nothing to say. After all, this secret place was discovered by others first. No Man's Land assumes that everyone has the right to explore freely. There are countless treasures hidden in the wizarding world. Only wisdom and strength are the keys to unlock the treasures. After finding the entrance he came from, Ronan took a light step out. On the calm lake, a handsome boy in a gray robe walked out of the water step by step, like the god of the lake in the secular legend. No one noticed this magical scene. Ronan activated the flying ring and flew quickly towards the direction of the magic ring. After entering the magic ring, Ronan gently turned another feather ring on his hand, and a faint magic fluctuation enveloped it. He entered the silver white tower all the way without attracting anyone's attention. The illusion ring that Balbi gave him is indeed very useful. Its effect is to weaken the user's sense of presence to a certain extent, which is what Balbi said, temporarily fading the halo on Ronan. In some cases, it can even be used as a concealment prop. Of course, the effect of illusion varies from person to person, and it is not obvious for wizards with particularly strong mental will. Ronan climbed up the spiral staircase, catching books flying in the air beside him from time to time to check them at will. He had lived a very peaceful life in the Silver Tower for more than 10 days. There were so many books here that an ordinary person could not finish reading them, even if he read them for 100 years without sleep. Ronan, who lived in the tower, was like a dry sponge, madly and thirstily absorbing the moisture of knowledge, and the whole person seemed to be constantly enriching and settling. Walking to a position near the top of the tower, Ronan pushed aside the densely packed books in front of him and gently jumped from the steps to a nearby circular platform. More than 20 meters away to his left stood a middle-aged man in his 30s with pale skin and green hair. Facing the direction of the book steps, his eyes were blurred and he was muttering something, as if he would step on the air and jump off the platform at any time. This is one of Ronan's neighbors in the tower. Most of the wizards in the tower are obsessed with academic research. They don't communicate much with each other. Most people are used to immersing themselves in their own world. Ronan gave up the idea of greeting him and walked to a small door with a brass door lock. As soon as he approached, the old brass lock on the door praised loudly, "Look who's back! Ronan Damien, the most outstanding genius wizard in the history of the Seventh Ring, the future son of the Seventh Ring, and the extraordinary figure who will lead Silver to new glory." "Shut up, Sari." Ronan pinched the old brass lock on the door, and the praise stopped abruptly. "If you still keep the set of welcome words in the future, then the toilet in the public bathroom of the Seventh Ring City is your best destination." After a moment, a weak voice sounded. "Welcome home, my dear master." Ronan let go of his hand, opened the door with a cold face, and closed the door. Bang! The world was quiet. The biggest feature of the Silver White Tower is that it is full of magic alchemy creations like this brass door lock. There's usually an ancient soul living inside, which is said to be left behind by the wizards in the tower during their magic experiments. These objects that seal the soul are a bit like Ronan's smart life butler in his previous life. Sometimes they can indeed provide a lot of convenience, but sometimes they can make Ronan feel particularly speechless and headache. Walking into the room, what appeared in front of Ronan was a spherical space. It was not big and there was no bed. The wizards in the tower almost defaulted to using meditation instead of sleep. The huge crystal floor-to-ceiling window was facing the door. The sunlight poured in from the outside, and you could see the spires of several other silver-white towers, as well as the flowing clouds and the still sky. There was a small desk in front of the window, and the desk was piled with various wizard books, and then there was a thick lake blue carpet, which could be laid on for a nap. This was Ronan's residence in the tower. The bathroom, meditation room and laboratory were all on the side, and there was a rune secret door leading to them. Ronan stood at the entrance where the clean rune array was set for a while, removing the mixed smell and dust on his body, walked to the French window, opened a small hole in the window, and then sat down at the desk. The breeze blew up the long hair scattered on his shoulders. Ronan casually pulled a few strands of snow-white hair, thought for a while, and used the numbing metal on his body to transform into a silver-lined metal belt and simply tied up his long hair. Every time he entered the giant demon state, his hair would grow wildly. It was really troublesome to take care of it all the time, so he simply didn't cut it. Speaking of hair, Ronan remembered the broken hair that was taken away by Balbi. When asking him for blood for research, the ringmaster Kosti took the initiative to mention the simple deal between him and Balbi. Kosti solemnly reminded him that this was a very rash behavior. For a wizard, any flesh, blood, nails, hair, growing on his body cannot be easily obtained by unfamiliar wizards. For wizards who major in curses, these things are the best medium for casting spells. That is to say, in the Tower of the Circle of Magic, no one would think of harming him. If it were the outside world, it would likely become one of the means for the rival wizards to deal with him. Of course, Kosti did not mean to blame him. According to Kosti, the sensitivity of wizards in a region to curse spells is proportional to the number of black wizards practicing curse spells in this region. There are few black wizard lands near the circle of magic, and black robe wizards are not common. Not only Ronan, but many circle of magic wizards will ignore the risk of curse spells, even including the third-level wizards who rashly asked Ronan for hair through Balbi, who obviously did not consider this. In addition, Ronan is young and inexperienced, so it is normal for him to have such negligence. In the end, Kosti personally came forward and asked several third-level wizards who took Ronan's hair for research to sign a soul contract. Regarding the soul contract, Ronan also signed a soul contract when he joined the Circle of Magic, not to betray. After being promoted to the 6th ring, the form and content of the contract were also upgraded. Soul contracts can actually be seen as another form of curse in essence. They are rooted in the soul in the form of runes. If the terms of the contract are violated, the runes will break and backfire, and there is a high probability that they will end up more miserable than Binago. Ronan thought casually, turned the space ring, took out several things from the storage space, and placed them in front of him one by one. From left to right, they are the second-level magic tool Frost Burning Bracelet given to him by Kosti, the silver comb and dagger obtained from the Secret Garden's secret realm, and the resources he exchanged for several third-level wizards in the high tower with his hair. The Frost Burning Bracelet given to him by Kosti can release a burning ice ring after being activated, causing damage to opponents within a certain range nearby. The power of this magic tool is still good. After all, it is a second-level magic tool. It can be used as a trump card for ordinary second-level wizards. But what really makes Ronan value this magic tool is the core rune called Frost Burning. This is a rare ice rune that can be used as a soul seal. Through the amplification of the rune, the coldness of the ice spell released by the wizard will be greatly increased, and a kind of wonderful catalytic reaction will occur, forming an effect similar to frost burning. Judging from the grade alone, the Frostburn rune is much stronger than the Frozen Earth rune. It is estimated that Kosti intended to give him this magic bracelet because of this. Let him consider upgrading the original soul seal or condensing a new soul seal when he is promoted to the second-level wizard. Although Ronan has not thought of changing the Frozen Earth seal so far, when he can condense the 4th soul seal, this rune may come in handy. Chapter 124, Mirror Dagger, Silver Comb, Bloodline, Whitestone Castle. The hair that Ronan gave to Balbi was divided into 3 parts by the other party and exchanged with 3 third-level wizards in the tower. The first third-level wizard brought Ronan a transparent object half the size of a fist through Balbi. It felt soft and like some kind of gel. This is the essence of the brain fluid of a monster called the mind-stealing monster. Unlike ordinary monsters, this kind of monster is born with extremely strong mental power and can even comprehend some mental and curse spells. Their brain fluid essence can help low-level wizards improve their mental power. The way to use it is to ignite it every time you meditate. After being processed by special magic potions, such a small piece of gel can burn for a whole summer. Ronan has not tried the effect specifically, but when he is promoted to level 2, this thing will definitely be useful. It is a resource that makes him quite satisfied. The second item was a small bottle of the blood of the moon-eating demon whale. The moon-eating demon whale was a powerful magical beast that only existed in the far west ocean. It had a long lifespan and a very high growth limit. It was said that someone had seen a moon-eating demon whale that was as big as a small piece of land, and there was a wizard kingdom on its back. Binago had mentioned to Ronan more than once that the blood of any powerful creature would help the growth of the holy blood tree, so when the third-level wizard listed a list for Ronan to choose from, he chose this bottle of the blood of the moon-eating demon whale after he did not find any items that would directly help improve his strength. It was unknown where the other party got this thing from, but it should be a few years old. After many extractions and studies, it had been diluted beyond recognition. However, considering that if it was the flawless blood of the moon-eating demon whale, it would not fall into Ronan's hands, it was already a very worthwhile deal to be able to exchange it for a few strands of hair. Compared to what the first 2 third-level wizards gave, the last one was quite practical. He asked Balbi to hand over 2,000 high-level magic stones to Ronan. When this number was placed in front of Ronan, he really felt how attractive the so-called ancient giant demon blood flowing in his body was to these third-level wizards. Most bloodlines are the product of ancient wizards' experiments. Some of them developed some powerful characteristics through self-exploration and successfully preserved these characteristics from generation to generation. Some are through blood transplantation. For example, Ronan's ancient giant demon blood was considered by the third-level wizards of the seventh ring to be an example of an ancient wizard successfully transplanting the blood of an ancient giant demon. They tried to analyze the principle of this blood transplantation technology from Ronan and reproduce the power and glory of the ancient wizards. This behavior is actually not much different from reversing the space of the mirror court and the inheritance of mirror spells through runes. They are all close to wishful thinking, but there are always many wizards who are fanatically pursuing it. According to Costi, there are no more than 5 wizards in the entire Silver Circle who have ancient blood, including him, and the blood of the other 4 is far less powerful than his, and they can compete with a late second level at the late stage of the first level. There are no sequelae when using the power of blood, and it does not cause any trouble to him in his daily life and practice. This is in the relatively stable order of the Silver Circle. If he is still wandering alone, it is not impossible to be captured by some evil wizards with extreme personalities and used as experimental guinea pigs after exposing his blood talent. Blood? What is blood? Ronan muttered as he looked at the vial of moon-eating demon whale blood in his hand. No one could have imagined that he was not the owner of ancient blood at all. His giant demon form was the result of his body being extremely strong, but if he said this, fewer people would believe it. No wizard would think that the human body could be strengthened to that extent without physical transformation. His eyes fell on the last 2 things, and Ronan's heart rose with some expectations. He took the lead in picking up the dagger on the table. The material of this dagger is very similar to the mirror material of the second-level magic mirror in the hands of the ponytail witch fueling of the first magic circle. It feels a little metallic in the hand, but it feels like it is flowing all the time, just like the mirror is constantly refracting the light in the air. There is only one rune enchanted inside the dagger. The rune is quite mysterious as a whole, and it is completely different from the core rune in the mirror magic tool. The grade is estimated to be around the second level. Ronan thought about it, released his mental power, and slightly activated the effect of the rune. After the rune was activated, the mirror-like blade of the dagger quickly flashed a flash of light, and a faint spatial energy fluctuation was transmitted. Ronan held the dagger and tried to gently cut the air in front of him. There was no reaction. So he pointed the tip of the knife at a feather pen on the table. Before cutting it, Ronan was mentally prepared to face any situation. He considered that the feather pen would break silently, and it might also include the table underneath it, or even the floor below. But the result? Pop! The silver shining dagger gently landed on the feather pen. With a slight crisp sound, the latter disappeared out of thin air. Then plop! The sound of something falling to the ground came from behind Ronan. He turned his head and saw a feather pen on the floor behind him rolling slightly and then slowly stopped. Small range space teleportation. Ronan blinked, never expecting such an effect. He then tested it twice with other things, and the result was that the enchantment in the mirror-shaped dagger was indeed a small space teleportation rune. As long as it cuts anything, it can cause the effect of space teleportation. And the size of the teleported object and the distance of each teleportation seemed to be related to the strength of the user's mental power injected, as well as the time of the rune guidance. Ronan looked at the dagger in his hand, with a face that didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Putting down the dagger, he picked up another magic tool, a silver comb. The runes enchanted in the exquisite silver comb were also something Ronan had never seen before. The degree of mystery was similar to the runes in the dagger. The two were completely different, so the possibility of it being a space teleportation rune could be ruled out. With the results of the previous experiment with the dagger, Ronan naturally could not treat this magic silver comb as a normal comb. Slightly activating the runes in it, there was also a faint spatial energy fluctuation. Ronan took the silver comb and used it on the air as usual. At the moment of combing, Ronan watched with his own eyes as several light silver lights were stimulated on the silver comb in his hand. The silver light shot out and silently cut several smooth cuts in the air. You can almost see the black behind the cuts. Immediately afterwards, the crystal French window opposite Ronan quietly shattered, and the wind outside the high tower rushed in, blowing up the pure white hair scattered on Ronan's temples. Ronan stared at the silver comb in his hand and the dagger on the table for a long time without saying a word. The thing that looks like a dagger is actually a small space transmission prop, and the thing that looks like a comb is actually a weapon to kill the enemy. So, what is the purpose? Ronan wanted to ask the owner of the mysterious garden at this moment. Can't we give something the function it should have? Is this the evil taste of a powerful wizard? Ronan put away his speechless heart, and his interest was soon aroused by the runes and the two magic tools. In any case, the effects of these two magic tools still met his expectations. Whether it is space teleportation or the space magic attack formed by the condensation of space energy, if it can be deciphered or utilized, it will definitely be of great help to him. The effects of these two runes, any one of which is integrated into my existing magic system, my combat power can usher in a qualitative change. Ronan's eyes flashed with a strange light. The brain area developed after taking 6 bottles of Myrfidera's Kisses is Reliance, and he has always been very interested in runeology. The mirror light rune still has a lot of room for improvement and upgrading, and the rune research on the universal orb and the mirror magic tool cannot be left behind. I will be busy next. Ronan silently made plans for himself in his heart. What he had to do next was to impact the second-level wizard. Kosti said that she would help him prepare the conditions required for promotion to the second level. This includes the most important crystallization array, and then the potion of purifying spiritual power that increases the success rate of promotion and helps spiritual power crystallize more easily. There are also solidification potions used to solidify the soul seal on the spiritual power crystal after promotion, and soul replenishment potions to replenish the consumed soul power. If Ronan had to prepare these things by himself, even if you had plenty of magic stones, it would take at least half a year to prepare them all. The benefits of the 6-ring identity and the favor of the ringmaster were reflected at this time, saving him a lot of time and energy. Then there was the further strengthening of several spell trump cards. Energy Missile Particle Torrent was not far from truly comprehending a domain resonance. If the data on the character panel is used to estimate, Ronan estimates that a master-level proficiency of more than 500 points is the realm of a domain resonance, and he is very close to this target value. Even more than one spell is very close to this value. If all the spells and skills that he has mastered at this level and have derived extraordinary domain power can all enter a realm of domain resonance, combined with the amplification effect of the mirror light rune, Ronan can't imagine how high his strength will rise. There is also the anchor spell for building the icy domain, and the proficiency of the 0-level advanced Ice Blade has also reached the expert level. If this spell can also rush to the master level and derive extraordinary domain, the power of the icy domain can be further improved. There is also the daily practice of unsullied body, Ronan was thinking, and suddenly heard the sound of flapping wings. Looking up, I saw a colorful conch parrot with bright feathers flapping its wings and flying in from the broken French window, landing on the ground, and lightly transformed into a big-nosed red-haired young man. It turns out that you and Clemens have the same hobby. You like to open the window wide during the day to feel the breath of the wind. What's the matter, Balby? Ronan put away the things on the table and asked Balby calmly. Balby is a similar existence to the silver giant bat by Undine. Both are the souls of wizards who originally belonged to another body. It is said that Balby was a very powerful illusion wizard in his lifetime. After his body was damaged, his soul was taken back by the previous ringmaster. As for the matter of the previous ringmaster, Ronan also learned a thing or two from Balby. The previous ringmaster was Kosti's brother. He was extremely powerful and had even been promoted to the 4th level of Dawn. When he was in the magic circle, the 7th magic circle was not ranked 7th. Later, he went out to travel and completely lost contact with the magic circle. It has been nearly 100 years. The ringmaster wants you to go up and talk about your promotion to the 2nd level wizard. Balby said to Ronan with a smile. He has always played the role of the ringmaster's confidant in the magic circle. Okay, I know. Ronan nodded and stood up. He briefly explained to the brass door locksary at the door that he asked him to find someone to repair the window, and then followed Balby to the top of the tower. Kosti was still the same as last time. She seemed to be always busy. But this time she was standing at the experimental table at the other end of the long table, and what she was studying seemed to be the blood taken from Ronan. Damien, you are here. Feeling Ronan's arrival, Kosti stopped her research and gently raised her hand. The powerful mental power instantly smoothed out all the chaotic aura and energy fluctuations in the room. Today, she had a pair of silver-rimmed crystal glasses on her face, and she looked much more mature and intellectual. Your blood is so mysterious that it makes people feel unsolvable. Apart from extracting a little blood of the moonlight elves from it, I didn't find any traces of the ancient white-haired giant monsters. The first thing Kosti said when she saw Ronan was a soft sigh. Although analyzing blood is an extremely difficult task, it is obvious that Kosti still feels a little tired to get nothing. Ronan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there was still elf blood in his body. Is this the reason why he has become more and more handsome after training his body? He subconsciously touched his cheek. Okay, let's get back to the point. Kosti gently took off the crystal glasses on her nose, stared at Ronan with her blue-purple eyes, and said seriously, I have prepared all the materials you need for your promotion to level 2. Kosti said, raising her hand and gently handing over a silver-rimmed black cloth bag that emitted a faint spatial energy fluctuation. But before you prepare to be promoted to level 2, I suggest you go to Whitestone Castle first. Whitestone Castle. Ronan took the bag, and his eyes suddenly flashed, as if he suddenly thought of something. Yes. Kosti explained, Whitestone Castle is a small gathering place for grey-robe wizards, but unlike ordinary wizard places, the wizard forces in Whitestone Castle exist in the form of families. Whitestone Castle is covered with ice and snow all year round, and the wizards living there mostly specialize in ice magic. Several major wizard families in Whitestone Castle have mastered a unique set of rune array inheritances that can extract certain characteristics from the blood of ice monsters to improve the wizard's talents and abilities in ice magic. Blood transplant. Ronan was surprised. They have already researched it. Kosti shook her head. It's not what you think. This kind of blood transplant is only temporary. The transplanted characteristics will continue to weaken over time. Not only can it only work on ice monsters, but each wizard can only transplant once in his lifetime. No wonder. Ronan was relieved. If it was really the perfect blood transplant technology he thought it was, this so-called Whitestone Castle would probably have ceased to exist long ago. It turned out to be a one-time consumable blood transplant technology. It is indeed a bit tasteless. 4 months later, the core secret space of the Court of Mirrors will be officially opened. At that time, you will definitely participate in this exploration on behalf of the Circle of Magic. Although the blood transplant technology of the Whitestone Castle has great limitations, it can still increase your strength to a certain extent in a short period of time, just in time for this exploration trial. Kosti looked at Ronan and whispered, after entering the Court of Mirrors, the situation will be completely different. The opponents you will face will be top wizard geniuses from different wizard forces that may be more powerful than the Circle of Magic. Damien, you have great talent and your strength is pretty good among your peers. But you lack some time accumulation and precipitation, and there is still a big gap between you and those wizard geniuses from truly top forces. I hope you can have more power to protect yourself. Chapter 125 Letter and Departure. After you arrive at Whitestone Castle, you can go find a third-level wizard named Ethan Tuart. The Tuart family is a famous wizard family in Whitestone Castle, so it shouldn't be difficult to find them. As Kosti said this, a white streak flew out from under her robe, flapping her wings and lightly flying towards Ronan, like a white dove. When it landed in Ronan's hands, he looked down and found that it was a letter with a silver seal and a spell mark unique to Kosti as her letter stamp. Ethan and I have lost contact and haven't visited each other for a long time, but our friendship is still there. Take this letter of introduction to him and pay him enough, and he will help you arrange everything properly. All the things that may be used are in the storage pocket I just gave you. 3 days later, there will be a ship heading to Whitestone Castle in the third ring. It takes 20 days to go from the ring to Whitestone Castle by boat. If everything goes well, you should be able to get back soon. Kosti paused and continued, but whether this trip succeeds or not, you need to return in time. You can only stay in Whitestone Castle for a maximum of 2.5 months, otherwise you will miss the opportunity to enter the Mirror Court for the first time to explore. Understood. Ronan nodded and put away the letter from Kosti. Left Kosti and returned to his residence. The wizards in the Tower Life Department are still very efficient. The broken crystal window in Ronan's room has been repaired. Sitting in front of the huge crystal floor-to-ceiling window, Ronan took out the 2 things Kosti gave him. The letter could not be opened, so he opened the storage pocket to check it out. All kinds of resources needed for promotion to the second level were complete and sufficient, and even extremely abundant, about 3 times more than Ronan expected. In addition, there were a bunch of magic tool components emitting rune fluctuations, which were used to build temporary rune arrays. Ronan counted the rune arrays corresponding to different functions and effects, and there were as many as 8 sets. They were all things that Costi prepared for him to go out alone this time. Ronan grabbed the storage pocket full of things and felt a strong real mother care. Oh no, it is not appropriate to describe Costi as real mother. Although her age is probably more than enough to be Ronan's grandmother, Ronan still thinks it is better to describe her as real sister. After putting away the things Costi gave him, Ronan's eyes flashed slightly, and then he took out a square metal box from his space ring. Opening it, there was only a snow-white letter in the box, and it seemed that there was a slight chill emanating from it. This is the box that contained the newcomer inheritance gift pack for the first level ice wizard that he got from Linus. The rest of the things in the box have been used by Ronan, leaving only this letter. Dear Soraya, when you see this letter, I should be dead. Ronan read the letter again and then gently closed it. He picked up the envelope containing the letter, and his white and slender fingers slowly slid across the envelope that was as cold as ice flakes. Finally, he found a few small words on the back of the envelope. Beishi Gaoling. If the address marked on this envelope, Beishi Gaoling is the Beishi castle that Costi mentioned. Ronan looked at the empty and quiet sky outside the window and whispered to himself, isn't that a coincidence? In the miniature secret space, a heroic middle-aged man with white temples was half squatting in the lush plant potion garden, tending to something. When he walked out of the nursery, patting the soil, the movements of his hands and the steps of his feet suddenly froze quietly. In his field of vision, a young man appeared at some point, standing dozens of meters away from him, quietly looking at him. The two men's eyes met, and after staring at each other for a moment, the heroic middle-aged man slowly spoke, everyone has their own secrets, but I didn't expect that you have so many secrets from me. The young man shook his head, and a helpless smile appeared on his young and handsome face. Benigo, I haven't seen you for more than 10 days. Is the first sentence you say to your friend a question? The heroic middle-aged man was slightly startled, and soon, his eyes began to soften, and he spoke in a low voice that almost only he could hear. Welcome back, Damien. Whitestone Castle. After listening to Ronan's narration, Benigo's face did not show much surprise, but he said calmly, the ringmaster's advice is very pertinent. Even if she didn't say it, I would suggest that you find time to go there when you are about to be promoted to the second level, or when you are about to enter the middle stage of the second level. Why these two nodes? Ronan couldn't help but frown. Because the famous ice talent transplantation technology of Beishi Castle can only take effect when you generate spiritual power crystals. Apart from these nodes, the only way you want to transplant talents is to break up the already formed spiritual power crystals and reshape them. No one will do such a stupid thing. Benigo explained lightly, when you arrive at Beishi Castle and find someone who is willing to transplant your talent, he will naturally explain it to you in detail. Ronan noticed that Benigo mentioned talent transplantation technology instead of blood transplantation. It seems that this technology of Beishi Castle may be weaker than he thought. As for cultivation, the ringmaster's suggestions and arrangements for you are definitely much better than mine, just listen to her. Benigo changed the subject, looking towards the direction of the Magic Potion Botanical Garden, and said thoughtfully, your trip to Whitestone Castle will take at least 2 months. The Holy Blood Tree seedling is in a critical growth period and cannot be separated from your blood for too long. I suggest you take it with you. Ronan blinked when Benigo mentioned this, and took out a few things from the space ring and handed them to him. They were all some resources and materials that he had collected in the magic ring during this period to help the Holy Blood Tree grow, including the bottle of blood essence of the moon-eating demon whale. It was this bottle of blood that Benigo saw at first sight. The blood of the moon-eating demon whale. Benigo picked up the small bottle of gray-blue liquid and said with a slight touch of emotion, it seems that you are really valued in the 7th ring now, and you can even get this. Then he couldn't help staring at the blood in the bottle and sighed slightly. It is said that the blood of the moon-eating demon whale is the purest deep-sea color, and you can even see the shadow of the moon-eating demon whale in it. Your bottle of blood has been stored for too long, and the activity in the blood has almost been lost. It has been diluted repeatedly, but it is better to have it than not. Benigo looked up at Ronan. When are you going to Whitestone Castle? Ronan replied, 3 days later. That time should be enough. Benigo nodded slightly, and then quickly put away the blood and materials, and kept busy in front of several experimental tables. 3 days later. Outside the huge metal arch of the 3rd ring, a huge magic airship that was more than 10 stories high and covered with the light of rune arrays slowly docked in the air. A group of magic circle wizards who had been waiting under the metal archway boarded the ship one after another. A tall and straight boy with white hair and blue eyes who looked unremarkable mixed in the crowd was Ronan, who was about to set off for Whitestone Castle. Ronan also just knew that this magic ship heading to Whitestone Castle was not directly sent from the inside of the third magic circle. It was not a magic circle ship, but belonged to a wizard chamber of commerce called Black Swan Bird. It was just temporarily docked at the Silver Magic Circle. The inheritance of the Elemental Magic Circle, accepted by the third magic circle, is the ice system. The most wizards going to Whitestone Castle, or so the third magic circle, is used as the boarding point. Ronan quietly counted and found that there were a total of 23 people boarding the ship in the Silver Magic Circle. Most of them were from the third magic circle, and there were also some ice wizards like him who came from other magic circles. When he boarded the ship, he even saw two familiar faces. They were the group from the third magic circle when they fought for the brain-eating flower in the wet jungle. One of them was the leader of that small team at that time. However, after such a long time, Ronan's appearance and temperament have changed. In addition, he used the illusion ring given to him by Balby, which greatly reduced his presence. The other party did not recognize him. Ronan boarded the magic ship and found that there were many wizards waiting on the ship. Almost all of them were wizards who specialized in ice magic, and there was more or less icy aura around them. Their strengths were uneven. Most of them were above the first level formal wizards. There were also a few 8th and 9th level wizard apprentices, and there were also 2nd level wizards. Judging from their words, deeds, conversations and temperaments, a large part of these wizards were wandering wizards, and the rest were from small wizard forces. These magic ring wizards boarded the ship. All of them were in the late 1st level strength, and the mental power fluctuations they emitted solidified the air. The elite temperament formed a very sharp contrast with the many wizards on the ship. All wizards looked at them with a little awe, and took the initiative to make way and stay away. There were 2 2nd-level wizards who were originally on the deck. After seeing Ronan and his party board the ship, they also left quickly with fearful eyes. As a wizard force with many 3rd-level wizards and even 4th-level dawn wizards, the Silver Ring has a great reputation in the nearby area, and its powerful image is deeply rooted in people's hearts. Ronan saw all this and thought silently in his heart. Once upon a time, he was also a member of the group of wandering wizards in front of him, looking at the wizards who were formal members of the Hoddam Academy like the pride of heaven with the same envy and all. He never thought that in a blink of an eye, he had become the object of his envy at the beginning, and even 10 times stronger. Things have changed, and time has passed. Teacher, why don't we get off the ship directly at the Silver Ring? This force looks so powerful. The Silver Ring is not so easy to join. Whitestone Castle is a more suitable place for us. Okay. Ronan heard someone whispering in the crowd. At this time, the people of the Black Swan Chamber of Commerce quickly came up and led Ronan and his party to different rooms in the cabin. Ronan also just learned that the tickets purchased by these wizards who chose to stay on the deck only allowed them to move around above the deck. This is your room. Call us anytime if you need anything. Someone will come to serve you. Ronan was led to the door of a room in the cabin by a young apprentice wizard wearing a short shirt and breeches. This place is close to the top of the ship, and the location is better than any other magic circle wizard in the same group. It seems that Kosti bought him the highest grade ticket. Thank you. You are too polite. After watching the crew member who led the way leave, Ronan pushed the door and walked into the room. The room was more spacious than expected, with plenty of light, and you could see the clouds and scenery passing by quickly outside the window. There was a simple isolation rune array in the room. Ronan activated the array, and then took out the magic tool components prepared by Kosti from the space ring and began to assemble another rune array. Most of the components are crystal stones and metal alloys. The assembly process is very simple. You only need to follow the instructions on the drawings, place the components in the corresponding positions, put the magic stones into the energy slot, and finally use a little mental power to guide, and the entire array will be completely activated. The activated rune array almost covers half of the room, and the light blue rune energy shield penetrates into the floor, leaving almost no dead corners. This array is of the 2nd order, and its main function is to provide spell protection, and it can isolate mental power and general detection spells. A high-level magic stone can only maintain the operation of the entire array for a day and a half. When the magic stone in the energy slot is exhausted, it can be replaced in time. This time, Kosti gave Ronan a large amount of magic stones, a total of nearly 10,000. Add to that Ronan's own savings, and he doesn't have to worry about this consumption at all. I still think it's extravagant. Ronan looked at the light of the rune array around him and couldn't help but sigh softly. Unconsciously, I have become a second generation. But it must be said that with such a magic array, the safety and privacy of going out are much higher than that of ordinary wizards. After Ronan checked the operation of the magic array and found everything was correct, he slowly took out a metal box about half a person's height from the space ring. He used his mental power to turn the rune lock on the box, and there was a click sound. The box opened, and a small sapling about 2 palms high appeared in front of him. Holy Blood Sapling. From the appearance, the Holy Blood Sapling is similar to an ordinary birch sapling, with a straight trunk like a sword and a total of 7 leaves on 3 branches. The green is slightly pink and white, and the bright red veins can be seen in the almost transparent leaves, which have grown into a somewhat mysterious shape. The whole Holy Blood Sapling is shrouded in a light white rune protective shield, presenting a scene full of vitality. It seemed to have spirituality. After Ronan took it out, the 7 leaves on the small sapling were shaking slightly, as if waving to Ronan. The metal box with a simple rune protection array was Binigo's masterpiece, specially designed for Ronan to carry the Holy Blood Sapling temporarily. Theoretically, no space storage prop can store living things, but if it is a creature with particularly strong vitality, it can be stored for a short time. The Holy Blood Sapling has grown to this extent and can barely be included in this category. With the protection of the rune array specially engraved by Binigo, it can be stored in a storage prop for a short time without dying. Of course, Ronan also needs to take it out regularly every day to let it breathe and water it. Ronan reached into the array cover, gently moved the leaves of the Holy Blood Sapling, and played with it for a while. Then, without any warning, the azure blue eyes suddenly turned pure white, leaving only a pinhole-sized dot of blue in the center. The headband tied at the back of his long hair broke open automatically, and his white hair danced without wind. A crisp and dense sound of bones and flesh colliding could be heard from his body. His body quickly grew taller and became more burly, with white lightning bursting out from his pores. He exuded a terrifying aura, and he had already entered a half-demon state. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.